Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off today's show is going to be Sottle, of course. Sol, welcome. How's it going? It's been a while since we've had a big standard tournament, but it's that time once again. How are you feeling?
It's been a while. I'm really looking forward to it. It has to be, when Masters Tours like this are kind of more sparse, it feels surreal that this is only like the second Masters Tour event of the year that we're doing at this point. But if anything, it does kind of get me hyped. It makes them special, right? If they're rare, then that does increase the excitement that comes around when one does appear, at least for me, a little bit. So I'm really looking forward to sinking my teeth into some competitive Hearthstone, because I haven't been able to do it for quite some time.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about, whether that's the players or the new meta we have found ourselves in. But first, let's just go over the overall structure of what's going to be going on this weekend. Of course, this is, as you mentioned, the second Masters Tour of the year, all leading up to that World Championship. We are going to have 3 champions by the end of the year. Of course, we're in a Masters Tour Summer right now. We are going to have Fall as well. And there's been, already a lot on the line for these players when all of these, the grinding that takes place to be able to even to make it to a tournament like this, Sottle.
Yeah, it's a very arduous program this year. Incredible hard work to even get to these points for the players that have made it this far. We have a lot of repeat competitors that we did see from the spring version of this tournament as well. I believe it's 10 returning players and 6 new ones. So we can see that some of these players that we're seeing, some of the repeat names, have been putting in the work month after month after month for top legend finishes. Very top legend finishes. We're talking like top 5 being the prize that you're looking for in terms of a legend finish at the end of the month to make it to this point, all with the eventual goal of making it to that World Championship and being able to call yourself Hearthstone World Champion at the end of the year, which is an incredibly exclusive club.
Yeah, in spring we saw Levick claim the champion title and book a spot at the World Championship guaranteed with that qualifier, and now we're going to see who else is going to join him by the end of the weekend. I'm super excited. We're going to check out the format of this tournament as well. And some of you who've been watching pretty much any Hearthstone for the past weeks will probably recognize it form of conquest. So we'll do that in just a second. But overall, Sottle, what have you think of these players? We will check out the groups in a little bit. Any specific names that are really sticking out to you?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we have a lot of returning players. We do have a lot of first-time players coming to this tournament for the first time who weren't featured in spring. I think out of those players in particular, the one that's going to grab the most headlines is Gabby, right? Gabby has really been one of the players that's held that mantle of best player in the world for a significant period of time. And now we get to see Gabby sort of re-entering a field like this and kind of putting himself to the test against some of this new breed of players that are really fighting it out for that top player status. So I'm really excited to see Gabby re-enter the field. But honestly, those 6 names that we're seeing, like Insane, Dreadeye, Gabby, we've kind of, and Renman as well, we've actually seen a decent amount from in the past. But there's like brand new names like Rulian, for example, that we've just never really seen, or certainly for myself in competitive Hearthstone. And suddenly to be rubbing shoulders with some of the elite that we see here in this tournament, like that's a huge step that a player like that will have to make.
Yeah, and that's the thing to think about, I think, over the course of this weekend as we see these players play out the group stage today, at least, is that, yes, there are a lot of names that people before in Hearthstone will know instantly, the likes of Gabby and so on, but there are these newer names, or just less common names, let's say. Well, they did exactly the same. They had the same, basically, barrier to get here as everyone else, so we can check out what the groups look like so far, and it's one of those tournaments, Sol, I'm going to say it like I always do, incredibly stacked. I struggle to even say which is the, quotes, hardest group and easiest group, because it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes, they are all stacked groups, unless you're Gabby, who put out a tweet saying that essentially Group A through C has 4 free players in them, and Group D has 3 free players and Gabby in it. That's the way that Gabby has broken down these groups so far. But yeah, people have kind of been pointing out Group D as that potential group of death. Banterface, Gabby, who is our opening round matchup, Rekvam and Hemlock as well. That is 4 fantastic high caliber players. But honestly, it's such a tough argument to have, because 4 high caliber players is what you end up with in every group when the qualifying period to even get to this point is as tough as it is at this point.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough to get here, and we will be going through, as many matches as we can, of course, through this group stage. But as you mentioned, Subtle, we will be starting with that Gabby versus banterface. So we get to talk about lineups in a minute, but even just touching on the meta, Subtle, which we've not talked about, it's a meta, at least from what I've been seeing, everyone seems to be enjoying in terms of like the sort of player base / pro player base on a whole.
Yeah, I think overall it's been a very well-received expansion overall from both a casual perspective. Now we're getting to see what it looks like from a competitive perspective, but I think looking at the lineups that have come into this, even looking at the lineups between these two players, we're looking at, it seems, like a mage mirror in our opening game between Gabby and Banter, but that's two different mages, and we're seeing that kind of throughout the tournament of different classes being featured in people's lineups and different individual decks being brought within those particular classes. As we see here from Gabby, the lineup he has gone for is with the Naga Sith Mage, a Drum Druid, Hound Hunter, and the Nature OTK Shaman, but you can see some of this resume that Gabby has put together. I think the most interesting part of that little player card for Gabby was that he says he enjoys the game more the better he is at it, which I think is a very competitive mindset to have, right?
Yeah.
Where your enjoyment of a game is derived purely from beating other people.
Yeah, whereas my enjoyment from games has to not be that case because I'm not good at any game, so I have to find joy somewhere. Take a look at this list, though. It's a bit of a, I want to say the word retro, Subtle, in the fact that we've seen the bones of this archetype in the past, but it's got a few new sort of slants on it now with some of the new cards.
It does, yeah. Going with the Sith package and having a few tools in there for just the Sith OTK with the Flame Geezers being able to represent burn damage, but going with the Spitelash Siren package overall, it is a very 50-50 mishmash deck where sometimes you can feel like you have a hand with the best part, with the half of two different decks that don't necessarily interact with each other. The one thing Gabby's done there, which I do kind of like, is squeezed an Arcane Intellect back in there as well, because when I was playing the deck, it did occasionally feel a tiny bit light on card draw. But we will move on to Banterface here as well, who you can see is putting together a pretty solid resume for himself as well. He is going with the Arcane Hunter. He's going with Rainbow Mage instead, like the pure spell school focus version of Mage. As I said, even though it looks like we're going to be kicking things off with a Mage class mirror, it is two different decks going up against each other. And then has the Miracle Rogue as well, which I think historically is one of Banton's all-time favorite decks, so no great surprise to see him going with that.
Yeah, and just to get it out there now, so we won't have to repeat ourselves, the top line on these player profiles, you can ignore a little bit and read it. This is a Masters Tour appearance if you want. But let's dive into a deck I'm a huge fan of. I love this at the moment. Maybe not this exact build, we can talk about that a little bit later once we get into it, but I think this is such a cool archetype for Hunter, and I'm really glad that has been actually getting involved in it.
Yeah, really interesting take on kind of the aggro hunter archetype now. Like, we are seeing two different hunters in the current metagame. One more aggressive, which is this version, which is focused on arcane spell damage, early minions, mid-game pressure, annoyance and disruption with secrets, which then curves through into late-game burst damage, either through your buffed-up arcane spells, or just large weapon damage from two of the key cards that you see highlighted there, the Starstrung Bow or the Titan. In comparison, again, it's kind of a similar theme throughout this matchup. Gabby on the other side is playing a slightly slower version of Hunter, the 40-card version, the Hound Hunter as it is known as, with more of the big beast synergy going on. So again, it kind of speaks to the factor of this expansion, which has gone down well with a lot of people. It's just the range of decks that at least feel somewhat viable for people to play, right? For multiple classes to have multiple archetypes that are tournament viable to the point where some of the best players in the world are pinning their flag to that deck to be brought to a tournament, I think is a good sign for the integrity of an expansion overall.
Yeah, and I think even just not these decks, but as we talk more about Titans, I think the Titans themselves are going to be very interesting to keep an eye on, because I do think they've hit that sort of perfect line of being extremely powerful, but not just game breaking, right? A lot of the Titans, you play them, you get great value. Obviously, I am going to talk about the Hunter one. The Hunter one, like, always feels good to play. You can always make active choices with it, and it can get you, value one way or another. But it's not like you see your opponent play a Titan, oh, I've lost the game, it's all over. There is ways to fight back, and the game keeps very, very sort of even though the Titans themselves are strong. But for me, I think this is one of the expansions that the flavor has really come through. The Titans feel impactful pretty much across the board, and even just some of the legendaries themselves and the newer cards, it feels very thematic, but also not thematic in the sense that it can be too focused on that and less focused on like cards feeling good or powerful. I think it hits that line really well.
Yeah, and I think bringing that back around full circle to Gabby versus Banter that we're going to be looking at, I think no Titan embodies what you were talking about better than Norgannon, which is a card which some people think is not even good enough to be played in the build of Rainbow Mage that people are running at the moment. Others disagree. Some people think it's core to the deck, and you're stupid if you cut it. Yeah, Banter is playing it in his version of the deck. Some people insist that it doesn't do anything because you play it down for the first time. Generally, your first ability is enemy cards cost one more, and then it just gets cleared anyway, and it's ended up doing nothing for the entire game. Other people are just like, no, you play it, they can't clear it because their cards cost too much mana, and then you play the card Reverberations in your deck, so it just immediately deletes your opponent the next turn. So there is certainly a lot of discrepancy in terms of power level, but I think that's great. The fact that we're still having these arguments about how good Titans are and whether they fit in X deck or Y deck is much rather where I'd like cards from an expansion to land, right? As opposed to, hey, we printed this brand new expansion-defining mechanic, and it's so good that it just goes in every single deck you see for the entire expansion, right? Like, I think this is a really, really nice place for the game to have landed.
Yeah, and apart from the decks we've looked at and talked about, at the moment, is there anything else that has sort of stuck out to you? I know, for example, you've sort of favoured Demon Hunter quite a lot over the past, what's a year or so, let's say, of expansions. Like, has Demon Hunter felt good? Is Rogue looking good right now? Is there any of your favourites that say aren't, Mage? I'm not going to talk about Hunter because I know it won't be Hunter, but that aren't Mage right now. Anything really stuck out for you?
I can't go much further in the broadcast without mentioning Shaman, really, can I? Nature Shaman has been a deck that I've enjoyed enormously throughout this expansion. Put a little bit of work into taking the deck that Pocket Train was playing and then refining it a little bit. Tweeted a list which Pocket Train then adopted and said, yeah, the changes sort of make sense. It's slightly better than what I was doing. And now 10 players in this tournament have brought that deck. So, I'm pretty happy with that. I think I've done a good thing there. Well done. If Sottle Shaman carries someone to the World Championships, I will be expecting a personal thank you.
Yeah, and maybe some copyright discussions if that becomes the official name of the deck as well. That'd be great. Just get it in there. But yeah, I think the Shaman deck has been one of the most interesting because I personally don't play tons of Shaman. Obviously, been playing it for this, but I feel like it's a deck that everyone talks about the big crazy OTK burn factor, but also. The deck just rocks a good curve. Like, you just play a lot of stuff, and I think that is sort of the underlying power. I think if the deck only had the capabilities to do one or the other, it would be nowhere near as popular and as strong as it currently feels.
I completely agree with you, Raven. For once, your analysis of the situation is spot on. I think so. The direction that Pocket pushed it in and the direction that I then pushed it further in is just have as many cards in the deck as possible that are good to just play on curve and play for tempo and just spend 2 mana on turn 2, 3 mana on turn 3 or whatever. When I started talking about, this is the list, this is what you should be playing, I got a lot of pushback from people saying, no, it's the totem version. Turn 5, you just play 1 mana, it summons 4 totems, you swing your weapon, it summons another totem, you've just got 5 minions in play for 1 mana, you can play Bioluminescence, you just OTK people for 40 damage on turn 5. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but I also won that game, but I won that game on turn 8. It doesn't matter that you did it on turn 5. The difference is that in the games where you don't draw the absolute nuts, your opponent plays a minion and suddenly you're Druid and totally incapable of killing anything in the deck whatsoever. So I do think for a little while people got way too distracted by the ability to deal 60 damage on turn 6 or whatever. It just doesn't matter. Yes, you'll save a little bit of time, but if you're going to kill your opponent on turn 6 with 60 damage, there's a pretty good chance you're going to kill them on turn 8 with 40 damage, right? And how do those 2 wins enter the books? Exactly the same. They both count as a win.
Yeah, live coach somewhere is smiling right
Hey.
And just speaking, because you just mentioned the class, we have a sprinkling of druids in this tournament. We are getting into game 1 now, so very briefly, Saul, do you think druid's going to do well?
I actually spoke to Pocket Train about Druid a little bit, and his opinion of Druid is a lot higher than mine. Normally we align pretty well on these things, so it kind of took me by surprise. Pocket said the Druid was really, really close to just being like the deck for the tournament for him, which surprised me because I don't have it on that level at all. But we'll see how things develop. Apologies, we do appear to have missed Mulligan and a couple of the early turns here. Doesn't seem like Banter's been able to get the weapon down early, though, which I think is the biggest deal for him. Does not look like Gabby is currently rocking a Spitelash Siren in hand either, which is the biggest deal for him. So, in terms of missing an early game, which you never really want to do, it does look like large periods of this has been fairly inconsequential.
Yeah, and what do you think with this matchup specifically, with a lot of more minion-focused for Gabby, or at least a board-focused approach? I'm not saying banterface doesn't have impact on minions, but how important are these alibis going to be? Now, I fear for myself when I speak about alibi, because it's a card that a few people are not best friends with, but are these sort of key to Banter's strategy to surviving against these potentially big Naga board waves?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? It's one of the advantages that Sith Mage, like the pure Rainbow Sith Mage, does have because they just naturally get to play Alibi in the deck, so when 2 players are kind of racing to combo the other, that can be a big factor. But I think perhaps more of a key card will be the creations in Banter's deck, because what Naga Mage does, which I think is generally underrated, is it just makes big boards out of nowhere, and it can do that a couple of times very quickly if you draw Siren very quickly. So being able to get a creation up to 4 or 5 damage AoE to be able to take down a board like that when it comes down might just end up being key, which is why you see here, for example, I think just 0 mana Fell Spell being taken, right? Not because it's going to have a significant impact on the game, but because it's cheap, it's mana efficient, it can juice the spell schools. And really start to power up some of the cards. Because if you are at a baseline unfamiliar with what this deck is, it has various payoff cards, Elemental Inspiration, Sith, Wisdom of Norgannon, which start as weak cards but suddenly become extremely strong cards the more different spell schools you play throughout the game.
And it's got the double whammy, and something I feel like a lot of matchups boil down to is just don't let your opponent stick stuff, right? It's very similar in a lot of these matchups, because I do feel like the game right now is roughly split into very, very minion-focused decks and very, very spell-focused decks. And a lot of the time, if you're the one that's focusing on the spells, you need to clear those boards, because the likes of like the Mech Rogue, even this deck, like Hound Hunter potentially as well, does kick out just a lot of potentially aggressive minions. And you might have your fancy combos later on, but if they aren't dealt with, then it doesn't really. If the minions aren't dealt with early, it doesn't really matter what you can do in late game if that late game never happens. But Gabby is going to still just be piling on enough minion pressure to make Banter, at least think about how to deal with these, and not necessarily just free play cards like the Norgannon, for example, may not be the best choice now to just play into already 7 power on board.
Yeah, it's a tough turn for sure, because...
Is he going to kill with it?
Possibly. You could also just, play a secret. You can still, the value of just playing it as Lothar, I think is underrated anyway, right? Just be vaguely disruptive for your opponent. I do kind of like this, is what I was going to lead into, because I think you have to work backwards from next turn here. You really want to just jam Elemental Inspiration on 7 where possible, right? Because you've juiced it very heavily. You can see in hand the Wisdom of Norgannon costs 0, therefore the Elemental Inspiration is going to be very, very powerful. So I would imagine, really just love to jam this card on curve. So I think being as annoying as possible, just causing your opponent to have a slow turn via the method of throwing out Norgannon does make the most sense here overall, I think.
And double Wind Fury as well. Something's going to have to be done, but here's a Siren, and everything's about to kick off.
Seafloor Gateway is a crucial card in both versions of these decks. The amalgams that you play in your deck are mechs. For example, in Gabby's version, he does have the creations as well, which are mechs. And in McBanter's version of the deck, if you discover that through any method, it is just a free tutor for your creation, your big AoE card. So it's a very underrated card. Do not forget that you have mechs in your deck when you discover that card. It's very easy to do.
And it rhymes, so it's easy to remember as well. Maybe the alibi just going down, not really for the protection, but more just to keep the chain going.
And this now is the moment where you can spot the Naga Mage player. Anyone can do this up until this point. When the rope appears, that's when you separate the real Naga Mage players from the casuals. I'm very much on the casual side of this. I panic when the rope appears when I'm playing Naga Mage.
I panic before the rope appears when I'm playing Naga Mage, because I still don't know what to do. Here, though, the Frozen Touch being in hand, although a little bit expensive right at this second, is a good start as well, because that is a card that is for a long time now sort of become one of the go-to damage spells for a lot of different mages, where it's just so much damage over time as long as you can weave it in. So Gabby does have that to be able to push, but has to sustain this, and this Alibi actually will help out versus these Wind Furies to stop any true shenanigans happening this turn.
Will. Interesting sequencing from Banter, choosing to test the counterspell with the 0 mana draw 2 in hand. Ends up losing them, really valuing these alibis first and foremost, which, yep, definitely agree with that, valuing the alibis first and foremost, but also valuing presumably Infinitize and Volume Up. There are other factors there. You could plan your turn out saying, okay, well, if I play 0 mana draw 2 and it's not counterspell, I still get to do everything I want to do this turn because I've only spent 0 mana at the start of the turn, right? Whereas potentially if you try and waste one of the other cards instead and it goes off, that might end up ruining your turn.
It's also pretty interesting as well. I was even looking at the Drown there, honestly, just to get rid of the Siren and make these trades a little bit cleaner. But one thing I found with like this version of the Mage is even if you, I'll say, throw away some cards, whether it's a counterspell or not, like, you can generate so much stuff or draw so much stuff that even if you just throw some cards out to the void, you're still going to be in a position like this, where Banterface still has pretty much a full hand to mess around with.
Right. And I think, honestly, the concerns of Gabby's Sirens on the other side is somewhat minimal to Banter at this point, because he played the finale Volume Up and he hit Solid Alibi, so he knows he now has 3 more Solid Alibis from this point. He knows the Solid Alibi that Gabby played previously is not something that Gabby's going to have an easy time playing more of, because this isn't a natural Solid Alibi deck that Banter is playing against. So in terms of just racing to the OTK, I think Banter will feel like he has enough ice block effects to get him over the line, no matter what Gabby does on the other side with the Sirens.
Yeah, because the alibis have come early enough, right? Like, McBanter's already over 30 health, so it's not like, oh, well, hang on, if Gabby sticks 7 minions, and, you know, over the course of a few alibis, it's still pushing some level of damage, but with over 30, it's very, very safe for the foreseeable future.
Now, don't get me wrong. If you had infinite time and you start the turn with a Spitelash Siren on the board and you then reverb that Spitelash Siren and you have 2 infused Frozen Touches and a Savara in your hand, you might actually be able to OTK your opponent through a Solid Alibi at that point. It might be possible, but that would be an incredibly niche scenario.
I'm just looking at this as well. There was the Solar Eclipse picked up for McBanterface earlier on instead of the Drown. Is there any specific thing that he's looking for out of this Solar?
I think the most specific thing about it that made it get chosen is it cost 2 instead of 4.
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
And it juices Sif, it juices any creations that are remaining, etc. It's just easier to throw out there on any given turn at some point, right? Which I think is probably the biggest motivating factor.
We're going to see reverb on the A8. And another one. Now surely it's Fire Sale.
Well, Molten Rune is looking pretty lethal in the near future. 2 mana Molten Rune is very spicy. Because next turn you can just play an alibi, you can forge the rune, and then at that point you are one mana damage spell from your deck away from just killing your opponent. So.
And there's not too much that Gabby can really do about this either. Again, there's tons of value for both players, but when one has kind of ice blocks turn after turn after turn, it gets a little bit difficult. Shadow Step picked up there for Gabby.
Oh, imagine. Remember I was talking about like OTKs with 2 Sirens and a Savara and a bunch of Frozen Touches? You then step the Savara again and get the Frozen Touches back in there? Oh, let's go.
Oh, I was even thinking like step in the Zola.
What if game 1, Gabby does just OTK through a solid alibi?
Yeah. Be more like liquid alibi.
More like gaseous alibi, am I right?
Gabby's going for it. And it's done.
Oh, 1. Close. Okay.
Yeah. Can be another inspirations here for banterface. But again, it's a... Without something to support it, it's like an odd card to play just into a full board of minions, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, I guess it's still fine like this, an alibi, draw a card, but it's like even going way back to the actual Ice Block days. If you are doing these Ice Block style plays but not really progressing the game plan, then it feels like you're just sort of skipping a turn for both players to an extent, right? Mm-hmm. And that's even less, or I guess more the case with the alibi not actually blocking the damage, so...
Right.
It's a tricky one. Like, is this good enough? Maybe it has to be good enough for banterface, but it doesn't feel great to just play loads of minions. Maybe there's rush, but then solid alibi and pass, go again, and the outcome is drawing 1 card.
Okay, does go for it.
Yep.
This does involve not forging the Molten Rune, which is the primary concern, I would imagine, because... obviously you asked the question about the Solar Eclipse before the Molten Rune appeared. Obviously, Solar Molten Rune, as with the Molten Rune costing 2 alongside the Sif, is going to be incredibly powerful. You could just set up for that as a potential win next turn if you wanted to go for, but Banter choosing to be as annoying as possible, occupy the board as well.
There's that immolation actually in Gabby's hand that I did not notice till now, because as you can already imagine for the viewers at home, it's pretty tricky to keep track of all of the cards in this kind of mirror-ish match when there's so many generations going on. But yeah, definitely going to help soften up these elementals. I think the interesting thing here as well, because I'm just thinking about what this matchup looks like on average, and if banterface did not hit that many alibis, right, like, you can see the danger that Gabby could present in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I'm not sure how many resources got expended through turns 1 to 3, because we did unfortunately miss that, but you could also argue, like, Banter is well within his rights to just have an Arcane Bolt or a Flame Geyser in his hand now, right? And then the game would just kind of be over in the other direction. So you could argue this is kind of a low roll in terms of burst damage from his position as well.
Oh, could choose to mill Gabby's last card here. Swap it for the Colossal.
Banter nods. Ah, yes, explosive runes. Just as I expected.
I think my banner now is just going through the hand, as you have to do with a deck like this, and be like, right, if I play this turn, what does my burst look like next turn? Okay, if that's not going to work, what does my burst look like the turn after? And so on, until he can make it happen. Obviously, Gabby only on 25, and 25 is a low number when we talk about decks like this Mage, when we talk about Shaman as well, the really high burst decks, that 25 is by no means safe.
So Banter kind of all in at this point.
Yeah.
Does go with the
need
last
a-
alibi, does forge the rune. So we'll be
We
looking
need
for
a
the kill
Sif
next
check,
turn.
don't we?
I believe it will be on 7 spell damage, if I've kept track.
Okay, my guess was going to be 6, but there we go. I'll trust you.
Sorry, once the solar eclipse is played, it will be on 7 spell damage, I believe.
Gabby's doing his best to get through the, or as much damage through the alibi as possible, but I think until these run out, and because the board it hasn't had the ability, right, to just push 7 with a full board or so, you know, like push like at least some level of damage, banterface has got to be feeling at least fairly confident here.
Yeah, I think at this point Gabby's just fishing for another generated solid alibi so that he can potentially play a turn next turn against Banter without an alibi up, which I think the way Banterface has played this, so the Elemental Inspiration turn on the previous turn, right, I think what that was about is to try and bait any solid alibi out of his opponent's hand on a turn that didn't really matter, right? Like that was essentially just a free turn.
Yeah. Oh, Cold Case picked up. So, I'm guessing by McBann's reaction...
Wait. What's going on?
What?
Am I stupid? Doesn't Solar Eclipse Molten Rune just win the game here? Am I not understanding how that interaction works?
Well, the way McBanterface looked was that they looked like they wanted to draw something specific and whiffed with the Cold Case, which sure, if it's after burn specifically, but I was with you for a minute where I didn't think burn was needed, but now I feel like I'm wrong.
Interesting.
Gabby's just... the smirk and the shake of the head. It's what kicking this match up with this crazy Mage Mirror is going to do to you. So that's +7.
Okay.
Oh, is it because the second one's random?
Is the second one random though? I'm not sure it is.
Well, I don't... I didn't think so, but that's the only thing I can think that... Yeah, I didn't think it was random, but that was the only thing I could think of that would make McBanterface pause, right? Because, oh, there's 2 minions, there's no spare mana to kill those minions with. Is there a world where the first one obviously hits face whatever, and then the second one can just hit the minion and just ruin it? But I'm not 100% sure, because I've never been in that position, if I'm going to be completely honest. But it was the only thing I could think of that McBanterface paused on, because that, as you were building up to for a few turns... The numbers weren't the difficult bit, right? Just adding that number that many times equal lethal? Yes. So that was the only thing I could think of. But either way, McBanterface is going to take the lead in this matchup. And those alibis really causing Gabby trouble. And again, we did miss the first few turns, so we do apologise. But it didn't look like Gabby was off to a very rapid start, which the deck is capable of, the Naga Mage, to get off to a bit of a quicker start than that.
Yeah, the Siren turn came a little bit late. I think if you Siren on 4 with the coin or on 5, like if you're able to go Siren, 1-mana Naga, like either Nagaling or Slither Spear, and then able to pop off from there to the point where you're at least making like a 5 or 6 minion board. Because you've got a 5 health Siren... that deals 5 AoE is kind of tricky at that point, making a straight up clear on the other side unlikely, so I'd imagine that becomes a kind of a tough game for the mage to win at that point, because they have to start blowing alibis pretty early. But yeah, interesting late game to say the least. I don't know whether, you know, we got a bit lost, whether Banter got a little bit lost, but to me it started to make sense. With that extra turn of the Elemental Inspiration that came down alongside the alibi, yeah, that makes sense, because you can kind of buy a free turn to say to Gabby, okay, if you've generated a second alibi from somewhere, you're going to have to play it now, because you don't know that I don't have lethal next turn, right? Like, you fully have to respect my ability to lethal you the next turn. So I'm getting an alibi out of your hand this turn, and then I can forge the rune, and then with the alibi gone, I can potentially try and kill you the turn afterwards. But yeah, the final turn did not perhaps play out with the smooth confidence that I was expecting it to. So who knows?
Yeah, and I think in this meta, especially because there are a few decks that play like this, right? That have bursty abilities, not necessarily huge OTKs, but 10, 15 damage out of nowhere. There are decks that exist that have that, right? And I think once I'm going to make up an average here, but after turn 6, you do have to sit there and start thinking, my opponent could just kill me next turn, so what can I do to stop that? Or at least do your best to say, well, if they don't kill me next turn, obviously that chance increases by, turn by turn. So then what kind of pressure can you put on? What can you do to stop them doing it against some of these matchups? So, yeah, we will be seeing more Mage as we go out through over the course of this weekend. So there'll be plenty more where that came from, no doubt. But of course, that was just game 1. And we know Conquest is not over till it's over. So Gabby will at some point have to play that Mage once again if he wants to get the victory. But overall, what do we have left here? Because I believe it's McBanter's Rogue is banned out.
Yep.
So that means there is the Hunter and the Shaman left over. And before we get too much into any specific matchups, because we don't know what they're going to queue yet, did you have any inkling of where bans? I know this is a very generalized question, but was there anything too big, like something you would expect to be banned the most this weekend?
I don't think there's like a meta terror that absolutely has to be banned under all circumstances. No, I think it's a strategy ban for this tournament. Like I think some people will have Druid, and I think other people in the tournament are trying to counter Druid, for example. So in that sort of situation, you might be looking at a ban that creates your best chance for your Druid to pick up a win throughout the tournament, throughout that series at some point, right? Because that's the crux of that individual series. I think it's much more of a kind of a flex ban situation. Players will be coming in with the idea of like, okay, if I see Nature Shaman, I'm going to ban Nature Shaman. If I see Aggro Hunter, I'm going to ban Aggro Hunter. But they will have like a tier list, right? There's no hard and fast, this deck goes 100% of the time. I think players will have to react more to a lineup holistically and pick a ban on the fly in this meta.
Yeah, and sorry for the noises I just made, but whilst I was 100% listening to what you were saying, I'm also watching this Hunter draw because it's popping off. Although the secret was not great, just a 1/5 out of it, there are definitely better cards to get out of that. This hand overall is looking quite powerful.
Hey, it's a 1/5 with charge, though, and it survives Explosive Trap.
True.
The nuts.
Hey, no, this is a great setup. This is exactly what you want with this deck. This is pretty much my favorite deck of the expansion so far. Who would have thought? And it gives you so many flex options, especially in this matchup. It's one where you aren't completely lost because there are AoE options, Star Power being one of them, which are really good for clearing up those boards full of minions. So we'll see how banterface navigates this, but I imagine pretty soon. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, going for the 2-3 on curve. I would have expected to see the trinket trackers come out to just start drawing those cards.
Yeah, you also had the potential option to just try and really disrupt your opponent's 4 with coin turn, right? Which is the earliest time a Spitelash Siren can go off, just by going with forged traps and just play 2 more traps on that turn to really just shut everything down that your opponent can do.
I was even thinking I was even wondering, was this an answer or a setup? Because Star Power was drawn, was this well, if Gabby goes Spitelash Coin, then there's the beefed up Star Power? Because the 1 spell damage on Star Power is actually very significant.
It's so big, yeah.
Yes, it is like, just clear the board, basically. It just doesn't matter what's on the board.
It's 2, right? Because it got buffed in deck on the previous turn as well, and then buffed in
yes, sorry, of course. Yeah, so it's 7, which is massive. Yeah. So maybe that's why, because normally I'm very greedy with the 2-3s, right? To just buff as many cards in hand as possible. But it did ensure that no matter what Gabby did, McBanter could almost certainly just Star Power the board away.
Take
Motion
6,
to,
idiot.
oh, I love it so
go.
much. Look at the aggression.
Spell. Naga. Haven't kept track of what's in the Savara. Explosive Trap, Vast Wisdom, and something?
Alibi.
Discovery of Magic from this turn. Okay, I thought you played another spell before this turn.
Didn't you play Alibi?
Apparently not.
Oh, I must have... Did he do something before? Oh, okay. Well, I'm going crazy.
Discovery of Magic must have come before the alibi.
Oh, right, okay. There was an alibi, right? I know we saw a lot of alibis last game.
Alibi, yes.
Yeah. Is this what's the weekend going to turn into? It's like, all I see is alibi. Wherever I go, I see that card. I've seen Gabby put out a ton of pressure, but this is the problem, right? One, Gabby's just pretty much dead anyway, so now does have to get that alibi, which was very useful. But also, just this star power just kind of laughs at this board.
Yeah, did have the emergency button of the Volcanomancy in hand. It's a 3-mana Volcanomancy, but, no big deal, right? Because pretty much infinite mana the way that turn was going.
Right.
But you don't generally want to play your entire Siren turn and then panic at the end of it and go, damn, I haven't managed to clear the board. I guess I'll play this Volcanomancy. Like, that's not really a good thing that you want to end up doing.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly.
See, now I think this is the difference between banterface and myself. He's probably working out, optimal trades for star power. I would have just ripped it.
Yeah, he's just counting, like, what's the worst case scenario, right? Like, if the 7 hits the 4-1 and then the 6 hits the 1-1 and blah, blah, like, what's the worst case scenario if I just literally rip it right now?
The reason why I just rip it is because you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4 attack minions, right? So, like, I feel like you could almost always make the trades up after the fact, but I think banterface is just making sure everything's clean. I'm not going to go for them instead. Going to go for the portal. Was this really better? I feel like the board just got a lot weaker.
It did.
To save a star power. Maybe this is just, okay, I'll do it this turn, and then if it goes again, star power that turn.
Right. It's where matchup knowledge really comes into it, and I will confess I have not played a great deal of Naga Sith Mage this season.
Yeah, that's my issue. I'll tell you about a lot of matchups with this Hunter, but not this one.
Right. But I imagine, seeing the alibi come down on the other side, if there was no alibi come down, right, then suddenly star power the whole board, go face with everything makes sense, right? Because you don't waste a bunch of damage trading into minions. Because the alibi was there, maybe Banter's just setting the stall out for a longer game and saying, okay, star power, double spell damage buffed star power is just incredibly good at clearing a board if it comes down in the future. I think also if you told Banter that his next draw was Speaker Stomper, he would have protected that giant board that he had on the previous turn. So he could just protect it further with Speaker Stomper on this turn, but, can't necessarily play to the 1 out off the top of your deck.
And a bit of tech I do like. I believe it's just a one-of in Banter's list, and it's a card that is one of those you can just drop it in to wherever you want, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the shooting. Okay, that's just funny. What is that now? Is it a 7/5?
Not a clue.
Yeah, I think it's a 7/5.
How does it work, he says, as he Googles?
It dies and it goes into the deck and then +2/+2,
Shuffle a
I
copy
think.
of this. Permanent +3/+3.
Oh, it's 3.
So it would be a 7/6 after dying.
Yes.
Once.
Yeah.
Okay. Presses hero power. Okay, that's done. Now on with the rest of my turn.
That always happens. Yeah, this is one of those weird ones where he hasn't drawn a lot of the card draw, so he's not sitting on a lot of this burn. There's the ricochet shot, there's the arcane shot, but a lot of times this deep into a game, you're normally rocking a fair few burn spells that you could maybe have even just won. Also, no weapons. Whether it's Agramar or the Starstrung Bow, which is really unfortunate because again, these weapons carry this deck. They put out so much damage, and now Banter's a little bit worried.
Do you remember, Raven, in the days of lore, the legend of Gabby would have killed him?
Yeah. Well, here we go.
It's time to see if the legends were true, and there's not a Relic DH in sight.
Yeah, it's so rough seeing this from Banter's point of view, where the mana just keeps going, and you're like, when's it gonna end?
There's a Sith.
Yeah. Oh, and so much mana still. What's that? Seafloor? Okay.
Yeah, that draws a 1-mana Naga now.
Oh, and worst case is the clear.
No, it drew creation. Yeah. Oh, we're not thinking about clearing, Raven. We're OTK.
No, I said
turn.
worst case.
Yeah.
Someone's got to think about the worst case scenario, okay?
Won't somebody think of the minions?
It's like that zombie film. That person. Who thinks
that
the
really
worst case
narrows it
scenario.
down for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
World War Z. That's it.
Okay.
Because that person whose job it was to think of, well, what if this crazy thing happens? I need to be able to fix it.
I'm gonna say dead. Gabby's animations are significantly ahead of mine, but yeah, Bolt, and now just the light show. Just the light show that's come out of hand recently will be able to do it. There you go. Gabby always kills them. There is never any doubt. Gabby always kills them.
And this is the thing, right? And it's something I think Lorinda mentioned yesterday when we were talking about the decks the players have brought and everything, and, just lineups and what the meta's like. And I think Lorinda said, like, I can't wait for, one of the players who brought Naga Mage to just destroy win the tournament, and then the following week on ladder when mere humans are trying to play Naga Mage, and those wins will not happen because you have to be extremely confident. The decisions aren't even thought about. I feel like it's just straight pattern recognition. Yeah. That's probably the best phrase I can put to it. Of like, this card appears, it's either a yes or no, that decision's already made, next. And then all those decisions are almost like just autopilot pattern recognition. And then Gabby just won that game, which I think not a lot of people would have thought possible. But we knew better.
I think playing OTKs at that higher speed, D6 Warlock, something that Gabby was fantastic at doing, Naga Mage when you start with so many cards left in your deck, I've kind of related this in my head as like being really, really good at a rhythm game. Like if you're incredibly good at Guitar Hero, right? And there's just a million notes flooding down the fretboard towards you and you're just like hammering away, full comboing the whole guitar solo, absolutely no problem, right? And then people are looking at you going, how are you reacting to all of that? Like, I'm not. It's just pattern recognition in my head, right?
Exactly.
Like, I've done it a million times before. I sort of see a vague shape of notes coming in front of me and I just know what it is. I've been here before. It's that kind of thing of just you do something enough times, it just becomes ingrained in muscle memory. But what is very, very impactful are the early game decisions, like Gabby's early Discover choices, Rip to Vast Wisdom early for a swapped Volcanomancy and Solid Alibi. Both of those cards coming in incredibly clutch then in sequential turns, just dropping the Solid Alibi, essentially just focusing as a time warp, just to skip one turn, and then the following turn, that Volcanomancy being able to clear the board that was left over from Banter on the following turns. And essentially what Gabby's done there is worked backwards from the, like, okay, on 7 I can play Siren and Reverb, and then we go. And then the world is my oyster from that point.
Right.
So I just need to map out my turns to get me to that point and discover choices that get me to that point. And he did that very, very well indeed.
We're going to go into game number 3, all even on this first series of the day, and of the weekend, of course. I see Druid on the top there for Gabby, and banterface jumping over to the Shaman. So this is a bit of a tricky one, I feel, because I feel like most of the time Shaman has AoE or good enough answers, unless the Druid really pops off, like has that dream setup of just everything going, the double choose ones going off and creating a mega board. But Shaman's definitely got the ability to clear waves of Druid tokens, which is again what Druid, it's like a wave, right? Always comes back in this style of Druid. So we'll see if Gabby's got any tricks up his sleeve.
It's like a wave, but unfortunately, said wave is primordial and full of piranhas. I like this matchup a lot from the Shaman side because you kind of have triple win condition in this matchup, which feels great. Like, some games you just play a Novice Zapper on 1, and then you play a Flow Rider on 2, and then that discovers Feral Spirits, and you play Feral Spirits on 3, and those minions just hit the Druid in the face every turn until the end of the game, and they die.
Yeah, and your opponent's playing like 1/1s and 2/2s, right?
Yeah, like that can happen. Oh, I mean, sometimes they have this hand and they're playing nothing, right? Like,
there's also sometimes they are also just a Druid.
Yeah, like, let's not forget, yes, this deck plays some early game tokens, but not a lot, not enough to consistently be able to swarm the board. And then secondary, obviously, you have what people understand to be the primary win condition of the deck, which is just OTKs on a very early turn. That's very possible as well. Thirdly, you can kind of win the game sometimes by just letting them do their thing, right? Like, they just make their board of 6/8s or whatever, and you go, cool. Like, I've
It just,
AoE'd it.
breezes away.
It's
Yeah.
gone. And then they're not necessarily able to reload from that point if they haven't had a very resource-heavy draw. So I'm a big fan of this matchup from the Shaman side, even though I believe the stats say that it's a little bit closer than I'm making out. And again, I will caveat, other very good players have much higher opinions of Druid in this meta than I do. So there you go. Hooray, a 2-2. We did it.
Stuff. Yeah, there is Topia available for Gabby, so if you can get there, it will help out with those sort of, maybe even there's enough waves that get through. But the problem is just the health, right? Like, it's like, yes, let's say Druid can make infinite waves of pressure. So yeah, at some point, Ban is probably just going to blow you up, so that's going to be the big problem here. I do just like Feral Spirit on curve, though.
Yep,
I'm a big fan of just playing stuff.
Just talking about Banter's list, Banter is not going with pure Sottle Shaman. He has gone down to a single copy of Overdraft and is playing 2 copies of Carving Chisel instead. Carving Chisel, not a card that I find to be particularly effective. Again, it's one of those cards where if you draw it on 2 and then you get to play Flash of Lightning on 5, for example, and you already have Lightning Reflexes in your hand, then you can OTK people on 6 with that kind of draw, but that's not, to me personally, something that I value as hugely important with the deck. But Banter and Gamer RVG, who have been known to prep together in the past, so may have done so again for this tournament, are playing that version where they've snuck in a second Chisel at the expense of second Overdraft, which I will say, if I were to lose a card from my list, second Overdraft would be the first card on my list that I'd cut.
And what Sol really means is inferior deck in every way. Gabby, now this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? It's like, well, yes, the Druid, this form of Druid doesn't have to pop off super early, but when it's already getting beaten up on board now, and there's other stuff for Shaman to do, as you mentioned, sort of the triple win condition. This is where you feel yourself in a little bit of trouble, right? Because it's like, well, I've got to clear this board so my board sticks. When can I even do that? And I was mentioning earlier, Shaman, one of the primary decks of saying, well, if you get to turn 7 and you're against a Shaman, you might well just die at any given moment.
I think furthermore, because something that I didn't necessarily address at the time, Banter kept the Titan in this matchup, which I think is largely with the idea in mind that kind of the games pan out like this fairly often, right? You curve out, you land a board, and if you are ahead on board throughout the early turns and you just jam the Titan on curve, Druid's not killing that. Ever.
It's not equipped, is it?
Yeah. No. There is a command of Neptulon that has appeared in Gabby's hand, which might have something to say about that, but under normal circumstances, it's not a minion that dies when you play it on curve. So that allows you, especially if you have that stick on 6, like if you play the Titan on 6 and then play Flash of Lightning with your free spell for that turn, and then the Titan sticks for the next turn as well, they're dead. Just forget it. There's like no hand that you have at that point that doesn't kill your opponent. So.
And so do you think that this Overdraft is just going to be played kind of no matter what this turn then? Because I do agree with banterface's first play there, where the Ancestral Knowledge just was too good not to press this turn, but then suddenly the Overload going into next turn, as you mentioned, banterface is already ahead on board, it's going to end this turn ahead on board. It would be absurd, right, not to set up the Titan for turn 6?
It does look like the most positive line here, yeah. Banter seems to agree. Gets the 1 mana back just to be able to drop a totem on board. Totem's somewhat threatening still in this matchup. It's one of the things about the Chisel, right, where the Chisel represents what a lot of like fake pressure, I would say, overall, where people get scared of the fact that you have 3 or 4 totems on your board, as if you're going to OTK them on turn 4 or something without any discounts, which isn't really going to happen. But the threat of extra bodies on board is always scary in spots like this. Great play by Gabby, by the way. Gabby, without seeing Banter's hand, knows exactly what's going on here. And now, if Banter just plays a Titan on curve, Gabby has already set up to deal with that situation in a very advantageous way for him. So it's one thing for us to sit here and go, okay, this is what Banter's plan is, and then Banter does that plan. It's another thing entirely for Gabby, his opponent, who can't see his hand, to also understand what Banter's plan is and play around
Right.
it.
And it's such a good setup because there's not really... Like, the Titans have 3 options, and none of them really solve this problem. I guess it's could play it and just kill the 5/5, right?
You can, yeah.
Like that is the best option if McBanter wants the Titan to live. But no, just gonna go value.
Draw 3, and then how many cards do we have in hand right now? 9? Okay. Annoying.
Does have the ability to kill this off though right now with the 3/3.
With Turn the Tides, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Could full clear.
So
Yeah, actually, that's really good, right? Actually, yeah.
I think that was good. That was a really good pickup. Because that's best of both worlds now, right? The Titan's gone down, and it's as not likely to die as it can possibly be.
Oh, Banter just says face damage.
Oh.
Okay. Counting on the following turn, perhaps? No discounts currently, but does have Zapper, 2 lightning reflexes. No crashes in hand currently, but okay, sure.
Was this just an assumption that because the minion is exactly Topia that, well, it's probably going to die anyway next turn, so I'll just push the damage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. It does make a lot of sense, actually, when you break it down, right? Because now suddenly you've kept an extra 3/3 on the board that your opponent has to attack into, right? Like, that's an extra minion that they have to clear, or else you're threatening bioluminescence on the following turn.
Yeah, and push 3, right? So... And as you well know from our testing, I also like to just ignore the board and push face with damage when you play the deck like this. And this is what I was talking about, where now, at this point, even if the Titan goes down and the board's clear, Gabby will not feel safe. Not necessarily, anyway.
Ooh, Crash of Thunder pickup. Okay, there's the Flash of Lightning. So it's definitely lethal next turn. But how do we feel about lethal outs this turn? I don't think there are any.
I think with the Flash pickup, it's just not worth it, is it? Just do stuff. I say do stuff. Probably not Lightning Storm.
It's fine. The one overload is not going to impact your ability to kill from 19 with double reflexes in hand, I don't think.
Yeah, my only worry is, do you want to overload when your opponent has some random stuff in hand, right? Like, that's the... And he also knows the Astalor's there, right?
Yep.
So I guess that's just the one thing to think about is, does banterface want maximum mana? Because these 2 minions, he's never dead, right? Like, these 2 minions are never going to kill him.
Well,
so I'm just wondering if he wants, like, maximum.
I think because you saw all of the discounted hand get dumped on the previous turn, I agree with you. But Solar Eclipse plus things can do some disgusting stuff when you are leaving minions up on board if you have a heavily discounted hand. But no, alright, I'm down.
My hand is too full.
Yeah, so now Gabby can gain that extra armor from Astalor, or maybe go for something else here. I'm just going to Abyssal Wave, okay.
Yeah,
Tell
I
the
think
hand,
Gabby...
make it a little bit more awkward, okay.
Yeah, I think Gabby understands the assignment here, right? Like, Gabby's dead unless Banter needs to draw something next turn, right? If Banter's set up to draw something next turn to win the game, then maybe that stops it from happening. Discover first.
It actually did burn something good as well, so...
Yeah, I don't think it matters, though. I think Banter just has the hand.
Yeah.
Comfortably. He's counting damage right now as to whether he actually ever needs extra minions from something like Command of Neptulon, but I think you're better off just rebuying here with Zap.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zap's the autopilot pick if you are unsure.
Turn the Tides, I think that's less consequential. Feral Spirits as well can now go Feral, Bio,
Bio.
Bolt, Crash, and then whatever the additional discover is. Yep, that's fine.
Bolt, done.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think these 5/4s were necessary, because for the mana you spent on these 5/4s, you could have just played the Novice Zapper instead, which is the same amount of spell damage, for example, and you could just had a 0 mana cycle on the Zap. But it doesn't matter. Like the way to kill people with this deck doesn't matter. Pick a way that works and then execute it. Right? That's really the way to look at it.
Yeah, simply deal the damage in a bit of a nothing game there, and I don't even mean that in a negative way, but Gabby, outside of threatening the Titan, threatening a board with Topia, we saw kind of what we described at the beginning of the match and how we feel the matchup goes, right? Is, well, banterface got on board early, like the Shaman is kind of built to do, and there was just answers for anything that was needed, right? Like, even banterface could have gone other ways with the Titan, whether it's the AoE or the strictly, deal the damage to a single big minion. And it's just one of those things where, so the Shaman is just so flexible in that kind of matchup that it's very, very hard to beat when Gabby on the Druid was a little bit more of a one-dimensional plan with just, having a board focus and trying to buff those. But if you're just not allowed to stick anything, what's Gabby supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Banter was in control of the tempo of that game from turn 1, essentially. And tempo means a lot of things to a lot of people, but, the way I like to view it is who's asking the questions and who's being forced to provide the answers. And Banter was the only person asking questions in that entire game, right? It was, here's some minions, can you kill them, or are you going to take 11 damage from them? Oh, you chose to take 11 damage from them option. Okay. Here's my Titan. Can you deal with this and generate a board that's so scary that I can't just set up to OTK you the next turn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you couldn't? Unlucky, you died. Like, that's essentially the way that game went over the course of a number of turns, is that Banter was just fully in control throughout. And again, it's the way the deck is put together to do that, to be annoying to your opponent throughout the early turns by playing essentially just an aggro tempo board based deck throughout the early turns, and then just, oh hey, surprise, even if you didn't manage to take any chip damage and get control and actually regain control of the game around turn 8 or so, I now still have the ability to fall back on an OTK. So very, very nicely played from Banter.
Yeah, and I think the first display of many that we'll see from Shaman across the board. I think we're going to see a theme over the course of the weekend of Shaman really just showing how adaptable that deck is to what you actually need to achieve in any given matchup. But we are going to go dive straight into game number 4. The Druid once again for Gabby, going up into what I would say is a slightly better matchup here with the Hunter as the last deck that banterface needs to take a win with. But I do say slightly better because even though the Shaman is probably king of just being able to do what we just saw, this Hunter is also capable of not only putting on early game pressure with the likes of Tremors, but also do some AoE clear, do some removal at least to keep any sort of early pressure from Gabby down. But Awakened Tremors is not a bad start against especially exactly Druid.
And Gabby kind of having to get ahead of this, dumping the coin to get a Treant in play so he doesn't just end up straight up taking 8 from these 4 ones that are going to come down this turn. Ooh, okay.
I love Titan Forge Trap so much that I forge it on turn 2 even when I know I shouldn't. Because I'm like, but I get 2 secrets now. I just love it so much. I'm like, forge. Oh, I could have played something on curve to pressure my opponent. Nah, I'll get those 2 traps later on, though.
Forge is a very Raven mechanic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I could just play sensibly, but if I do this, it does more, and more is better.
Yeah, everyone loves more stuff, okay? And especially, and to be fair, when you have the Starstrung Bow in hand staring at you as well, it is more attractive, right? It is achieving a lot more as well. Oh, there is.
Okay.
Forge. You know you want to.
You ever realize how broken your brain is? That when someone says the word forge, it just sounds like a Twitch emote and not a real word to you?
Gabby has to do something pretty strong now. Does have good options. Can have some plays on board, and of course, but banterface had a arguably slow turn. But that's the difficult thing to handle with Titan Forged is, yes, the hunter has some sort of whiffed mana, so to speak, but double secrets is such a pain with the secret package that exists right now. The hunter can basically, it feels like they can basically just pick which two they want for whatever situation or matchup they're in, and that's why it's so strong.
Yep. I love Hunter Secrets. I think Hunter Secrets are the best secrets and have been so consistently. Not best as in strongest necessarily, but the most feeling like your opponent is playing a trick on you when they get played, right?
Yeah,
Which is how secrets are sort of supposed to feel in my head.
Yeah. There are some great combos you can do with this as well, because the addition of zombies and then some of the other options like zombies and then bait and switch can get so silly, right? It was your opponent's turn, yet you've cleared some of their board and you've gained minions, but on your opponent's turn, it's like, right, seems good. Cat trick, of course, a fan favorite, I think, for hunter enjoyers of yore, I guess.
Yeah, purely just because of that golden art, though, which is fantastic, of course.
Yeah.
Also a big fan of the Wandering Monster bait and switch combination.
Yes.
Unlucky, you are proccing this no matter what you do.
Yeah. And if you're face tanking, oof, get ready.
Oh, you died. Unlucky.
Yeah, I've done that many times. Embrace nature. Gabby gonna get some work done himself, but already the havoc starts to ensue with a cat trick hidden. And it's something I do think a lot when I'm playing Hunter on ladder. I sit there and think, wow, my opponent must be annoyed. Because they did a whole turn and my board improved.
I'm afraid the one who's going to be annoyed this game is named McBanterface, because the card draw into the drum circle and then double discount to make it cost 5 with both abilities combined on the next turn. Yeah, good night.
It's actually one reason, I don't know if you caught it, but one of the reasons why when I was sort of prepping for this tournament, I initially wasn't playing a Krakenbane list, and one of the other cards I was playing was the... Oh no.
Oh no!
My brain's just gone blank. The one mana spell that makes sure the spells insta-kill, do poison.
Sure, yeah, something spores, right?
But that gives you options
Next
with
game.
Ricochet. But yes, Banter does not have that card. Therefore, there are 0 options. And even if there were, it would have been still quite difficult. Would have needed like spores and then like Ricochet to even have a chance there. But still,
Sure.
Gabby, just like that, fights back. And already it's match 1, Sol. And we're going down to game 5.
Oh, Spines, in fact. Urchin Spines is the name of the card.
I don't know why I blanked, because like I said, up until like 2 days ago, I was playing the list with that a lot. But still, I think this series already is giving us such a good display of the meta, right? You could almost watch this series and be like, and then go to ladder and be like, yep, saw that deck, yep, saw that deck, because it's giving us a good idea of what's pretty much going on ladder that these players have been using to qualify for this tournament. So we are going to be going to game 5. Both players evened up, and it means it's going to be Hunter once again from Banterface, and I've gone blank. What's Gabby got left?
Gabby has won with the
Shaman.
Druid and the Mage, so it's the Shaman remaining for Gabby on the other side. So, interesting one for sure. I think the aggro Hunter... I don't know how I feel about this, because when I was playing Shaman, felt like the Hound Hunter matchup was very, very easy, and that was reflected in the stats that I was getting, and then talking to other players, they're like, no, Hunter's kind of annoying, they can be awkward, they can do things to really mess with you.
By Hunter, do you mean Hollow Hound?
Yeah, I'm not, well, no, not so much. It's the combination of because they're playing 40 cards, they're often playing Speaker Stomper in there as well, right? So they have the ability for fast starts that can win board early and pressure you. They have secrets that can be disruptive. And then if you are forced to go all in, which sometimes you are, right? Sometimes against an aggro deck with Shaman, you play an early flash for tempo, and then you just play your lightning reflexes and you end with a Crash of Thunder on turn 4 or whatever. And that's never going to be lethal, but it can swing the board and then you get in front and you might have dealt 12, 18 damage, something like that in the process, right? And then maybe you can get there with chip damage. That's when Hollow Hound really comes in as a factor in situations like that when you've been forced through early.
Yeah.
But my perception early was that Shaman did very well against the mid-rangey hunter, and then when the more aggressive hunters were appearing, I was having a more difficult time. But as I've dipped back into Shaman specifically in preparation for this tournament, my personal experience has now been the exact opposite of that. So I don't necessarily know where I fall on this one.
I was going to say, the way I'm viewing this as a hunter enjoyer right now, of playing, I've ran into this matchup a lot, as you can imagine. I feel like, however much I kind of hate to say this, is that the both decks basically are trying to do the same thing. It's just that the Shaman does it all a little bit better.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can get on board with that. Certainly, if you draw schooling, then it starts to get significantly more difficult.
Even straight off the bat, banterface going second, I think, is... There's some great uses for the coin with this deck, but against Shaman, you want to just get cooking, right? You want to get those minions down straight away and give Gabby as few opportunities as possible to start winning on board, because I think this will rely on banterface getting ahead on board, relying on these secrets, on the Awakening Tremors as well. But like you said, with the Piranhas, it's not what you want to see if you're a Hunter Enjoyer right now.
Yeah, having drawn Speaker Stomper, though, if Banter can go win board into Speaker Stomper and just push a ton of damage, that's probably the biggest win condition from here. I do like this play of coining out the 3-4. Like, yes, getting the ability played nice and early is, of course, core, but I think also just coining the 3-4. Generally, this deck, the Shaman, wants to spend 3 mana on turn 3 very consistently. They want to play Feral Spirits on turn 3. They want to play Turn the Tides on turn 3. They want to play Ancestral Knowledge plus Flow Rider on turn 3, right? Like some combination of cards that actually just plays for tempo or progresses their game plan in some way. So by putting a minion in play that would survive all that and kind of forcing Gabby to do something a little bit different, I think Banter has just managed to be slightly annoying on Gabby's turn, which is a big upside.
Was that drawn off the top? Did that get
sure
played
was.
so fast we didn't see it in hand? Yeah, I was going to say, what a draw. But now the big question for me is, like, again, be prepared. This is going to be me all weekend. But, like, is this just a secret turn? I know the Speaker Stomp is there, but, like, I feel like the Stomper should be used to back up a board, right?
No,
and without a board, great, your opponent has to deal with the Stomper. Oh no. But is he going to forge, or is he going to play the secrets out of hand?
That's the question, right? I don't think you necessarily need to go for the Titan Forged right now, because I think Cat Trick Hidden Meaning would be a pretty premium combination of secrets that you would take in this position anyway, right? So I see no reason not to just jam them.
Yeah, I think if you talked about specific combos of secrets, there are better options if you could cherry pick, but because you can't, it's not worth it.
This will unlock and float a mana at the end of the turn because of the way Thorim works, so Gabby can choose to play around Hidden Meaning here if he would like to.
Or just play the 2-1, honestly. Like, that's an option.
Yep.
Because the secret's played from hand. I think he knows it's hidden, right? Which sounds like a stupid sentence. He knows it's hidden,
knows
but you know what I mean. He knows which secret it is. Here we go. We're going to see if banterface is thinking about Titan or not. Oof, this is tricky, isn't it? Because bait and switch feels good. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, I didn't know he had the 1 mana left for the Yorumunga. Okay.
Yeah.
Bait and switch is good.
Gabby gonna go face, look for the explosive trap first and foremost, does find the explosive trap.
And now just lands a clean Titan, I imagine, yeah. Just deal 3 heal.
Yeah, deal and heal looks like the way to go. Ancestral Knowledge to draw the cards.
Yeah, good ordering from Gabby, nice and clean.
Yep.
Again, he had, I believe that was 100 full knowledge, right? There's only the pair of secrets, like natural secrets in the deck.
Of the two that were played from hand, yes, there's only two
Yes.
copies. Two different secrets in Banter's deck, so yeah, knew what they were.
But there's star power. What a card.
Indeed. The full clear coming out is nice, but Banter, I think, really wanted to just have some tempo that turn, right? Like, he wanted Cat Trick to go off and not be able to be cleared. He wanted Hidden Meaning to go off, so he got another minion at the start of the turn. And then he wanted to go face with all of those minions and slam Speaker Stomper. That's what he wanted to do, because that's the route to winning the game. He is going to be able to do that here, maybe, a turn further down the line, especially as he's just seen the trigger from Gabby, the Flash of Lightning come out.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem here is it's slipping away. This is the stage where you're in as Hunter, where you just know it's slipping away.
Yep.
Right? Because although banterface had some good early pressure, there's been not a lot of card draw. There's no weapons. There's no big. Okay, there's a weapon now. Good job. There's none of the big spell damage buffs. You know, all that stuff's missing, which means this 30 or 28 health is quite the way away.
I know exactly what's happening here because I have also done exactly this while on camera playing a tournament. Gabby right now is saying there is a single copy of this card in your deck. You absolutely do not have it in your hand right now. Yeah, they always have it, actually.
Yeah.
It's there, mate. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't know what to tell you.
At least it's a one-of. I mean, it's as good a turn as banterface is going to get, isn't it? Get that bow out, start doing some damage.
That's the question, right? Is like, does Banter want to ricochet shot hero power and Stomper here, or does he want to go with the weapon, which leaves some of the board up on the other side? I think
I'd go weapon 100%.
Pretty tight call overall, but I'm kind of leaning towards agreement with you.
The problem is, you're not playing the long game versus Shaman, right? Like, this is the window. Play the Stomper, cause this problem. Yep, there you go, Gabby. Nice one, mate. And then pile in the damage, because this weapon is 12 damage over 2 turns. That's a big deal.
Yep. Okay, Zapper is a very nice draw. In terms of... So the premium draws to draw on a turn like this, firstly, Flash of Lightning, right? Like, you just play it again this turn, so you're ready to go again next turn with the OTK setup. That's the best case scenario. Novice Zapper, though, is about as efficient as extra spell damage gets in the deck, right? 1 mana for +2 spell damage once you land Bioluminescence on it. So it's very high potential that he might still be able to get things done next turn. Does use a Lightning Reflexes to find some answers here, which is going to make life a little bit more difficult for him on the following turn. But the extra good news as well is that having the Carving Chisel here this is one of the situations where I will admit Carving Chisel is a very, very good card. When you have been disrupted and you're still trying to achieve lethal, right? Like lethal without discounts, having 0 mana summon a minion from a pre-equipped weapon is very, very effective at being able to do that.
Any freebies are huge. Okay, this draw's going to be big for banterface because he must know. Oh, see, Salt, this is going to be something I'm going to talk about over the weekend. Not a fan of Krakenbane in the deck. Putting it out there. Feels clunky a lot of the time. Can do it this time, but he just missed the hero power, right?
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. It's very close.
And let's be honest, though, the banterface doesn't really have a choice, right? I think this is just play it all. I guess you can hold 1 ricochet shot because the first one's confirmed. Wait a minute. Oh, so gotta do the Krakenbane this turn, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you need to triple spell to juice the thing, right? So.
Yeah, I just thought... I don't know what draw stops you doing Krakenbane next turn, but I guess it's the 3/3 on board is a benefit. Oh no, go in hero power.
Okay, has Gabby pre-counted this is the question. Can attack a 0 attack minion, which is very nice. Well, joke's on you. Thought he could attack a 0 attack minion to get the minion down and play.
I
So he
love
now
that
has
secret.
1 mana on Zapper, 3 mana on Bioluminescence.
Oh, yeah.
And then
He's
he can
pointing
just
at face,
rip
all
the
it's over.
crashes. Yep, looks good to me.
Yeah. It looks like Gabby is going to be the winner of the first series on stream today of the Summer Masters Tour Championship here. What a matchup, though, sort of like. What a way to kick off the day and kick off the tournament. We got a good spread of decks. We had some close matchups. We had some overpowering matchups. And we've seen a high number of burst damage potential coming out of these decks, and something I think we're going to see over the course of this weekend. But congratulations to Gabby moving on into the winners bracket of the group. But of course, this does mean that Banterface is by no means out of the tournament. We are playing double elimination groups, so Banterface is still going to be knocking around, but he will have to now win the other matches he has left today to be able to move on to tomorrow.
And a lot of people will look at that, like that, just that last game, for example, right, and say, oh, it was an OTK, you know, it was just a combo deck. They just hoarded cards and comboed and ended the game, right? But turns 1 through 7, both decks were fighting for the board incredibly aggressively on every single turn, right? And that's why I really like this Shaman deck, because it's a deck that ends with a really fun, interesting, cool combo for the person doing it to execute. I understand that the people on the receiving end of it are not having such a good time. But in order to get there, you have to compete for board, right? Because if at any point Gabby had got too greedy and ignored what was going on the board, or not sequenced his turn incredibly well to be able to summon the cat trick, clear the cat trick, summon the wandering monster, summon the hidden meaning, deal with that as well, right? If that board had been able to get out of control on Banter's side, suddenly Banter has 3 or 4 minions in play and then plays the Speaker Stomper, right? And then suddenly we have an entirely different game of Hearthstone.
Wasn't Gabby on 3 health at the end of that game?
Exactly.
Like, that's nothing, right?
So that fight from turn 1 to turn 5 to turn 6 or so as to who is going to dominate the board early is much, much more crucial in these Shaman matchups than people give it credit for. And I think Gabby did an excellent job in that last game being able to get there, as well as navigating through the turn under Speaker Stomper conditions extremely well on the penultimate turn of the game as well.
Yeah, this was just our first match kicking off the tournament this weekend. There's plenty more coming up, but we're going to go to a quick break while we set up more Hearthstone for you guys. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are underway here with our first day in the group stage. I will be your host for game number 2. I'm Dawn, or Dragon Rider, and joined today by Lorinda. How you doing?
I'm doing great. What a way to kick it off with Gabby and banterface there in that first one. I don't know how we're going to top that all weekend, to be honest, but here we are. Game 2 of the weekend, saying we can't top it. We always find a way. And we're going to have another good one for you coming up soon. We're going to have Tansoku versus Insane, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are, as Raven and Sottle mentioned, there are tons of very, very good players in this entire bracket. So let's take a look at these players that we have here in our group stages. And for this Group A, we do see Wiku and Meaty moving into that winners. So they won their first match. There will be some elimination matches as well. It's going to be 2 wins to get through these groups to get to day 2. So going to be a tough battle for some of these players, but I don't know how you're feeling about this one. I feel like it's been a pretty close series so far for Group A.
Yeah, Meaty was nearly reverse swept there. He was 2-0, got back to 2-2, but ended up going through. Group B here, it's just name after name. Renman versus Casey in the elimination. We are trying to show you an elimination match here. We're not going to show every single match, so we're going to show you matches where people get removed. So you get to see nearly everybody at least once. Some of the O2s will miss, but we'll see most players at least once during the course of today, and obviously all of the top 8 tomorrow. But these groups, look at this pocket train, Dreadeye just cruising through there. And Nagon and Rulion, whose name I probably didn't get it right, but yeah, into that elimination match. It's just name after name. Like you said, they're all good names, but some of the names are just a little bit bigger than the others, especially in this group, Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Group C and Group D looking very, very stacked. And here we saw Gabby beating McBanterface in that very close series in that first game. So moving into that winners, but we are going to be seeing plenty more action, including our next game that you and I will be covering here, Lorinda. And that is going to be, as you mentioned, Tansoku versus Insane. Which, what do we have for their decks, Lorinda? I know you and I were talking a little bit about this before we got into this call.
Yeah, so Insane has got the fairly aggressive lineup, actually. But everybody in the tournament's got a mage of some sort. Mainly going to be the Sith mage. Some are going to be bringing that Naga mage. Insane has got the Outcast DH. He's got the Shaman. And he has the Arcane, Secret, Face, whatever you want to call it. The weird Hunter deck that, if you played it, it doesn't feel weird. But where does your damage come from? You do 12 damage with your weapon and 18 damage from space. I don't know where it comes from.
From somewhere, yes.
Tansoku, on the other hand, has the Warlock, he has the Rogue, the Druid, and the Mage, a little bit off the wall. And yeah, look at these stats. 2016 has the golden card back more than 5 times, apparently.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. The Tansoku is one of the 2 players from Japan. Apparently, Tansoku also means short-legged person in Japanese, which I don't know. I didn't think the Dawn or Dragon Rider meant that, but I think I fit in there as well. Very short legs. But both of the Japanese players actually both brought the same lineup, or very, very similar. They both brought the same style of decks, and that does include that Warlock that we are seeing here. I know, Lorinda, that you are not a fan of this Warlock. How do you feel seeing this here?
I mean, I'm not allowed to say the words that this invokes in me on broadcast, but this deck is incredibly powerful when it does its incredible powerful thing, which is play a slime on turn 4 or turn 5, and then get a thing, which then gets you another thing, which then gets you loads of things, and you thing them to death. Or you do nothing, you clear the board 3 turns in a row, and then you die horribly. With not a lot in between, to be honest. How do you see it? Give us a more realistic view about it.
Yeah, it has a lot of stat potential, a lot of repetitive boards that can be difficult for other decks to deal with, but it does feel like it can be a little bit high-rolly sometimes, as you mentioned, trying to really get into that slime. But we do have some other decks on the other side, and as you mentioned, fairly aggressive potentially here. So let's look at Insane and talk about his lineup here, bringing Outcast DH, Rainbow Mage, Nature Shaman, and that Secret or Arcane Hunter. a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more bursty potential. I am personally a huge fan of the Outcast Demon Hunter and this, how it's kind of well positioned to me in this meta for this tournament.
Yeah, if you're willing to just not have certain things your opponents line up, like Mage, which everyone's brought, the Outcast is just pretty beaty. There's not a lot to say about this deck. If you've played this deck once or twice, you'll realise it's surprisingly fiddly and complicated to play optimally. But also, sometimes it doesn't matter if you play optimally. You just put some things on the board and hit them and they die, and then you draw some more cards and they die again. And then you drop Helveria and everyone has Rush and gets really, really big, and they will die again. Like, you can kill people so many different ways with this deck so quickly, but being precise with it is actually quite hard.
Yeah, there is definitely some combinations or different play styles that you can do with the deck. I feel like there is the kind of just go for the Outcast stuff, maybe go a little bit wide on board, try to find some answers from generating those Outcast cards, or there is that building into the kind of wide board that has a lot of rush minions and getting a lot of burst damage with the Helveria damage, as you mentioned. But it is kind of interesting to me. I think it is pretty well positioned. I feel like it does well into Mage. So yeah, with all of the players bringing Mage, it seems pretty solid here, and it can be pretty aggressive, go decently fast, which into things like that Warlock that we saw might prove pretty useful.
It's going to be interesting all the way through this tournament. Sottle made the point when I was practicing the other day, when I was streaming, I think, and he made the point in stream, that we don't really have good data for this particular tournament from replay sites, because there's only like 30 or 40 players in the world capable of playing these decks really well in these matchups right now. There's so many matchups, there's so many decks that you can play now, even all the way down to, it will give Warrior an example of a deck you can play. You might not do very well with it, but you will bump into a Warrior on ladder if you play enough Hearthstone. It's not like the zeros across the board we had at the end of last meta. So the numbers are thin and the number of people playing them are high, and I think we're going to disagree as casters, as players, a lot about matchups until we see over this weekend how the top players play them.
Oh, absolutely. And it's also very interesting. I think that Sottle was bringing this up in that first series as well, about not only the difference in what people kind of think about matchups, but also in card choices. And I think we're going to see that in some of these lists throughout the whole weekend. But we're jumping into game number 1 here. Tansoku on this Druid, and Insane here bringing in this Hunter for the first game. Now, it's kind of interesting, as you mentioned, that the damage from this Hunter can kind of just appear out of nowhere. But some of these cards right now, I am not sure. Is Ricochet Shot going to be good enough here, dealing just 1? I think Insane's going to need to find something a little bit here to combat some of these treants that are going to start to come down from Tansoku.
There is that for now, but you can dig up the poison spines. I'm going to be terrible with the names of all the cards this time around. If he has them in the deck. I'm just having a look, and he does not, so he can't. There you go.
Yeah.
So yes, you're right. The Ricochet Shot is going to do very little here.
And that Lingering Zombie is one that is a card that we're seeing one of those differences in as well. Some of the Druids that were brought have the Lingering Zombie, and I believe some of them don't. So that's yet another card, even though it may be not one of the most powerful cards. It's another card that players seem to kind of be disagreeing on, kind of which direction they want to bring this Druid in. Slightly more aggressive with more of these minions or not. But the Ricochet Shot can at least start to answer that. It is going to be a little bit awkward here, though, but there needs to be more treants, right? That's what these Druids, regardless of which version, are looking for, those treants. There is the Blossoms that is in hand, and now the Witchwood Apple has just been picked up. So there is a little bit of that generation there, and the Seedsman in hand as well for Tansoku, going to be able to ramp up a little bit more, get closer to that drum circle for either more treants or additional stats. And it's going to kind of depend which route that he wants to go with that on the current state of the board when he's able to play it.
Yeah, he's doing this first so that he lowers the chance of hitting face, which isn't a thing that happened straight away. And now has decisions to make on the second one.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there going face first, but is it
What's his
something he wants to
next?
risk with the second one?
I'm trying to find another option.
Yeah.
He probably wants to get this cat trick down this turn, so he's wondering whether to just arcane shot and suck it up or go for the second shot. Like, do you want the second shot later? Is the second shot actually going to be useful later? I think not. I think doing 2 now, 3 times, is probably the best you're going to get out of it. And then you get to dump the cat trick on the board, so you've got something on board for next turn as well. I like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to just clear these up as well, pretty handy. Now, I guess looking to potentially make a trade. You definitely do want to try to keep as much off the board against the Druid as possible, but is it necessary at this point, or...
Well, just set it up to do the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
The Druid deck, I think one of the things that maybe put the top players off, and we've heard already from Sottle that Pocket Train was somebody who actually thought this was very close. I think something that might put the top players off is the skill ceiling is quite low. And yeah, the deck is super good, but there's not a lot of room for movability.
This is a really interesting turn here for Insane. Does he just want to go? Yeah, it was kind of a choice between, do you just want to go for 1 4/4 body, or did you want to play the Farstrider and buff those up? But again, keeping Druid off of the board as much as possible can definitely go a long way, especially as you mentioned, kind of building up to some of that potential damage. But right now, there's really not a whole lot of damage in hand for Insane, and it might just be a delay as much as possible, get to that Prison of Yogg-Saron, and hope that you get something good.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else going on here, is there?
No.
The prison is incredibly variable, I've noticed. You often only get the first use out of it in these situations, especially against something like Druid. You're going to have 4 spells and a prayer. Not a lot else can happen here for him, I don't think.
Well, Tracker coming into hand can certainly draw into something. And Awakening Tremors going to be able to allow Insane to get on the board here, which, especially after just seeing Tansoku drop that Seedsman and not going wide with more bodies than just the single minion, this seems like a very good setup here for Insane. A lot of pressure.
Yep, this is a lot, but it's going to be a lot to get through as well, a lot of the time. That glowing drum circle there.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot of stats.
But no way of eclipsing it that I can see.
Yeah, not this turn. So is that something that's
take it?
Is it? Yeah, is it just go for it here on turn 7, or is it stall and try to get even more value out of it?
Oh, you can see what he wants to do. He just wants to take 1 million damage and not die, but common sense has prevailed, unfortunately, because I wanted to see him take that and see what happened. But yeah, it's big enough, isn't it? It's a lot of stuff.
It is. And I think with already seeing both ricochet shots used as well, these minions for Insane being at just 4 attack actually lines up pretty well, I think, for Tansoku, with the minions having 6 health on his side of the board. But yeah, here it is. One minion going down, 1 treant going down, and this Prison of Yogg-Saron coming out. We're going to see, is it going to benefit Insane, or is it going to be a punish?
So, this makes me laugh every time. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
No, he was getting well excited there for a second, but yeah.
You can't get too excited too quickly with Yogg.
It's infinitized though for next turn. Is there a next turn? There's going to be a next turn, right? There's no buff in hand here for Tansoku that I can see. Oh, he's looking for one with the evidence.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely could search for it here. More potential for discovering into something. These are not the damage that he's looking for here. Yeah. Still several mana left after this ANR and Lifeblood coming out. Again, no additional damage.
Well, no additional damage, but also, whilst this hunter can do a lot of damage of burst, I don't think 26 is particularly in its wheelhouse. It's got to clear.
Yeah. Is there even a way to clear all of this from Insane right now? Really going to have to try to find something. There is the potential to draw. There is the potential to discover something else with that Infinitize. But is it enough?
Yeah, is there anything else? Is the other question. Like, he can pick away at some of the stuff on the board.
Yeah.
And draw cards, but are cards from his deck what he wants, or are random nonsense cards what he wants right now? The good removal's in his deck.
Yeah. Well, gonna start with the Conjured Arrow, clear something, and hope to draw into something else here. The other Conjured Arrow, this single target removal is just not doing enough to clear up all of this damage on the board from Tansoku, though.
Right. Oh, Sunwell time, everybody.
Well,
No.
nothing. Yeah. That was a very unfortunate situation for Insane, but on the other side of the board, that is exactly the kind of lineup, the kind of initial start to the game and lead into that big board in the mid game to close things out fairly quickly that Tansoku was absolutely looking for. I know Subtle said that he was maybe not a believer in the Druid as much as some other players. Obviously, Tansoku was there, but the draws also for Insane did not seem like they were going his way.
Yeah, I think that deck's going to be interesting all weekend to see. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how it unfolds. I think Sottle said he wasn't a believer, but I also believe, just in fairness to Sottle, he's willing to defer to Pocket Train on such matters. If Pocket Train says it's really close, it's probably really close. But yeah, 1-0 in the books, and it did look pretty good there. And the Hunter... What do you make of this Hunter deck? It seems to me to be incredibly stable. It seems to be pretty good, but feels like there's just something slightly missing sometimes. That was one of those games where it just didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's a really interesting type of deck, I feel like, because there is that potential, but personally, I feel like you have to really have the decent draws along with it. And as we saw there, the draws just weren't lining up. Maybe it was just that matchup, but I feel like I'm a much more believer in the Hound Hunter style of Hunter rather than this kind of arcane secret Hunter. And I know that some of the players too, for like McBanterface, he is not thrilled with his choice of bringing that arcane Hunter. So I am definitely very interested to see how it pans out. And here are some of the turns that we saw for Insane on that Hunter. The not really being able to buff up the arcane spells with those ricochets just didn't quite clear enough there from the board.
Yeah, and this, just for a start, this first couple of spells, start thinking, oh my goodness, he's going to get out of this. But no, he didn't get out of it. And still has that to go through. Such is the Conquest life. Tansoku's lineup, by the way, was basically... I mean, it's banned the Shaman, but if you look at the stats against the Shaman, I think he chose to just ban Shaman every round. I think he rated Shaman as good. All of his decks are terrible against Shaman. So that's allowed him some versatility against the field, but banning Shaman, is that where we want to be? That's another thing we have to find out over the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly interesting because also most of the players did bring Shaman. Not all of the players. I think 13 of the 16 have Shaman. So that's kind of one of those, are they trying to beat Shaman? Do they think that they have enough good matchups against the Shaman that they don't need to ban it? Or is it just the deck that they're going to say, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to ban that Shaman and try to win against everything else. As you mentioned, that's sometimes the nature of Conquest, and especially with having to have 4 decks for a lineup. I often feel like players are very comfortable with the first 2 or 3 decks, and then they kind of have to just fill in a 4th. So it could be kind of awkward for them to decide which deck they will ban in this situation. But we are going to be getting into game number 2 here. And there is that Warlock, Lorinda. Tansoku bringing in this Warlock, and Insane actually switching over. With Conquest, the player that loses can choose to switch decks. And it looks like Insane has decided to switch off of that Hunter and bring in the Mage.
Yeah, and he'll be pleased about that. And he'll be pleased about this draw as well, because it's pretty close to the nuts. You want to get on the board as this Mage. Sometimes you just don't. And the best way to get on the board is keyboard coin cold case, which he has 2 of cold cases. And that's going to represent a lot of stuff. On the other side, Tansoku with the slime, obviously in his hand, because that's what this deck does. It always has slime in its hand, and it always plays it, and it always gets the nuts. I'm not bitter.
I was going to say that sounds like a lot of very personal experience there, Lorinda. Maybe not from the player who's getting to play the slime. But yeah, as you mentioned, that keyboard into cold case, very, very solid. I mean, the big thing about this Rainbow Mage deck that a lot of players talk about is the amount of burst damage that's possible. But the Cosmic Keyboard also makes tempo sometimes potentially possible as well, especially when it is paired with cold case or follow-up bodies. Arcane Worm and some other small minions like that aren't necessarily the kind of tempo and the kind of bodies that you want to be pushing damage with, but they are there that can push a little bit of chip damage in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, it adds up. 1/3's remarkably annoying shape for a 1-drop, even in modern Hearthstone. You'd think that by now it'd sort of get out of that, but no, 1/3 is still annoying. But here we go. This is the thing that I always find difficult with this deck. When to deal with a slime, deal with the thing that comes out of the slime, deal the thing that comes out of the thing that comes out of the slime, or just ignore it and let them worry about it and hit them in the head. So you see him hovering there over the 7-drop, and that'll be his plan to get that down while still having some semblance of a Hearthstone game going on.
Yeah, there is always that debate, and it's always interesting to kind of see what players want to do because of the threat of things like Shallow Grave as well, right? It's not only just answering the slime in the first body, but if you don't answer the slime, is the Warlock player going to have the potential to create more bodies with Shallow Grave, or even Reverberation the slime as well, and create more bodies over the long term? And there's also really just no answer for it if he goes for killing it. So I do like this decision here to just kind of draw some cards, try to go for his own game plan here. And yeah, he is just completely ignoring the slime, going to try to push that damage and say, even if you do kill the slime off, you get some big bodies out on the board, I can just close out the game over the top of any taunts.
Yeah, notice he didn't go for armor there. He could have played the Artificer, but he's gone for the Bolt. So next turn he has damage from hand, he has Bolt, he has AoE, he has minions on board. That adds up to easily 11, which is the target number. That's kind of your... If you can do 11 on board, you might not be dead yet. He has the Alibi to hold on for a turn or two. He has the Reverberations in his deck waiting to be drawn, which is the reason that Mage is favoured in this matchup. You just kill their big thing and then it's gone, and then they don't have a big thing anymore, and eventually the Warlock just runs out of ways to keep getting stuff back. But sometimes they just kill you, and I think that's why this Warlock deck is popular, because people like decks that sometimes just kill you.
Yeah, and especially if the Mage doesn't find an alibi as well, those big stats, those big bodies definitely can add up very, very quickly.
It's just what this deck does.
Yep, there it is.
I'm not bitter. This deck has never hurt me personally, I swear. It just does this every time. 100% of the time. That's why we showed it.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck that is kind of a debatable deck, whether it is something that you're able to pull these things off, or is it just not worth even bringing. I think
Right.
most players, right, 14 of the 16 did not bring Warlock, and I think the consensus is that it's something that's not worth bringing. But
No, absolutely
it's,
right, Dawn. Yeah.
it's paying off for Tansoku right now.
There's a few cards in the history of Hearthstone, and there's a few decks as well, that your own personal experience is so different from other people's at times. Mine, this is one of mine, but also for the other players. And some of the cards like the Yogg location, for example, like different people have had different experiences of that because the number of outcomes is so large. And I think that if you've had good experiences with this Warlock deck, you just don't want to put it down because the things it does are so powerful when it does them.
Yeah, and I think sometimes too there is that little bit of difference between the kind of like Western and European views of decks and the meta versus some of the like Asia Pacific style of play as well, because both Tansoku and our other Japanese player both brought the same lineup. These were the two players that brought the Warlock, so there could just be a bit of a difference in the view there as well.
I think that's a good call. I think that traditionally, if Europe being the best region of the three competing this tournament, I think are easily the best region. Like, that's not personal preference. I'd like to support the Americas because I cast with TJ for a million years. But if Europe does have one weakness in its deck selections, I do think there's a little bit of snobbery around decks like this Warlock. Like, I wouldn't play that because look at it, it's a high roll deck. Not a lot. I think they're very, very objective, very mathematically based, and that sort of things. But if there is a thing, I think Europe sometimes just avoids stuff like this at source. We saw it with Token Druid 2 years ago as well. The Europeans weren't playing it. APAC were playing it a lot, and it did incredibly well when they brought it.
Yeah. Well, this is very interesting. I know yesterday in some of our prep, Lorinda, you and I were talking about this kind of difference between on-board damage versus in-hand damage, and we're really seeing that showcased in this match right now. Tansoku kind of has these decks, right, with this Druid, honestly, even the Mech Rogue that we potentially will be seeing, and the Warlock here that are very kind of focused on this on-board damage, building up these bodies, building up these big stats. And Insane, on the other hand, has more decks that are kind of focused on that from hand damage or building up a lot of that damage all in one turn. There is a decent amount of damage in hand now with this Sif kind of waiting, or the Norganon. I know Subtle and Raven were talking about the maybe discrepancy in if players want to bring Norganon or not. We do see it here for Insane. But is the damage in hand going to minions something that's going to be enough to clear this board and then close out the game in the long run?
That's what he's trying to set up. He's holding on to this alibi for dear life. Obviously, if you're not going to die, then you don't need to alibi, and he's doing the calculations over and over again. It can be really awkward. There's so many ways that the Warlock can do smallish amounts of damage, up to about 12, I'd normally argue. But, well, I would argue it's 7 million, but 12's more realistic. And he's going to hold on to his health gain, or his armor gain, and his alibis for dear life, and try and find that Sif, or try to cobble together a lethal somehow. He's going to need it soon.
Yeah, and this Forge of Wills coming down here, creating just even more stats on board. So many stats.
So many stats, yeah. It's a very large number of stats. 13-8 just appears for no particular reason.
I think it's also very interesting the Inquisitor or Inquisitive in the Mage deck here can create some board clears, and there might be potential that Insane is actually just setting up for that, trying to play these different spell schools, use those to kind of clear off some of these stats. But the Warlock certainly makes it awkward, even if there is board clears, because of the death rattles and the kind of repetitive board states, that even if you clear these, well, there's going to be more right behind that, as you mentioned earlier with things like the slime, right? You have to answer the first part and the second part. And is there enough damage? Is there enough mana to do all of that here? And that Inquisitive Creation does come down to close out, cleaning up that board there, cleaning up that second half. But also now at this point, Sargeras here going to be able to come down for Tansoku and just put out yet another board.
It is, but this is sort of the beginning of the end often for the Warlock if the Mage plays a tight game, where this stuff is annoying, this stuff can definitely kill you, yeah, it's very powerful, but the Mage now has a lot more control over what's going on. It knows what's going to happen to it. A lot of the surprises are starting to eke out, and getting through that part is often the turning point for the Mage. I would make Insane a decent favourite from this point on, although again, he still hasn't got actually any sort of semblance of lethal in hand.
Yeah, and that is definitely something that feels like the draws just haven't maybe lined up exactly for Insane yet again. There has been some good draws, but it's just not the pieces that he really wants. Sure, being able to play some of these spell schools has been great, but again, as you mentioned, now does he feel like he needs to play the defensive route right now to stop some of that damage with the solid alibi that he's been holding? Does he just go for this elemental inspiration, which we do see him choose to do? Unfortunately, on his side, no rush, so not going to be able to clean up any of that board. There is a single taunt, though, so going to slow down a little bit of the damage. But also on the other side, I'm looking at things in hand for Tansoku, like that Darkon, that could also threaten quite a bit of damage from the other side as well.
Yeah, one taunt and no rush, as you described there. Definitely not the outcome Insane was hoping for. But again, that's representing his own lethal now. He has to actually, this has to be dealt with. It's a lot of stuff. Because with any sort of chip damage in hand, he just wins the game. So Tansoku has got a lot of damage output available, but he's got to not die at the same time. And now things are getting tough for him.
Yeah. And, it's really interesting as well as we've looked through these deck lists. This elemental inspiration is also something that some players have in their mage lists and some don't. I've seen a lot of players even debating about one elemental inspiration or bringing two. And it can create a lot of pressure and a lot of board, as we saw, but if there is an answer for it on the other side, it feels like you kind of just spent a lot of mana to do nothing.
Yeah. Well, monster board once again. Inspiration, possibly slow. There is the backup plan of the alibi here. And now Insane, with only 14 cards in deck, is into double alibi find Sif mode and a lot of weird boxes to open, starting with his planted evidence.
Well, this is an interesting choice here. The Volcanomancy and Fire Sail kind of do the same thing. The Pyroblast would have been damaged, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, I did the sharp intake of air, wondering if Insane could go sort of bolt you, alibi, then pyro next turn, but there's enough health gain in the other deck that's probably a terrifying thing to do. But just for a second I was getting excitable, as I've been known to do.
The silence is interesting, but doesn't feel like it does enough. These removal pieces just don't feel like they are quite there. It's also kind of interesting as well, considering the fact that the board is full. So if Insane can kind of just set up the solid alibi, as you were talking about, kind of has saved it for this point, set it up now, and there's not really a lot that Tansoku can do in terms of trying to trade stuff off. I guess one of the 3/2s can go into the elemental on board. It's just going to be resummoned at the end of the turn if there is an empty space. But these kind of big bodies that we've talked about from the Warlock in general, they don't really do much against the solid alibi.
They do not. Although, yeah, they do enough to say that when you run out of alibis, we are going to kill you. But
right.
That's where we're at for now. Insane's plan now, though, his outs are the other alibi, a way to draw an alibi. And if he gets that, obviously the Sif available as well in some worlds. If he gets that, he does get to get the Metamorphosis and start pinging face as well.
Yeah, and there is no additional solid alibi in hand for Insane at the moment either. So this is definitely a lot of pressure, a lot of threat from Tansoku, and kind of putting Insane in a very similar spot to where he just was. You have to kind of choose between stopping my damage or going over the top and ending the game. And just in this draw, yeah, you can see Insane react to the draw there. Really not what he's looking for. He wants to be trying to find the damage to close out the game. Sif with these cheap spells right now would certainly do it, but that's not what happened.
Could hit the second alibi and enough damage to win and then draw the Sif because the deck's been thinned out. It's not a total disaster yet. It might just be about to become one, by the way, but right at this second, it's not a total disaster. He's wondering whether the 4 armor matters, and I think he's come to the conclusion it doesn't. Which I feel like I agree with.
Yeah, I think at this point the mana is much more important. Trying to manage how much mana he draws it. I mean, 8 cards left in deck. That Sif's still down there, but does find the alibi.
Oh, he terrifies me how often he ropes as well, by the way. So close every time.
He's a professional at this, and he'll get there.
It has been for many years.
Absolutely.
All right.
Is there any way for Tansoku to try to... I'm stretching here. Try to heal up and somehow go above the health cap.
Right. Do we know how big the Sif is going to be? I know that the creation was doing 6 last time we saw, so probably 8's up there, which is the 22 needed. I wouldn't like to swear to that, but Insane has been collecting cards rather than playing them with the Holy and the Fell in hand.
Yeah. And Tansoku did try to give himself the most health possible there. Usually you want to see reverb on kind of key minions that you really can't answer any other way, or something that's going to help maybe your own win condition. I've seen players do that, like reverberations on their own Sif for even more damage or something to that effect. But there, I think Tansoku just had to kind of go for the reverberations to try to get a little bit of armor and hope that that was enough at this point to say, okay, I've seen both solid alibis. You still haven't killed me. And I'm just going to hope that this is enough at this point to threaten lethal on you next turn and you can't kill me.
What does double fire sale do here? There's a 6/6 reborn and play, right? So that's something. But it clears a lot. I'm just not sure if it clears enough.
Yeah. And if he takes the star power, I don't think that's enough either. And you can't play star power and the fire sale in hand together at this point either. I guess with the discount he could, but I still don't. I feel like the star power was a little bit too risky.
Well, just a 6/1 left. Wow.
Okay, if Tansoku goes for double summon and and hits exactly the Darkon off of both, it's lethal.
Okay. Well, maybe that's his play.
I mean, maybe you start with one and see what you get, see what happens.
Might as well, yeah. If you get it, then you can just go for it.
Yeah.
He's just going to make another
Not
big
gonna
board.
go
I mean, he
for
knows
it.
Insane's
Yeah.
struggling like crazy to clear these boards, so one more time.
Yeah.
Does his out stuff?
Still no Sif drawn for Insane either.
No, and this time it looks like the end, does it not? Unless I'm missing something immense from the elementals.
Yeah, Insane is trying to find a way out, I think, just as we are here. I don't see it.
It's a load of taunts and 4-5 rushes, and I'm not sure how many intervention needs to be,
Yeah.
but it needs to be spectacular. Like at least 3, 4,
Yeah.
5 rushes. Oh, there's a ping, so 2, 4, 5 rushes, 1, 4, 5 taunt. That might be enough for now. It might not be too disastrous. I mean, it's not good, but
I mean, I guess reverberations on the rusher to try to clear up a couple of things, and as you mentioned, the ping can clear up the
Okay.
reverberations, but there's no ping if he goes for inspiration. He didn't.
gets to use the meta again, though. That's how this works.
Right.
Nice. That was pretty cool. I'd miss that. Forgetting you could use the hero power twice, though. But
Yeah. That is it. So Tansoku actually getting a win with that Warlock deck. All of those early stats really paid off in the end, and I think one big part of that, on the other hand, too, was that Sif just not being found for Insane really was a detriment. I mean, Insane played to his outs every time, really tried to slow things down and kind of, keep the board under control, keep the damage that Tansoku was able to push to a minimum as much as possible, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough.
yeah, and that leaves Tansoku with just the rogue remaining now. His worst deck in the matchup, I feel personally, just because what he's against. Insane with the Outcast that can go wide against it, the Mage that can reverberate a thing, and the Hunter, which is kind of a race, but the Hunter sometimes just makes 4-1 worms and gets there. So even though it's 2-0, it's not over by a long shot yet, but obviously you always want to be the person who's 2-0 in front rather than the person who's 2-0 behind. And all of those matchups, while I'm saying that the Rogue isn't necessarily favoured, you've got 3 goes at it. You're going to get one most of the time.
Yeah, and it's very true. We also have seen, as we've been getting fed information kind of behind the scenes, there have been multiple matches across our group stages that have started at this 2-0 and have gone to a game 5. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility here for Insane. So definitely can still show up, but is there going to be a way to stop the potential big, huge bodies here from this mech rogue as we jump into game number 3? Tansoku, as you mentioned, on that rogue. Insane now actually switching over to this Demon Hunter. So getting a game in on all 3 of his decks, even though he hasn't won any games yet. But double Slither Spear in hand seems like a pretty decent start.
Yeah, interesting what he kept there. I was very interested to see how he was going to go with that, with the security, being good at taking off Divine Shields and just generally being annoying. With the Legendary ready to just win the game at a throw, but he wanted even cheaper stuff so that, we talked about it already. 1/3s that get bigger in this case are good, and the chicken is good because it makes more 1/1s and just goes wide. I'm curious to see how long Insane just trades things off the board, and how much he actually just gets a massive board with double chicken here, maybe?
Yeah.
He's got a choice already to make a second minion or just to make a 2/5 and see if it sticks.
Yeah. I don't completely hate the coin Hawkstrider with the second Hawkstrider follow-up, but there, I guess, is that potential for some magnetic and it getting cleared.
Yeah, it's a little slow.
It is, yes.
Coin Hawkstrider is a little slow in this particular game.
It is. And that's what you're talking about, right? With the, is there enough payoff there, or can he just kind of hedge the bet, say, I'm just going to go for it, and I don't think that Tansoku is going to be able to clear this board up, but it is very slow, and it also means that there's no clearing of the mechs on the other side if he goes for it. He is.
This was a tough call. I think I would have gone the other way, so I'm really, really interested to see how this goes now. I think I'd have gone for more bodies, but worse. And it was obviously a tough call if a player of Insane's caliber, I mean, he's roped a lot of turns, but is roping it.
Yeah, and there
we go.
This is the punish, I think, here for that play, right? It's just being able to get that huge body cleared up, and now if Insane goes for the second Hawkstrider Rancher, just kind of putting himself in that same position. Can't really go for it with the big mech on the board. And for Tansoku now, that was a huge, pretty clear play, just being able to play the squirrel, magnetize, attack with it, get a coin, clear up the thing. I mean, one play did a lot there for Tansoku.
Yeah, I wonder if Insane just took the view that he loses to that card anyway. Like, if your opponent goes clock, mistake, squirrel, it's over. Maybe he just said, okay, if they don't do that, my Hawkstrider's on the board, it's doing good things, it's going to put me in front. If they do that, well, I'm probably in trouble anyway. But he's got this now, and suddenly, with a flick of the switch, he's in a fantastic position, Insane.
Absolutely. I mean, we thought the high roll was going to be the Warlock deck, but how about high rolling some Outcast cards? I like that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is the Warlock deck, though, by the way. You're never going to convince me it's not the Warlock deck. This is my drum to beat the entire weekend. That Warlock deck. No. Not even once, kids. Okay, can Tansoku recover from this? He has a lot of card draw in hand, but currently drawing the right mechs, so why would he use the card draw?
Yeah, I mean, so many stats again on these bodies here. Now getting to play a gear shift. Only one card in hand, switching out the other gear shift for another 2 cards there, and gets to draw yet again. So another Coppertail Snoot, potentially to generate more. But I think at this point, it sounds a little bit odd, but to say going into 5 mana at the rate that he's gone, I don't know if he necessarily needs another coin at this point. Could just start with from the scrap heap, try to find something there. But the stats, again, the stats from the Coppertail Snoop are just fantastic.
And this, for me, is fun Hearthstone. Like, do you want to start trading, or are you just going to race him? And Insane's starting the engine, and he is off. He's gone, you know what? You're going to make a massive thing, as Tansoku's praying for Wind Fury, which kind of ends these sometimes. Yeah. I think he is, at least. But I'm just going to hit you. I'm going to make a massive whiteboard. You can never clear these up. And Tansoku's got to make a big Wind Fury thing, usually, to win this race from here. I mean, he could make a big thing that wins the race, but realistically, the Wind Fury would be the thing to end it.
Oh, I mean, Wind Fury in Max Wind Fury, if you can find it off of the Ignis weapon, Wind Fury just does a lot. That is for sure. And we did see the Innie Stormcoil in the deck earlier, but did not come into hand here. Krakatoa still a turn out. All right, going to go for that Coppertail Snoop here. Again, a lot of stats.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Look at it go.
Why not? Well, go ahead, give it stealth too.
So now Insane, the onus is on him to put a lot more damage on the board, because he's probably dead next turn, but if he's not, he has to win the turn after.
Right. Rush the stage is good as long as Insane's not dead the next turn, right?
Yeah. Tansoku is so expressionful. Expressive? There's a word for it. I know there is. I just don't know what the word is. Reminder as well, this is a losers match. The loser of this is out of the tournament at 0-2. Yeah, and the lifesteal.
Yeah.
We'll just seal that up, even though it's not lethal damage at the moment. Is the crab lethal? The crab's lethal anyway, right?
Yeah, and you can just see kind of the devastation on Insane's face there. This is absolutely not the position that he wanted to be in, but the celebration on the other side, there it is, the 3-0, Lorinda.
3-0 for Tansoku, looking good, and he was very close to getting through his first match as well, so he'll be fairly confident going through to tomorrow. Insane, we're going to see this a lot. I'm going to say it this time, and hopefully not too many other times. The players have played 3 months of a ladder to get here. Insane crept in at the bottom. I think in the bottom place, it might have been one above that. I don't want to give him an injustice, but a lot of pressure on the final day for Insane to get into this tournament, and it's absolutely devastating knowing that someone of Insane's caliber will be going forward again, and 3 more months of that pressure. It does not stop for the people who don't win this tournament. And yeah, you're not just trying to win the tournament. I said it last time around. You're trying to win 3 months of your life at the same time. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of devastated players this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, unfortunately, that is just the name of the game sometimes, but it is always sad to see it, especially when, as you mentioned, it does feel like it took so much work for these players to get to this point, and then to just kind of see it end so quickly. Absolutely not what these players are hoping for. But it's only the second game of our first day here, so there is still a ton more that we have. I don't know how excited you are for these, but there's the replay here. Yeah, even though Insane was able to get on board, I don't know, there was just not much he could do there versus the gigantic mech.
Yeah, you asked how excited I am. I'm always excited for these tournaments. That is not an act. Sometimes I'm not excited to play on a given day of a given week, and that might give me a reputation of being a little bit sad about the game or whatever. I play 7 days a week. It's a lot of playing. But when these big tournaments come around with these big players, with metas we haven't seen played at high levels before, I'm always up for it. And yeah, this was not the most exciting match ever, but still we're seeing Tansoku bringing the Warlock deck, which, you know, I'm memeing a bit. Hate it. But good to see him getting through there. Looks like the lineup's a good one. And again, he only lost 3-2 in the first match as well, so it's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely very interesting of a series. I personally really liked the Mage versus Warlock game. I thought that was a pretty intense game, and it was really cool to kind of see that back and forth. So as we, kind of saw, there was a bit more back and forth, I think, in that one than some of the other games that we certainly have seen. But it sounds like we are going to be jumping into another match.
Oh, excellent. I think it's going to be Rekvam and banterface, if I heard correctly. And we're going to go into game 4 of that. I'll try and find out who is 2-1 up. So yeah, a little bit additional content, which is good. We want to see as many people as many times as we can today. And something that I know that everybody's worked hard on is getting to try and see all 16 players. It'll end up as 13 or 14 most likely. But they put a lot of time and they deserve to be shown. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of this match. See if we can find out what the score is for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does look like it is 2-1 in Rekvam's favor there. And this is from our group D. I'm not
there we
sure.
go. It is another losers match. So banterface on the edge of another 0-2 elimination. One of, I'd say, possibly the most prolific streamer now. Maybe Meaty takes that. I think banterface is the most regular of all of these top players. Incredible patience, incredible player to listen to talk about the game. And I mean, I'd like to say I'd love to see him go through and win it, but I don't want to root against Rekvam either, because he's another person who puts a lot of heart and soul into the game as well. So we'll just watch it and see what happens. That's the actual amazing thing we have going for us.
And that's one of the tough things when we have these kind of smaller brackets of players, right? We have this high caliber, and it's difficult sometimes to decide who you want to root for. As a caster, I usually try to stay impartial, but if we do see McBanter go 0-2, I definitely will be a little bit bummed out for sure. I would absolutely love to see him at least try for that, winners decider match in the bracket and not just go 0-2.
I don't claim to always be impartial, but I will tell you when I'm not, is my answer to that. It's, if you get somebody who I really like versus somebody I don't know too well, there's a good chance I will let you know that I'm rooting for one of the players. But I will cast it impartially to the best of my ability. But sometimes I can't help but have, a sneaky favourite. But this one, I don't want either of these to go out 0-2, and one of them's going to. There's times for memeing your favourite players. This isn't one of them. This is actually, as I just described a moment ago, a horrific time to go out of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does sound like we are actually going to go to a quick break, as that game looks like it actually is ending. So unfortunately, we don't get to see that, but we did get to talk about it a little bit. And when we get back from a break, we will keep everyone up to date on our brackets and how these groups are facing down. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by the one, the only Neil Lorinda Bond at Lorinda Games on Twitter. Don't forget to follow him. Lorinda, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good. Always am on these tournaments, TJ. Oh, you got the flamingos on. I have to sort that out in a moment as well.
It's Flamingo Friday.
It's Flamingo
on Saturday.
Friday. It's always Flamingo Friday, even if it's a Saturday. Day one, it's always Friday. These Fridays always get me energized. I absolutely love to see how these things pan out, especially in recent years where it's always a new-ish meta to work with. And, I mean, this meta is, 15 days old and still evolving. People haven't made perfect 30s for most of these yet, I don't think. So, yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see if we have perfect 30s by the end of the weekend.
Well, if they have perfect 30s by the end of the weekend, then maybe for naught, because some of these decks are going to change next week. But I always like to see these kinds of metagames, right? We do have balance changes looming, but seeing sort of these players' masteries of the current metagame before it has the potential to switch is always really cool, because that it sort of tests their knowledge and their ability to play these decks in a vacuum. And I think that's a sign of a good Hearthstone player. But we're sort of moving along here with the tournament today. We kind of have matches going on all over the place. We're picking and choosing which ones we can jump into based on which ones are ready for us, basically for the time being. So for Group A, we do have the winners match for Group A. You saw there, Meaty versus WeQ. For Group B, Gyu versus Gamer RBG. Redmen got eliminated by Casey down there at the bottom. So maybe this is the tournament of the rise of the Americas, because I'm seeing a lot of America's names up there in these winners matches.
You can't just say that, TJ. We've been through this. You're not allowed to say it. I was looking at it going, no way TJ says it. Yeah, we go, well, because I am American. Not many people know this, but I definitely am.
Yeah, we're going to ignore that specific group right there in the rise of the Americas storyline, with banterface losing to Rekva, being eliminated from the tournament. But I'm feeling it. You know what, Neil? I've been casting Hearthstone for 9 years. That's right, 9 years. And you know what I've learned?
Firebat?
I said just Firebat. Sorry, Firebat. World champion. Is that I've never cursed anything by saying it out loud in 9 years of casting.
I'm sure you've cursed me a few times. Maybe under your breath. But
on broadcast, I've never cursed you or cursed at you. Actually, I don't think I've cursed.
Is that true? That doesn't sound like a thing that's true, TJ.
Well, you can't remember either way. But speaking of the rise of the Americas, Neil, we got another match coming up. It's Pocket Train versus Dreadeye. And this should be a good one. Dreadeye obviously has a history in America's Hearthstone. But now that sort of the Grandmaster system has gone away, I feel like now we're sort of seeing the real Dreadeye. We're starting to see his work pay off a little bit more, because throughout his seasons of Grandmasters, he had some very good seasons, some highlights. But it feels like the Dreadeye of today is an even better player, and Pocket Train is insane.
Yeah,
an insane Hearthstone player. So this should be a good one.
We've done the frozen one, now we're doing the insane one. Yeah, Pocket Train all the way up there for the year's points, and WeQ up there with him, I think, but I haven't checked the numbers. I'm going to take his word for it. He is very, very likely to get to the World Championships based on points over the years. That's what that means, not just the points of this season. And with that in mind, he's brought the Naga Mage.
Also
which
referred
is the
to
most Pocket Train of decks, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. And one of the slangs we use here at the Masters Tours for the Naga Mage is Outcast Demon Hunter. Just a little slang that we use for it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, this is a very high skill cap deck. Pocket Train is known over the years for playing these very high skill cap decks that require significant practice, significant game knowledge, and the ability to think and act quickly, because that's what the Naga Mage is all about. And I don't know if I'm happy that it made a comeback against good players. Playing against a good player on Nagamage, sometimes it feels like you can't even do anything. Like you're just sitting there watching their turns. You know, the full 90 seconds or whatever it is, and you don't really have anything.
I feel like he's younger than Gabby now. I feel like Gabby's overtaken him in age.
Well, I've learned one thing over the course of the years is that when you're a young lad from the English countryside, you don't age.
Yeah, that's true. That I can confirm. Right, Dreadeye, you touched on Dreadeye a little bit before we went into this, right, TJ? You said that he's developed a lot more since he was in GM, and I think that what's changed, in my opinion, is his breadth of knowledge. He's always been very good, but before I always felt that he was a little bit limited in his options, whereas now I feel that he can play anything.
Yeah, and I look back at his time in Grandmasters quite fondly because Dreadeye was one of the players that week after week continued to try and break the metagame. He never sort of went with the grain. He always went against it. And that was, you know, what won him a lot of games is just lineup superiority. And I think you're right, sort of his breadth of knowledge of different decks and different matchups. He was able to get there on deck building and strategy. But now I feel like he's able to stand up in gameplay as well. And that's a scary thing. So there we go. Flamingo Friday! Neil's got it on!
Yep, found it. Just dug it up. Ali got me this for the event. She was like, why has everybody else got flamingos and you haven't? I was like, well, I don't have flamingos. She goes, well, here's a hat with flamingos on it. Wear it. Flamingo Friday.
Flamingo Friday. It'd probably be easier to get a shirt.
I mean, I have a hat, TJ. It has no buttons on it. I can't wear it as a shirt. It's...
Yeah.
I'm sad at this. I've done my best, all right? I've tried to fit in, and you've just stopped it happening. I had a flamingo. Do you remember I bought the inflatable flamingo in for you once as well? And you just...
Yeah. So this is now two...
I don't know why I can't get accepted into this clique. I don't get it.
This is now two separate attempts to fit in with the Flamingo crew. And honestly, when I got my Flamingo shirt, it was completely accidental. That's how common Flamingo shirts are, is you can just walk into a store, and when you leave, even if you didn't purchase a Flamingo shirt, if one was in the store, it will be with you on your person. And yet you've gone to great lengths to try and fit in by getting things that are harder to get, like an inflatable flamingo and a flamingo hat. Mm-hmm. But alas, we've reached this point, Neil, and there's no turning back. Pocket Train versus Dreadeye, game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see Pocket Train pilot this deck. We saw it earlier today. But this is Pocket Train. He's just good at these decks. He's just going to pretend it's Boar Priest and win. That's what he's going to do on turn 2. Because he always went with Boar Priest on turn 2. I remember that clearly.
Yep. In or around turn 2. Dreadeye does have a hand.
We call this a hand, TJ.
Yeah. Pocket Train, also a hand. I feel...
Yep.
If you have a Siren, Nagamage has a hand. Like, that's it. And it can always make stuff happen. So second Fast Wisdom finds Molten Rune and the Rewind. Now, the Molten Rune, I think, is just... Having a discount on the Molten Rune at all is fantastic, because it doubles up on the Civ spell damage, allows you to find lethals sooner in the game. You probably hold on this objection, right? Just a cheap spell in hand.
Yeah.
There's no other cheap spells.
I had the pleasure of watching Sottle playtest this Naga deck. It was great. He just didn't draw the Siren for like 2,000 games in a row. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen, by the way. I recommend drawing your Siren if you want to win with this Naga deck. One thing it did show, though, like joking aside, I mean, it's what happened, but he still managed to survive incredible amounts of time with the deck, even with the bad draws. So it definitely has versatility when you do win. But you do have to eventually draw it.
Yeah, the thing about the Rainbow Mage, though, is if you let them have tempo in the early game and they get in that chip damage, it doesn't matter how powerful your pop-off turns are because that just makes their kill with Sif that much easier. Sometimes you don't even need Sif. Sometimes if you have enough minions stick on the board and you get all that chip damage in, just having a couple of Arcane Bolts and a Molten Rune on turn 8 is enough to finish the game. So, this is actually a tough decision. I think Blizzard can be quite good for when there's a Siren pop-off turn to block all the Nagas from being able to attack face the next turn. But already played a Frost spell, so doesn't really need that for the creation. It's a couple turns away. Oh, okay. Because it's the Infinitize the Maxitude, it's the discount, so can play it as early as next turn. If anything, just to stop a little bit of the board and get the keyboard minion summoned. A 5/5.
Yeah, it's underrated. Just getting the 2/2, just getting the pieces together. Hang on, he's going. Naga, spell. Your turn. TJ, let us down.
What?
You got to get into the beat of the Naga and the spell.
I learned a long time ago to just about it. Just let it happen.
I tried not worrying about it, and I ended up going Naga, concede. So I have to worry about it.
Well, I played Finley, so now it's spell. Nope, it's Naga. Naga spell. Naga spell.
You're right,
spell.
you didn't worry
Finley's
about
not,
it.
Finley's not a Naga. Finley's a Murloc. Similar, but different.
Yeah. Finley has legs being the difference, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Nagas don't have legs, somebody was telling me.
That is a defining quality of a Naga, is no legs. A swooshy tail.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the Blizzard comes in, I feel. Or the creation. How many spell schools are there? It's been Frost.
You need to Blizzard? Frost. Haven't used a bolt. Is it just Frost?
Might just be Frost, actually.
Infinitize hasn't got a school. Yeah, it's just Frost.
I mean, it's
So
a
he's
5/5
considering
also.
just bumping off the 2/5 and the 4/1 and just taking it, isn't he? Like, he knows Pocket Train's hand is just a collection of cards from Finley.
Okay, so that's Arcane. So now we do have a... Yeah, I guess this is a better clear. I just wanted the 5/5. Nope, it's not going for the creation. Okay.
Yeah. Suddenly the board doesn't look menacing and he still has the Blizzard left for round 2.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, nice play into the objection there.
Yeah.
Oh, he also had, we didn't see the secret icon, but he was also worried about a potential counterspell if he had Blizzard.
Got it.
So that was probably the reason why he went for that play. Because if he just Blizzards and it's counterspell, what do? You left a Siren on the board with a full board.
Yeah. Good point.
You're gonna die. He could have killed the Siren with the minions on board, but then he would have left up everything else. So I think he wanted to play into that. And then after that turn, he knew that it was like explosive runes or objection, and so was able to just get the nice clear with the creation. So now we have
3, 4,
Yep.
5. Bam.
Okay, not too shabby. Also has a Mark of the Wild with a Wind Fury elemental on board, so if that's not dealt with, starting to look at a lot of damage. Arcane Bolt is now mana thirsted, can find some additional damage with Infinitize the Maxitude.
We saw Sottle earlier explaining the one signal that Gabby gave. Well, Pocket Train just gave that you've only got one in your deck for this elemental inspiration there. Because I just checked the deck list. Deadeye does only have the one.
Yeah,
So he's unimpressed.
they can get quite bulky if you have the two of them. A lot of times, all you need is one, and it's not like such a key card where you want to put in two just for the consistency of draw. You know, got to make cuts somewhere.
Or just play Renathar, and then you can play all the cards you want and just draw what you need anyway. Have you considered that?
Nope.
I have.
Never played a Renfall deck in my life.
Yeah, good. Best way. Best way. That's why you're my friend, TJ. 5. That looks good.
Yep. Launch the Arcane Bolt, Infinitize the Max 2, perhaps?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? We've got Bolt anymore, but... Oops. Now Bolt, for sure. That makes it easier, not harder. That's what we wanted, really. All along.
Yep.
We just didn't know it.
Ooh! Well... Okay, yeah, it's just burn. I was like, Sunwell is very fun, especially with a discount. Get a lot of spell schools.
It is a lot of spell schools. Everyone tries to resist playing Sunwell, though. Rumor has it it's not actually that good, usually. Except
rumor has it. Who's spreading these dirty rumors?
You know what I mean? Just Hearthstone players, they spread rumors. They start off, they like something, and then next week you play it and they say they don't like it. Sort of like flamingo hats, you know?
Yeah.
You try and fit in, but you're always 1 week behind trying to catch up. Look at me playing my Sunwell. That was last week's card. You shouldn't be playing that now, you idiot. It's like,
that doesn't even make any sense because we've been catching up the whole time. We've never done anything different. Oh, this is a cool clear. Actually, it's not a clear.
Yeah.
At all. In fact,
That's
it's the same amount of power. I was like, oh, this is cool. Fancy play to get some damage off the board. No damage off the board. Start the turn with 8 power, ends the turn with 8 power. And that'll be Jedi taking game number 1. Didn't actually need the sip there, but go with a little bit of style playing the sip off the top. So just not able to get the recurring pop-off turns from Pocket Train. First Siren was dealt with, like the way that Dreadeye played around the secrets there, that we were slightly confused about because we couldn't see the secret icon. Played around Counterspell, and then played around Objection very well to sort of clean things up. So, nicely done.
Yeah, takes the 1-0, and Pocket Train, who I thought would be unstoppable on this deck, has so far been stopped at the signal or the junction. Or where do trains stop? The buffers?
The station.
Here. He's at the station. Yet to pull out of the station. Pocket Train on this deck. We got there. Thanks, TJ.
Yeah, except your analogy changed halfway through because you were talking about where they stop, but the station is where they stop naturally.
Not in the wild, like you watch David Attenborough. Here's the train naturally stopping at the station.
Yeah, so if a train naturally stopped at the station, it did its job. So the beginning of the analogy pretty poor, but you brought it home. You brought it home by changing the analogy to it hasn't left the station yet, which, as we all know, part of a train's job after it stops at the station is to then fill up on passengers and proceed to leave the station. So if it doesn't leave the station yet,
unnaturally
in the middle of the tracks. Actually, let's put it this way: anywhere but the station.
Anywhere else is an unnatural train stoppage. Okay, so
yes.
This one we're not sure about at the moment, but that felt like an unnatural train stoppage, so it wasn't at the station.
Yeah, Pocket Train left the station, got about 3/4 of the way to the next station, and then stopped.
Destination. station.
Yep. So there we go. Settled on
Cool.
the analogy.
He's gonna. We finally worked out the analogy, and they still haven't finished the mulligan phase. Look at us getting quicker.
Yeah.
We've come a long way, TJ. We've come a long way.
Squirrel.
Oof.
Squirrel. Double squirrel.
Double one-syllable card into Clocker. Oh my goodness, this get good quick. But
Squirrel,
Pocket Train's hand can get good quick as well. Do you ever want a coin here? Shoot a thing, play a thing.
I want
Make a big
to.
thing.
I want to coin the coiler.
He didn't like that, whatever it was.
Light show.
Kill the thing! Yeah, kill it with your fiery mage spells and your fiery mage hero power.
Yep.
So my instinct here is always to play the stealth, so I'll be interested to see if Dreadeye just goes a different way.
I think you do go a different way. I think the stealth is important post mech, right? Because what's the likelihood that you play a mech and Pocket Train deals with it on that turn? On turn 3.
True. Sure. Oh, 3 health.
Yeah,
He can.
I suppose.
I just wanted to get a coin because my hand is so terrifying.
Yeah, this is tough. Because ideally, you'd play another mech, have a chance to attack with it, then stealth it, so you're guaranteed a mech on the following turn, right? So you're guaranteed mechs 2 turns from now. But it might be more important for Dreadeye in this instance to guarantee a mech for this turn, just because of the fact that he does have the 2 snoops. But he's going to play the bigger squirrel, 4 health, hard to deal with, and this is sort of the ideal situation. Yeah!
Oh!
Nailed it.
Get light showed. Yeah, Pocket. Look at him. He knows what he's done. The old 1 in 4. Something else about Dreadeye, actually. I mean, he was always reasonably relaxed, but he looks so much more relaxed these days than he did on GM. Like he's enjoying the moment there, even though he's obviously hating it inside.
I feel like he's always been like that. He just has a genuine love for the game. And honestly, most of the players that are, still competing at a high level have that genuine love of the game.
True, actually.
Because there's,
very fair.
Still a big prize pool for like world championship and stuff, but throughout the year, less tournaments. So you gotta have that love, that joy.
Bringing out the true Dreadeye passion, the passion of all of them, in fact.
Yeah.
I like the left one, yeah. That's what I'd have taken too. Oh, prep, bone spike, everything. Do it. Just dump the things everywhere.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I think you magnetize first and see what you get.
Oh, I want to prep bone spike. It's so much fun.
It's much more difficult to recognize these when they're golden.
It is.
I don't play with golden cards. Yeah.
Now can we prep bone spike? Please, let me. I want to do it. Thanks. Ordering worked pretty well there.
Yep.
Yeah, Pocket Train's not enjoying this moment, strangely enough.
Coolant! Don't want to see a coolant. But this is a lethal setup. Not anymore.
Just cards.
Cards.
Watch the cards slinging around.
Oh, here we go. The reverb. Infinite mana.
Infinite mana, infinite Tom.
I'm not even seeing these spells.
I can't wait to
From
try
the
this on
Nagas.
ladder. I'm going to have such a disaster. Look at it go. I feel like if I played this many spells, it would have taken me 3 turns. Middle one.
Innervate? You don't need any more mana. Infinitize the Maxitude.
Just needs a freeze or something.
Or an Alibi. Oh, Vengeful Visage! Needs.
Oh my.
Oh, he doesn't have board space.
Ah, okay. Is it? It's not lethal. What's happened? And it's not a mech.
Well,
Not mech, and it's not lethal.
he's going to test for Counterspell. He's going to be very confused as to what this secret is, unless he rushes it to a minion first. Oh no. Not objection. He's going to be so confused. Okay, yeah, he's going to attack first.
Yeah. The face of someone who thinks they know what's happening and probably does.
Yeah, he's going to leave the Sirens up. Or not. I was thinking he's just going to take the most power off the board possible. He does have to...
Pocket
Alright.
Chain has assumed the position of someone who's about to have
Yep.
another pop-off turn.
Yep.
Scans
I
his prey.
have no idea how many spell schools have been cast. We have Arcane, Frost, Fire. Okay, that's it. Nature. Was that 5?
Frost, Arcane, Fire, Nature, that's 4, I think.
5 damage.
It's always
I meant.
more than you think, though. It's going to be more than 4.
6 damage,
6.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect clear. Perfect mana utilization, perfect clear. Siren stays on the board. Dreadeye got a handful of coins. Draws a click clocker.
That's not good.
He's got 3 turns.
Good at all.
And Mimiron's gone. So it's like Krakatoa.
Yeah, or anything with stealth. But soon.
Yeah, but he has like 1 turn. I don't think he can afford to stealth. He can
So he
take
plays
this
a thing of
turn
stealth.
and survive,
Sure.
but he's going to die the next turn with nothing to defend himself. So
Meanwhile, here's some Nagas. Can he find a way to get like an ice barrier or something here? It's the sort of card he wants, right?
is that the forge something and get a copy of it card?
I want to say yes, but the elemental thing,
Yeah. I think it's like
fiery
when you forge.
elemental man. Get
Yeah,
a
when you-
fiery spell, reduce the cost by some fire.
No, I'm pretty sure it's when you forge a card, get a copy of it.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
This is why I don't talk. This is why TJ knows the cards.
Mothership. You might as well just mothership into the 4/3.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no other play. You might as well find out what's... Yeah.
And then maybe
Or
there's
ship
no
in.
direct damage. Needs 3 damage. Give him another turn.
I wanted a Zola Finley there. Is that a Zola? That is a Zola, right?
He had no board space. Zola Finley can't play the Finley.
Good point. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Oh, 1 damage off. All right, we got a tied series. Both players taking wins with the mages. Pocket Train with the Naga Mage, Dreadeye with the Rainbow Mage start things off. We got ourselves a series. Neelio.
We do. That was a game. Like, both of them showing the stress there at the end of it. It looked so like both of them had won early on in their own ways, and then petered out into a top deck war. And the Rogue doesn't top deck that well. Like you said, this Krakatoa is definitely a way to win there, but yeah.
Well, you have like gear shifts sometimes that can get you out of some sticky situations.
But that's just top decking twice. That's still top decking.
That's still top decking. Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I guess it allows you to draw something and stealth, but yeah, you just needed stealth on its own.
Yeah, honestly, that game. I always hate like summing up games by like singular plays, but it was on the light show to kill the first squirrel. That would have been a huge snowball that I don't know if Pocket Train would have been able to get away from. But good on Pocket Train for picking that, just to, not needing like target. You can get stealth minions damage with that. So many use cases, even on its first cast, right? Still lets you deal 4 damage to stuff, which is exactly what you need to do against Mech Rogue. It's just kill all the stuff, keep the board clean, or at least deal as much damage to the stuff as possible to give yourself the opportunity to kill it in future turns. So, looking towards these next matches, these next games, I'm curious to see how the Outcast Demon Hunter is going to perform across the tournament. Because Outcast Demon Hunter is this weird deck, right? Where, like, it's never on anybody's radar, and then you look at stats on HS Replay, and it's, like, always in the top 5 win rates in, like, Legend and top 1000 Legend. And I always ask the question, like, who's playing it? Like, every time I watch a stream, nobody's playing it, nobody's playing against it. Every time
you've seen 997 of the top 1,000 players by watching and playing streams of your own and everything, and none of them played a single game of it. So where's the other person? Who is this person who plays it?
And none of them's played a single game against it. And even in my own playing, like, I maybe have played against, like, one Outcast Demon Hunter. Who's playing with it? Who's winning with it? Who's upping this? And then who's convincing everybody to bring it to a giant Masters tour? Like,
like you check the stats, it's good. It is. It beats nearly everything on stats from the person who is playing it, but nobody knows who that is because nobody plays it.
Yep.
So are they really stats at all if nobody's playing it? But they are, because it's got a sample size that's relevant. Maybe the games are so quick that you don't notice them happen.
That's the age-old adage, right? If a tree falls in a forest, are there any Outcast Demon Hunter players to hear it?
Exactly.
Yes, there is, because that's where they are. They're in the forest.
In the forest. Playing Demon Hunter against trees.
Yeah. They're like scrimming against each other. Just playing Outcast Demon Hunter
playing against the trees, because they'll beat that druid.
Funnily enough, no Outcast Demon Hunter in this game. We got Pocket Train this time on the Mech Rogue, and Dreadeye is going to be on the... I don't really like to call it Secret Hunter, but that's where we are.
Arcane?
Is this a moment where we have to count the cards in the deck, and whichever one if it's...
Yes. This is
whichever one's more, if it has cards that say Secret on it, or more cards that say Arcane on it?
Yes. That's exactly how we're going to decide this. I like it. Okay. Also, you don't count Hidden Meaning as a secret. Hidden Meaning is like 2 mana, do nothing, right? That's how that works?
No, it's a secret. Alright, so how many cards say Secret on it? We have 1 Cat Trick, 2 Hidden Meanings.
3.
2 Titan Forge Traps.
5.
2 Starstrung Bows. That's 7.
7.
Arcane. Oh, there's way more Arcane. 1 Arcane Shot. 2 Ricochet Shots.
3.
2 Conjured Arrows.
5.
2 Silvermoon Farstriders,
7.
Halderon,
Over. 8. Done. Game over.
Eversong Portal, 2 of them. That's
9,
10.
10.
Star Power,
12.
that's 12.
So why is it called Secret Hunter then?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, Urchin Spines and Arcane Shot looks like a good combo. I understand that combo. But you don't spend all your mana.
Play it around Hidden Beating.
On your own hidden meaning.
Just
yeah.
making good habits.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's ever going to argue me about that card.
I don't know
Obviously,
if there was like another strong play, then I would consider holding on to Urchin Spine's Arcane Shot. But the alternative is just Hidden Beating Pass. There's not even anything good to trade into on the board with this cat.
Yeah, what attack are you doing here?
I might even be
Nothing?
holding.
Yeah. Seems good.
And this is going to hint, because next turn is almost certainly going to be Hidden Beating plus Hero Power, or unless there's something else drawn. So you need something to sort of buy yourself some time before Star Power, because Star Power is going to clear just about everything that the Mech Rogue's going to be able to do on 5. So...
Okay. Start weaving.
yeah, and now I think you attack because you got Star Power.
Yeah. I agree. Star power 15. If they can play around 15 on turn 4, even as Rogue, you know what? They can have the win. But Dread-Eye doesn't anyway.
Well, my logic was flawed because you could also use the fact that, hey, I have Star Power to incentivize not attacking, because then you Star Power clear the board, and then you get to attack on an empty board, and there's not a 2 in that can trade across. So.
I see. Okay. Sure, that actually makes sense.
Sometimes you're just wrong, Neil. Sometimes I'm wrong, and you just got to throw it out there. I was wrong.
I've never tried that. I'm wrong all the time, so it's not sometimes. So I'm just used to it at this point.
I had the right argument, but the wrong conclusion.
A bit like the station analogy. Had the right idea, but it went the wrong way.
Yeah, I went to a station, but it was the wrong one. And now...
Interesting decision now.
Yeah, I think you just trade in Halderon. And
Yeah,
weave.
I think so too. And weave. Are we ever killing them? I guess we are killing them by them not killing us.
Yeah, the Kraken Bane's still got a while. It's still got 2 spells left. There's only 1 spell in hand. It's very expensive. I don't think just Starstrung Bow is worth much here, because Pocket Chain's still at 28 life. You're not making that big of a dent.
If you bow, you have to hit the 2-1 maybe, which is horrible looking. Of course, you're not doing 6. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Come on, Neil.
No, that's why I'm saying it. Is like I think you might have to if you played it. So you just play something else instead.
Yeah. Like, Star Power is kind of interesting, but that's like your ace in the hole. Like, oh,
I'm just gonna go face and just show what a lunatic I am. Oh,
he's keeping the 4/2 stealth.
okay.
He's taking 1,000,000 damage.
Yeah,
even Dread-Eye laughed at that play.
Wow. I thought he was trying to save damage, not take more.
Dread-Eye got out of his train and then jumped in a helicopter and flew away.
That sounds like every movie ever. Oh my. Good luck with that star power now, kiddo.
It ain't a mech.
That's alright. We got links. The missing links, TJ.
Ah, but it would have been so good if he had just traded off the 4/2 and then developed Halderon last turn. Then he'd have 2 links. for the price of one. Would have been the same board.
And the missing links joke is funnier this way, though.
Is it though?
I think so, yeah. Because there's now a missing links. Because there would have been two, now there's only one.
Fair, yeah. It is about 20% funnier.
I think
But
it's
20% of zero is zero.
Thanks, Tej.
That was funnier.
I used to like you, TJ. You used to have my back. It was funnier. Go on then. There it goes. It finally attacks. Doing the thing it could have done several times before.
Pocket Train's still at a crisp 28, though.
Yeah, there's some legs in this one yet. Or wheels, I guess. For a train.
And this is like the perfect amount of mana utilization here. Going to be able to end on a gear. Nope. Okay. Just kidding. Because he doesn't want the hidden meaning to come out.
Yeah.
Weaving!
26!
And Krakenbane number 1 is active, I believe.
Yes. Playing cards. Is he going to wait till next turn and play a lot of cards? Is that what he's thinking here? No. Okay, good. Well, kinda. 11. It's just going so slowly, but it is going.
Yeah. Dread-Eye needs draw. Needs to find the Conjured Arrow.
Yeah, needs something. Let's see how ridiculous this is. Usually the answer is pretty ridiculous.
Oh, Stomper, but you can't Stomper here because then you get to give the hidden meaning, and you're not killing anything on the board. The hidden meaning is 4 attack. Okay. Oh, double blades.
Right. Alright. They're doing such small amounts of damage each turn, but they are slowly ticking down. This is like some old school grind fest. That's a lot of damage. It doesn't really help.
Yeah. I mean, there's no other choice.
Yeah. Lethal next turn if you get a next turn. Spoilers.
Smack and weave. Smack and weave. Smack and weave. There you have it. Dread-Eye gonna concede. I feel like his game plan was not terrible, but there was a couple plays that I disagreed with. It's entirely possible that he was on the right track, because I think that he maybe loses that game regardless. But the big one was the bow hit into the 4/3 to keep his cat stealthed. Took a lot of extra damage for that, and the 4/2 just ended up trading off anyway, and the alternative play for that would have given him an extra links. Obviously, that's results oriented. So
those ones are always interesting, right? Because you called it at the time, and when we watched it played out badly for him for sure.
Yeah.
But his draws weren't conducive to sort of clearing a board, making a board, hitting your opponent with a 4/2. If he'd drawn differently, and he did draw just minion after minion in his spelly deck, suddenly he has a board with a 4/2 on it and does a lot of damage to face, and he looks like a genius. Yeah. And this is one of those games where it's really hard to call based on all the possibilities, whether he did it right or not. But the way it panned out, it definitely looked a little bit clunky and awkward.
Yeah. It's very difficult when you draw that many minions. Like both Kraken Banes with very limited spells, no Mass Singer, like no way to thin the deck. Didn't hit Conjured Arrow even after the Haldoran to be able to draw through the deck more. Just kind of rough draws. No play on any turn felt great, right? I don't think there was a single turn where Dreadeye could sit back in his chair and be like, a solid turn.
Yeah, like play weapon, hit a 4/3 with it, leave my 4/2 stealth. Like, and it was we didn't talk about that play. I talked about hitting the 2/1 if you play the weapon. We talked about not and just going face and just doing a load of damage. There was just so much to choose from.
Yeah,
it was such a weird turn. I'm not saying he did it wrong either. It was just such an awkward, clunky mess of a thing to have to do.
Yeah. Pocket Train is a Zapper Flow Rider connoisseur. I've watched a lot of different top-level players stream this list, and when offered Zapper Flow Rider, some players opt to go right for it, and some players don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Really?
But I feel... Yeah. But I feel like a lot of times the name of the game for this deck is tempo. This is like tempo. Because you fall behind, you end up having to like try and do your combo when you don't have guaranteed. Just having minions on board is such a big deal.
I'm a big fan of playing it. I do, having spoken to Sottle a lot, who obviously invented Shaman, the entire class, with Ego Shaman, as I'm going to call it, because it's Sottle's ego on the line. In fairness, he put a lot of work into it, but not overloading and using your 3-drops efficiently is something I'm doing more and more. That when I first started playing the deck, I was just happy to keep Ancestral, draw cards on turn 2, and Sottle's like, nah, don't do it that way. And since I started trying to play cards on turn 3 a lot more regularly, the deck's worked a lot better for me. And Sottle knows all about this deck, so we can't argue with him this week on that one deck. You talked about the tempo, TJ. Here's the tempo turn. Or setting up the tempo turn.
This is a lot of damage, though. Holy moly.
Uh-huh.
Oh, is that Altered Chord? Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
It's what I was talking about earlier with this Hunter deck. Like, what's done the damage here? Your opponent's on 15. You haven't played a Hearthstone card yet. You just got stuff. Just cobbled together 15 damage in 4 turns. Wait till the good stuff comes out in a minute. Oh.
It's going to crash first. That way you can coin Altered Chord into the now 2/2. Doesn't have to put the Altered Chord into a Vine Shield, so actually gets the health from it. So, love it.
This turn was available because Pocket took last turn out to play the Flash to make this turn, super powered.
Yep.
Something that I know I don't do enough. Even though I know I should be doing it more, I still can't find the spots to do it, and Pocket just ripped it on turn 3 into that turn there.
Yep. There's only one overload, I believe, so Pocket Train... Okay. Just schooling for Allspurs. That was my initial instinct, but then I was like, can you just go schooling, play the 3 Piranhas? But that would get pretty ruined by a ricochet shot. Goes for card draw on the Titan first. Needs to try and get through this deck. Doesn't have a Conjured Arrow in hand, so not the best hand for finishing out this game. Ooh, the Thorn. It's just the 1 overload. So going to be able to draw.
Yeah, Pocket's in a good spot with that health game, right? He's just dominating the board now.
Yep. And
what's the most Hunter can realistically do from hand? Sort of 13 is the number I've heard floated around. Yeah, as a rule of thumb, not an exact.
Oh, it changes so much. Yeah. Depending on how many like arcane buffs you actually have in hand, if Haldoran's been played, how many minions are on the board too, right? For ricochet shot, factors into the percentages. It's
a noticeable number, though, isn't it? It's higher than you first think.
Yeah. But this turn's going to be all about getting these Krakens online. So I think we're going to go Cat Trick, Hero Power.
How about 3 dudes and hope they don't have it? Yeah.
Or Singer. Because if you go Singer, Hero Power.
Oh, yeah, it's 15.
You have 15 from hand.
Yeah. He's been cracking on with it.
Yeah. So needs a... Pocket Train would need a Taunt Totem here, or a Titan.
Yeah. And he got the Titan.
I think
he
you
doesn't
just go,
know what's coming.
I think you go Titan Flash, and then try and get there next turn. Unless he doesn't think he can die?
He probably doesn't think he can realistically die. This is why I was asking the question a minute ago about, so what do you pitch the number at as? What do you expect your opponent to have from hand, you know?
Oh, the Cat Trick, though. Oh, yeah, okay. Now you definitely don't draw. Now you definitely deal and heal.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Dreadeye! Look at his face! The camera can't sit still. Dreadeye can't sit still. I can't sit still. Ouch.
So he had, so Dreadeye had 7 showing. Pocket Train was at 15, so 8. He's saying you can't deal 8 damage to me. He knew that 3 cards in the hand were the what are those things called? The Jormungers?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, he knew 3 cards were Jormungers. He knew that
Did
3
you
of
know
that
one was a
damn.
secret?
He knew one was a secret. Yep, he knew one was hidden meaning. So, and he knew that if one was Starstrung Bow, it would cut down the amount of power that he already had on the board, right? Because he had a 3 attack weapon. So Starstrung Bow was only like 3 additional damage showing, if that was one of the cards in his hand. Did not expect the double Kraken Bane. Yeah, that was a huge risk that he took and did not pay off.
But those are the calculations that some players make, like Pocket Train, and they pay off so often that they stick with their instincts a lot of the time.
Yeah,
you can kind of see how he got there when we went backwards there. When we see we've eliminated so many cards in hand, actually doing something. And Pocket's play. The thing is, what did he gain from doing the play?
He had a better chance to counter lethal. If his Titan was dealt with and he didn't get the overdraws.
If the Titan's dealt with, okay, yeah.
Because that was his second flash, so he was hoping to, find the... So would have had the discounts the next turn, was hoping to find, like, the lightning bolts.
So he could beat Urchin Spines and all that stuff that way.
Yeah, or, like, links, right? Double links or something like that. His Titan being cleared. He was worried that, let's say, he goes for the healing and the damage, and then his Titan gets cleared, like with a star power, for instance. Or double links, what have you, or Urchin Spines, then he doesn't have the card draw necessary to win. Didn't have the flash, even though if the game goes on longer and you heal up, sometimes you don't even need the flash to win the game. Didn't have like bio either, so like the next turn would have been like kind of missing a good chunk of damage. I feel.
Yeah.
So did take the risk and didn't go for it, but we could see that Dreadeye didn't really have a way to deal with the Titan, unless he started throwing damage into it.
Yeah, as it happens, he's going to start putting that damage into the Titan, and then the Titan's drawn the cards already, and Pocket's ready to go. Dreadeye's got to think,
So
curious to see how they play this, because all I do in this matchup is try and find wave, and if I don't, I cry in a little hex and cry in a little ball in the corner. I want to see how good players do this.
I think that's the way. I don't think there's another magical way that you can do it, unless you have like the ultimate start and you just kill them on like 5 or 6. You just draw like everything. You double flash on 4, and then
Yeah. He's going to have the fish option here, especially rolling that 1/1 at some point.
yeah, that's a good totem to start things off.
So many choices here, weirdly. Part of me wants to dagger this 1/1 down. I just preserve my shield.
Yeah.
I know that there's a schooling, but
Yeah. Because like this play here gives Pocket Train an excuse to triple fish, right?
yeah.
If you just dagger it down, like Pocket Train can triple fish, but he's throwing 2 fish into the click locker, and then you still have the magnetized buffs for afterwards. But maybe he just wants to get the fish out of hand. Like, get again, the right logic, wrong conclusion. Maybe that's Dreadeye's goal, is to make sure that Pocket Train plays the fish.
Just 3 cards from hand, and you pass, and not drawing any cards. You haven't played a Feral Spirit. It's okay. Maybe.
Okay, there's the flash of lightning.
It's getting close already. Do that thing, Dread. Do that thing that you do with the rogue. Do the thing.
What thing?
The thing where they have a 1919 minion on turn 4 or something, or 2 1919 minions on turn 5, which you don't do anymore. But you know, just do the rogue things.
So kind of no matter what deck Rogue is playing, it's like, just doing Rogue things.
It's actually really, really true. It's just rogue gonna rogue. So what are we stealthing? I think that's the main question here. And are we mothershipping on 5?
I think you... Yeah, I want a mothership on 5, so I think you just play the spider, and then the oscillator afterwards. You just leave the 3/4 stealths, that way you can play into mothership next turn. And as far as this attack goes, it's probably got to go into the Piranha, right?
I think
in
so.
case there's another schooling on the other side.
A second lot of fish would start to become painful for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Nope.
Have we called a single Dreadeye play correctly? I don't think we have.
I don't think I've called
ever.
I don't think I've called a single Dreadeye play correctly in his entire professional career.
Yeah. Sometimes even after he's done it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's scary, isn't it? When your opponent gets schooling that can do real big damage to your board, and they just choose not to because you've got silly 4/4. Just keep giving it 3 attack for a reason, obviously. Of course, the 4/4 is terrifying.
Yeah. But I feel like this is a pretty reasonable position for Pocket Train once he sees the turn here. So he just has the 1 oscillator discount. So it looks
Explain
like
to me,
it's just
TJ, about colours of spark bots.
What about it?
People in my chat were complaining they were the wrong colours before they got changed. How can a colour be wrong?
I mean, they're based off of the color of like the keyword, right?
They're all the same. They're all in white. The keywords.
No, the lifesteal symbol on cards and weapons is pink.
Another one.
The poisonous symbol on cards and weapons is green. The taunt symbol doesn't exist anywhere. There's no symbol for it. But if it did exist, it'd be red.
Where do I find these people?
Divine Shield is very paladin-y, so yellow.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm getting them wrong, actually. The taunt one's not red,
so.
is it?
Because I'm just agreeing with you mindlessly at this point because I don't understand the discussion. So I'm just
because I was like, wait, what color's Rush? And then I was like, is Rush red?
I think Rush is red because it's angry.
Okay.
It's like, rah, I'm red because red represents angry face.
Then what color's the taunt?
I don't know. None of these things are real.
Now you're confusing me.
Good. It's confused me for days. I'm glad somebody else is confused. Also, isn't Paladin normally pink? I got told off for listing Paladins in yellow when I used to do the stats. Somebody said that they're supposed to be pink, which has always confused me as well. Sottle's trying to talk about this random mecha shark that's been made, but I want to talk about the colours of Spark bots, honestly.
Yeah, Mecha Shark's pretty good. Okay, red is Rush. I was wrong. What color is Daunt? I'm out of colors. Is it orange? Is that orange?
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, they've been changed to something else from what they were. So whatever they were, they're not. They're arbitrarily different, as this Mecha Shark is doing hundreds of damage.
Wait, is this
points.
lethal?
It's got to be close.
Has he got
It's
the
got to be
coolant?
really, really close.
In the horn? No, the horn doesn't do anything.
Pocket
Thought the
Train's
horn
not
was the
enjoying
blaze
this
for a
turn of
second.
Hearthstone. My God. Was there a lethal there with the switches somewhere?
No. He would have had to got if he got the switches earlier. No, because the Mega Shark had already had the highest attack, right? And that was the one thing that could still attack.
It was the
by
only
end.
thing that could attack. Okay.
All right, now we're looking for counter lethal here, or at least a board clear. Lightning Reflexes did pick up the lightning bolt, right? So still an extra nature spell in here somewhere. It's very unlikely that it's going to be lethal. Yeah. But the
So someone's
crash.
saying the leftmost minion could have attacked if they managed to get the switch down there, but I'm not certain.
Okay. But would it have been enough? Oh yeah, it would have.
Yeah, because
Instead of the
you
stealth,
switch it with
right?
the shark, right? It's just huge.
Yeah, instead of the +3 attack Mimiron thing.
Yeah.
You use the switch on the 1/2. All right.
Because the shark's basically giving the shark wind fury when you use the switch, isn't it? So
Yeah, and now Pocket Change is hoping there's no blades. There's not. So gonna gear shift.
Here we here again. Why is Rogue trying to do 3 damage for like the second game? But I like to exaggerate, because 3 is a bigger number. Well,
Is not dead.
what is this with 2 players just ironing each other out?
There's +1 spell damage on the board. So it's what, a lightning bolt? Ends it?
Flash and Feral, so defenders.
Yeah.
If
That's enough because you feral spirits, lightning storm, or turn the tides, lightning storm, crash, and then you get the attack to face with the face plus the fish. Yep, there it is. Exact, right?
woohoo,
The one
What a
damage from the
game.
fish coming in.
and Dreadeye just couldn't get 2 or 3 damage twice with the Rogue. I think it was 3 one time and technically 2 the other, but basically 3 he was looking for until the end.
Well, also
With the
it's
rogue.
lethal at the end. So if
And
that
Mr. Lethal.
1/2 could in fact have attack, it would have been. It would have brought it up to. What was it at the end? Was it 10? Was it a 10 attack shark?
11, I think, but you'd have missed 3, so it would have been 8 instead of 1.
Okay,
So
so
you
yeah, it
put
would
the
have been
+3 on it instead of putting the wind fury, the switch on it.
7 additional damage. Okay,
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just Dreadeye having to fly by the seat of his pants, make it up as he goes. Quick recognition of the parts that were being put in the hand. What are they called? They're Mimorons. They're not parts. They're not tools. They're called some gadgets.
Utilities, gadgets. They're always something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look. I'm going to keep guessing words. Guessing words is far more fun than knowing words. I've done it all my life.
And then beyond that, even if he did the exact same play that he had, there was also multiple chances for him to get just one blades for the 3 damage. So it was a mixture. It was a mixture of making the error at the very last second and also just not being able to find the follow-up. But Pocket Train, fantastic recognition of the situation. Even just playing the 3/4 in between all of the nature spells, right? Calculating, okay, I'm going to make up this discount. And I don't know with the Turn the Tides draw if he hadn't played that, if he would have had enough mana. No, he would have. But regardless, still very nice lethal spot there at the end, calculating it for exact lethal. And Pocket Train's going to move on. Now, that was not an elimination match, if I'm correct. That's was correct. A winner's match.
Group winners match. So the Pocket Train is through to tomorrow, and Jedi gets to play the elimination decider match later on. So.
Yep, the decider match, which is a very stressful situation to be in because you got to wait all the way till the end of the day, and then you win, you're in. You lose, you go home. So should be a good one though. Jedi seems to have the good decks, and I'm excited to see him play later because this is the rise of the Americas. That's what the expansion should be called. But Neil and I are done for now. I believe Neil and I will be on the last match of the day. So for the 3 of you that are huge fans, make sure you stick around and tune into that one. But before we jump into our next match of the day, we are going to have to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action here from the Masters Tour Summer Championship right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Raven and joining me for this matchup is going to be Dragon Rider. How are you doing? How have you been enjoying the matches so far?
I am doing well, and it's been some very interesting games. It seems like the match that we covered before, or that I covered before with Lorinda, was not as close necessarily in terms of the score as some of the other matches have been. So very interesting to kind of see where these games have all gone in terms of the back and forth or the score changing. We've had some reverse sweeps throughout these series as well. So it's been very interesting to see just all over the place. And even the bans, you and I were talking about this right before we jumped in, how the bans have been all over the place. It just feels very interesting in terms of the kind of meta, the decks, the card choices, and how these games are playing out with these players as we kind of see where we are at in our day, this Group A. We will be watching this winners match for Group A here, but there are still plenty of other games going on as well.
Yeah, Tansoku been able to fight back from elimination a little bit earlier on, so they are going to be facing the loser of UEQ and Meaty that we, as you mentioned, is the match we're going to be bringing you guys for now. I've seen a lot of requests to see a Meaty match in the chat over the course of a while I've been on my break, so happy to deliver that. And yeah, some of these matchups have been going pretty crazy, like pretty, right to the edge in terms of who's going to win, just like the one that we've just saw. Gamer RVG going up against Casey in the decider match for Group B as well. I know both players do have a lot of fans, but with Gu taking it for Group, and already it feels like I've blinked, probably because I've only cast one match so far and it was right at the start of the day, but I feel like I've blinked and we've already seen players eliminated. As we see now, obviously Dreadeye drop down to that decider match Snagon, whereas Pocket Train going to be making it Group C as the nail bound to the last turn of the very last. Gabby there looking cool as ever in Group D, making it out there.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely going to be some very interesting series here. We are going to be seeing a lot of these decider matches coming up still today, so we have that for you as well.
Yep, looking forward to getting into this matchup and Meaty, especially because it's had this double Shaman ban going out, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see. It looks like we're starting with a Mage Mirror.
Yeah, very interesting there. I also want to talk about the specific card choices between these two lists as well, because they are both bringing this Rainbow Mage, as you can see on the screen here, the Drum Druid or Treant Druid, Secret, or the Arcane Hunter, as we've been calling it, Nature Shaman, which has been banned out, and that Rainbow Mage. Now, it's very interesting as well because the WeQ actually is not bringing kind of the same list. It's several cards different than Meaty's Rainbow Mage, which is fascinating to me. Again, looking at these different kind of card choices, not running the top end of the elemental inspiration, and also does include Finley, Sir Finley, which I know Meaty is not a fan of Finley. So, but up on screen here, we did just want to highlight that Druid as well. Potentially going to be seeing that at some point in the series here, and also slightly different than other versions we've seen on stream.
Yeah, I think it's something that's really fun about the meta right at the moment. Obviously, we're not too far away from the launch of the expansion, right? We're not too deep into the meta as of yet, but there's still a lot of discussion, a lot of disagreement on exactly how the decks are built, and it seems like a lot of the choices, at least looking at them now, it definitely doesn't feel like right or wrong, even though a lot of the pro players on either side will tell you it is. But it feels like, well, okay, you see the merits of this set of cards or these few changes, and you see the merits of the other versions as well some other players have brought. So it's going to be exciting to see as we move on through this weekend which lists sort of look the best, right? Who actually makes a top 4, right? And what do those versions of like Shaman and of that Mage look like? Because, like I said, there's a a lot of disagreement, but check it out. Meaty, of course, bringing out Mech Rogue, the Rainbow Shaman, the Outcast Demon Hunter, and then did I say Rainbow Shaman? I think I meant Rainbow Mage, but I was looking at the Shaman list. But yeah, bringing a decent lineup overall. The only true disappointing thing here is that Meaty's favourite class is Priest, which is something that I do not appreciate.
Yeah,
I hope it's a joke.
Many people do not like Priest. You know what? It's okay though. If you don't, we're not seeing any in this tournament. But yeah, Meaty, absolutely not only a fantastic Hearthstone player, but also a doctor, a real life doctor. So that is pretty cool as well to see people who have these very well-renowned professions also being very good at the game here.
I think it's not even that. I think it's just having a something resembling a full-time job and putting in the time and effort to qualify to these tournaments as well is just super impressive. We'll take a look at Meaty's Mech Rogue, a deck we've just in the previous matchup seen get so close but so far to an extent from Dreadeye. But this list is one that on the surface is quite simple, right? A lot of it, if you just look at it at a glance, it's play mechs early, magnetize them, punch your opponent until they fall over, right? But there are a lot of small things you can do, like managing those gadgets and being able to pull off big turns, managing hand, and choosing when and where to put those magnetic mechs to be able to, optimize not only just damage, but actual, do you want to go all in on one minion? Do you need to spread, on the board instead? Where do you put these sort of randomly generated sort of effects, right, and keywords, and how you place them? I think there's a lot involved in that decision making, even though at surface it feels like mech on 1, mech on 2, mech on 3, oh, my opponent's dead, perfect. But there is actually a lot of decision making when you get to those tricky turns, whether it's managing mana or whether it's saying I can pop off so much. There's a ways to do it to win, and there's ways to do it to lose, as we have seen. So we'll see how that progresses going forward. But what do you make of the bans so far? Because we've seen such a selection. I know we mentioned it before, but did you, when prepping for this tournament, did you expect Shaman will be banned almost all the time, or this other class will be banned, or did you expect a bit more of a sort of mixed bag based on what those players were thinking?
Yeah, I actually think that with especially the kind of wide range of decks that we're seeing, and as well the different card choices that players are bringing, I did kind of expect to see a little bit of a mix of bans, maybe not to the extent that we are seeing, but I don't think that there's necessarily a kind of clear-cut boogeyman type deck like we have seen in previous metas or previous tournaments. This is very flexible, and I think we're seeing that as well in a lot of the card choices in the lineups. Things like Speaker Stomper, right? Players are bringing Speaker Stomper. Some players aren't, and I think that those kind of card choices as well are also kind of seen in some of those bans. But we are getting to jump into the game here, and it is going to be, as you mentioned, this mirror mage match first, which not completely mirror match, not card for card mirror match, but both mages here. And Meaty on the coin with this potential coining into a cold case.
Yeah, both players going to be keeping a very similar open hand, so double cold case as well, from some options to at least start piling on some levels of pressure. And whichever way, whoever wins this matchup, we do know the other, it's going to be pretty explosive, because I feel like it's a lot of whoever blinks first in terms of either missed timing or simply not having access to those solid alibis to buy that extra turn. I think a lot of it is going to fall on that, unless one player gets some kind of heavy advantage in the early game and starts piling on a ton of pressure for those massive plays, so to speak, but just a couple of spells with a little bit of spell damage thrown in to maybe burst the last 10 or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see that Discover option there. You going for the Discovery, trying to find a little bit more options in the potential. There could have been the potential for something like Deathborn, but maybe not in this mirror match is something that you want there. I like the cheap Discovery option instead. And talking about Discovery, we have another choice on the other side here. Rewind, definitely looking pretty good over those other options.
Yeah, I think there's a moment where you go, okay, how fancy can I be, or should I just go for the good card? And a lot of the time, even though you might think you can be cool, the good card is the way forward. Just the generic, this is going to do something, guaranteed. Now we interest though for Yuikyu. A Shard of the Naru available. Yeah, it looks good to me.
Yeah. Especially being able to fit in some of these additional spell school archetypes with that cheap mana allows for a lot of things, especially with Sif sitting in hand. You know, you want to kind of build up those spell schools. And it's talking about school. How about schooling to add some more minions? But nope, gonna go for the relic as well. Seems pretty decent as well. Just a little bit of additional removal as well as that cheap spell to play.
Yeah, I think although Schooling is a fantastic card, I think hand size is a problem, right? Like it's got to be played, then the hand's going to be big, so then you've got to spend mana on the fish, and then suddenly a lot of mana being spent really progressing the game plan. Like even now, Schooling would clear off some minions, but is that what you want to do with your turn in this mirror? And they say no. So we're going to see Yuikyu just try and clear up some of this with the free spells, with the relic, and then just drop a cold case themselves.
Yeah. It seems pretty decent as well, just being able to get a little bit out there, play these spells, and as you said, kind of clear up hand space. That is an issue with new cards like the Volume Up. These players want to be playing Volume Up, but honestly, you know, there can be hand size issues, and I have also seen some players deciding if they even want to be running 2 Volume Up, sometimes because of that hand size. Well, the keyboard coming into hand is pretty nice here. The mana is slightly awkward here for Rikyuna, deciding maybe if he wants to go for the keyboard now, build up some of that tempo, or just go for drawing more cards. But I don't know if the Solid Alibi is something that is going to be coming into play at this point in the game.
It's really tricky, isn't it? Because generally speaking, Solid Alibi is normally to stop the big OTKs, but if you leave it too late, the damage has been done, right? Like if Yuikyu just gets hit by all of this damage, then sure, you can Solid Alibi later, but you've already taken like 10 extra or something, right? When it could have been reduced a lot.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well, looking at potentially that part of the game, that point in the game, if it's late, or even on boards like what Meaty has here. If you wait too long to play those Solid Alibis, things like these skeletons or even the elementals from the elemental inspirations, well, if you have 5, 6, 7 minions on board, you're still able to push 5, 6, 7 damage,
right,
even through Solid Alibi, and sometimes that's just enough to end the game, depending on how much damage you've been able to push in the early parts.
Yeah, Reaver being picked up, but weirdly enough, one of those situations where both players, at least at this second in time, don't really have tons of options. Of course, Yuikyu now does have options to discover and generate some more cards, but in general, I'm more used to seeing this matchup be like 2 players with full hands for the majority of the game.
Yeah, it definitely does feel a little weird here, and we're going to see that discover. There is 3 different spell school types here for Yuikyu to decide between. Unleash Fell does not feel like it really does a ton here. But it is cheap.
Yeah, and it's heal, right? Like it's not a lot of healing, but it's something. As a because looking at this now, Yuikyu is down on 19. I mean, that's just dead soon, right? Like 19 is not safe at all. So it does have to do something to get a little bit of health. Only pushed up to 22, but it's better than nothing. Does get a lot of card draw here as well. Molten Rune always looks good to me, but these are good options.
Yeah, kind of a choice here between dealing some damage with one of either the Flame Geyser or that Molten Rune, or just going yet again for even more discovery here, discovering into another spell school type that he hasn't played yet. Again, with that Sif in hand, and now some damage with the Molten Rune and Flame Geyser. Maybe just wants to discover something else.
Well, these are good options.
Yeah.
Obviously, the nature effect is not that amazing, of course, in Mage, but just draw a card with the Nature Spell School. I mean, these are all looking good, but is it too late for Love Everlasting? Maybe.
I mean, the discount on the first spell is pretty enticing.
It's really good. I'm just thinking when it's going to be played, because I didn't catch it then, but Meaty does have the play basically lined out for next turn, right, with Elemental. So, has Meaty played it? This is what's really difficult to remember everything that's played, because I was going to say, Meaty might have chosen this because it just is playable this turn, and I think that might have added an extra Elemental for Meaty, so that could be something beneficial to do this turn as opposed to picking a card that is powerful but you wouldn't play for another like 2 turns anyway.
Oh, absolutely. The due process pickup, pretty interesting there, but how about some stats?
Stats are always good. I never complain about stats. These going to be the otters.
Yeah, I was going to say probably just to clear up some of this board and probably try to soak up some of that damage from the skeleton instead of having it go face, which it did.
And there's inspiration. Only for 4, but double stealth and reborn. Okay. The double stealth is actually huge. That might well just make Yuikyu have to go over to an alibi this turn, because I think if there's no way, I can't see if there's a way to deal with these, but if you're just going to take 8, put yourself down to 12, you're not feeling confident, are you?
No.
What other options do they have for now, though? They don't have to commit to the alibi quite yet.
I mean, it is still pretty threatening, though, these minions on board, even though, as you said, it's only, quote-unquote, only 4, but that is an impressive amount of pressure here. And again, looking at the kind of differences in the cards, the card choices for their decks, Yuki is not playing the elemental inspirations. So he's not going to be able to apply that pressure.
It's just really tricky because the double stealth, right? Like, that's just such a pain. He's going to go reverb, okay. Gets then the easy trades on the elementals.
Playing that due process as an additional nature spell, but yeah, it does end up going for that solid alibi there.
And this is the position you want to be in, right? If you're playing this mirror, you want to be in Meaty's seat right now, because making your opponent solid alibi first generally gets you ahead, as long as you have your own to play, right? Obviously, if they solid alibi first and then you don't have any at all, that's going to be a bit of a problem. But Meaty's hand looks very, very powerful right now. Has options of Norganon, can also has double solid alibi just ready to go, and they're not even particularly needed right now, still sitting at that 30 health. Can use this turn to just clear up the board and basically ask Yuikyu to, threaten me again. Like, see how many turns in a row you can actually threaten, because I think Meaty should be feeling, I'll say, safe-ish at 30.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting meta, and the way that some of these decks just are built, and the kind of lineups that we're looking at as well. We've talked about it, I think, across a lot of our games already today, that kind of difference of on board versus from hand. And even though this mage is kind of built to be doing all of that damage from hand, this is one of those cases where, yeah, maybe Meaty does actually feel pretty good here at 30, although in some cases he probably would not.
Yeah, we saw then, even just the push, as you mentioned earlier, through the solid alibi, still pushing what I think 4 it was, whilst clearing the board. Like, that's significant, because it just makes each turn easier and easier. And now Yuikyu forced into the second solid alibi. And even then, like, the follow-up still just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see here if Yuikyu wants to go for forging either of these molten runes this turn to try to set up for something next turn, but if there's no lethal from him, then he's got to worry about the lethal from the other side.
Yeah, I think the problem here, or something, not saying I have a strong decision on this either way, but I feel like if this was draw and then ping, it's like, okay, but I was with you where do you just molten rune face with the forge and just say, well, there's some damage done, hopefully I can make something happen next turn? Because I'm not sure what draws at this point are realistically gonna make Yuikyu win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, having that solid alibi is great, sure, but as you mentioned, it's the second alibi now, so if there is not that lethal on the other side, there's also not another solid alibi to come up behind that, so
Yeah, and
you
this is still
definitely going to have to
potentially
find something.
This is just 7 damage with a ping, right? Which is
Yeah.
nearly half the health that your opponent has through a solid alibi, which is never bad.
So, does
Is this just good for Norganon?
That's what I was just about to ask
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I think so. At this point, maybe Meaty just has to be asking himself, I have now seen the second alibi. I feel like I'm in a strong position. How do I lose from here? And maybe just setting that up or setting up an alibi is something.
Yeah, there's a couple of options, right? Like, there's this version where it's, oh, I'm so far ahead, it'll be fine. Got hold of objection as well, so that's going to cause some levels of trouble for UEQ. But I do think the Norganon with the Lotheb effect was fine as well. I think Meaty can just choose, as long as he doesn't completely
Right.
throw, can just choose a path to victory here, because I'm not sure what gets UEQ here, unless I just can't count. But none of these are forged.
Yeah.
There's not
Right.
that much damage loaded up. Already that's 1 mana down. So there is the board clear with the 4s, but the board clear just doesn't matter if there's no alibi, right? Meaty's
Right.
maybe if Meaty had like 2 cards in hand, you could be just thinking, okay, they don't have anything, right? But I feel like with this, it's actually been the board presence, because although UEQ's had hold of Sif all game and Meaty hasn't, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And this is so interesting as well, because I think for the most part, we kind of saw this panning out as UQ kind of was ahead in terms of playing the spell schools and kind of getting things rolling. And as you can see over on the kind of right side of the screen, also pulled ahead, maybe a bit the last couple of turns, but kind of pulled ahead in terms of card advantage. But Meaty put on more pressure, and I forced those early alibis, and now just this is kind of it.
Yeah. Yeah, now there should just be plenty available.
Yeah.
That's just going to be game with the reverberations on the Norganon. And now it's just game 1. And honestly, taking nothing really away from UEQ, that must have felt great as a start for Meaty in this winners match, right? The winner of this just moves on to tomorrow and they're done for the day. And game 1 just went about as smoothly as it could get. Meaty wasn't really pressured in any way. There might have been moments where he was thinking, okay, my opponent's got a lot of cards, how much damage realistically can they do? But without any build-up damage, right? Because we saw very early on, UEQ was down to, 20-ish health, and that's in the danger zone then, right? You just think, okay, 1 or 2 more turns and I'm dead. And the alibis just had to come out thick and fast, whereas Meaty could have played an alibi whenever he wanted and never even really needed to. He was that far ahead, which is so strange considering one player just had Sif ready to go at all times and the other player did not. But still, that was a great game 1 for Meaty. Takes it 1-0 so far. That was a tricky one and a bit of a, I think, rough way to start the matchup for UEQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially considering, as you've said, things like Sif already waiting in hand. There was some damage. It felt like he was kind of ahead with playing all of the different spell schools, but just really, it felt like it really kind of came down to I have to decide between playing my things and stopping what my opponent is doing. And there just wasn't enough mana. There wasn't enough resources to do both at the same time.
Yeah, looking really good for Meaty. Got the mage out the way. And with the shaman bans... I've lost my list now. But Meaty still has the rogue, I believe, and
the demon hunter.
That's it, the demon. Yeah, he's playing Outcast, right? Yeah, I just couldn't remember the last deck, so I've just closed all my deck lists, which is great mid-cast. It's a great play to make. But yeah, so just game 1, of course, so still plenty of games coming up of not only this match, but plenty more matches for the rest of the day. So make sure to stay tuned to find out who's going to make it to tomorrow as we move into game 2. Meaty going to be jumping on that Mech Rogue. UQ going back to the mage once again. Have you played much Mech Rogue so far, Don?
I did kind of early on in the expansion, but ultimately decided that, especially prepping for this tournament, I kind of wanted to focus a little bit more on like mage and shaman and some of those OTK style decks that I personally typically don't play a ton of. So I kind of focused in that direction, but not only playing a little bit less, we also did kind of recently have a nerf to one of the cards that was being played in Mech Rogue, and a lot of people kind of dropped it as well. So it kind of faded out for a little bit, came back in. Also talking about this Mech Rogue, we see that got pitched in the mulligan, Meaty actually opting to run that V07 Tron, the Voltron Titan, which not all of the Mech Rogue lists are including.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier. Just all the players. It's such a great time for a tournament because everything's still in the mix, right? I imagine prepping for this tournament as a player must have been, one, stressful, but two, also fun, because it does feel like you can be pretty experimental here. And we're going to see an early Mimiron come out, and now Havoc will no doubt ensue.
Yeah, getting that Mimiron out early is it's just so impressive, honestly. I feel like, especially because this 5 health is a little bit difficult for some of these decks to deal with, especially this early. And it's going to be a little bit of work for Yukio to try to actually answer this before Meaty's able to start snowballing it.
Yeah, especially with the coolant in hand, like Meaty could just do a lot of absurd things next turn, just based off the hand that we are looking at now. Never mind how that hand may progress going forward. There is going to be the keyboard into the Flame Geyser as well, which is going to help a little bit. But as you mentioned, there's Voltron. As you mentioned, the Mimiron just pretty much guaranteed to just sit there and be happy for a turn can really make things accelerate, especially with the Spider in hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stealth is kind of a big keyword for this rogue deck as well. We talked about, or we've heard about Wind Fury, right? That can be definitely something. As we saw in the previous series, kind of at the end, being able to heal up with lifesteal, also very impactful. But against decks that are trying to play these spells from hand, trying to do other things to target, being able to stealth this big body and then be able to do additional things with it the following turn, pretty important.
Yeah, I think the only thing Meaty's missing right now is just a few more minions to be able to play out, right? Like Voltron's a little bit ways away. That's okay, the Oscillator's something. Oh wait, no, of course, the coolant. Never mind, it's not a few turns away. Considering I talked about the coolant about 30 seconds ago, I quickly just forgot it existed for a second there. But yeah, that's a big, big deal, just being able to drop that down, and now Yuikyu's got to be sweating.
Yeah, and this is an interesting choice for the Titan. I think either choosing the can't be targeted, kind of along the same lines of stealth that we were just talking about, that could be pretty impactful, but also with only 1 4 health minion and then face on board, going for a little bit of a buff and dealing 4 twice also didn't seem like that bad of an option.
Yeah, I think I like this though, because I feel like if these stick, it only gets worse for Yuikyu, right? Like it just goes downhill. And we saw the Rewinder, which is effectively sap, going out there to defend them even more. Because you've just got to think, at this point, what is the plan here for the mage player? Like, what is the out? Because this just feels like you're trying to stave off disaster, even though it's already happened.
Yes, absolutely. I think the plan is survive as long as possible and hope it all comes together. But it's feeling a little dire already.
It really, I think it pretty much was just roll the perfect card from a different class, right? It's like, find a card that deals with this somehow in any possible way. And I don't think it really does anything. There's clean the scene, but that's going to be... Is that just too far away?
That's so expensive, too. Yeah, it goes for it anyways, but yeah, I guess it might be.
I guess at this point, it's just... You've got to go for the long shots, right? It's just one of those things where it's like, right, I'm in a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'll play as if things are going to go my way to get out of this situation.
Yeah. Also, I think this use of the putting something back in your hand, creating another body on board. It's not ideal, but it also does mean that an additional spell school was played, with that being a shadow spell, which could be just building up these inquisitive creations here to try to eliminate stuff off the board, but still don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, I think it's important because it helps with the infuse, right? Because if this gets infused, the clean the scene, then it will kill both minions.
I mean, unless there's enough magnetize to put it out of range. But
again,
Meaty's not going to play around the discovered infuse there.
Well, going back to the UEQ's just got to do the long shots and hope they work out, right? I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, maybe like a shard of the Naru, like UEQ got last game, could help. But still, I mean, at the rate that this game has been going, would that even be enough?
Yeah, outside of a very specific, kill a thing or remove a thing card, even the Mimiron now is just it's too big, right? It's just the stats don't matter anymore because it is simply too large.
I mean, and the added can't be targeted is also really helping Meaty at this point as well.
Is this still clean the scene though? It probably has to be, right? Because I think if that 1/1 goes in, it'll kill the Voltron and the 3/1, right?
Probably.
Molten Rune, okay. Random spell time.
Yeah, going for those outs.
Ugh.
Yeah, those seem a little slow. Going for the rush and heal, but I don't know if this is it
Finley,
here.
Go away, find me something better.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, right? Every option UEQ's had has just been like, this would be good if I had 10 more mana.
Right,
but not really been available to do now, and I think this is just I say the beginning of the end. I think it's just the end, or very likely to be anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think not having an answer for the Mimiron over multiple turns from that start just really kind of started the downfall. This Finley did pick up a solid alibi. I guess that is something.
Right.
I'm stretching.
I completely agree. It's something.
It's a card.
And there we go, yeah. Not too much of a surprise there, because again, it was looking grim. I think UQ obviously did their best to fight back and try and, if there's ever a deck that's gonna... Oh, crazy. We'll put Demon Hunter on the way. If there's ever a deck that's going to generate, some unforeseen circumstance to actually be able to answer cards with like untargetable or crazy amounts of health, it's probably going to be Mage. Apologies. Oh, there we go. I think we exist now. Yes, there we go. Apologies about that.
We're real.
We are still here. I know you'd miss us if we went away, chat. But yeah, that was definitely a rough matchup. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Meaty is 2-0 up. Are we going to see a 3-0? Because if so, this would be absolutely brutal, honestly, to see, because these matchups have been rough at best for UQ.
I think that if this is a 3-0 sweep, I feel like I'm just going to have to take the blame, because both of the matches and the series that I've casted today would have gone just 3-0, even though we have seen quite a bit of game 4s, game 5s, reverse sweeps even. And I'll just say it. If it is, then caster curse. I'm so sorry to those players, but
it's fine. I'm making notes now. If I ever need a shorter work day, I will request to cast with you at all times, because it seems like that's how it's going to work. But yeah, I mean, we're going to watch a replay, but really, if you blink, you missed it. It was Mimiron nice and early there for Meaty, and then the rest of the story unfolds in that 3-second clip of UQ getting absolutely obliterated. So we are going to see Meaty end up with just the Outcast Demon Hunter left. What have you made of Outcast? Because obviously in recent history, there has been, Outcast Demon Hunter, Relic Demon Hunter, matchup in two very popular lists. But what do you make of Outcast in this meta specifically? Like, what do you think it does that makes it worth bringing for not just Meaty, but a few players in this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I was bringing this up when Lorinda and I were casting earlier. I'm a huge fan of the Outcast DH right now. I think it's actually pretty decent into this meta, and honestly, probably a solid like fourth deck, right? That's one thing in Conquest. We have to see four decks per player. Yeah,
it's like a weird version of the Sith. Instead of a Sith,
exactly,
there's always two. There's always a fourth.
There is. But additionally, as you mentioned, we're not that far out from the expansion and kind of these OTK decks, and I think that some of these players might also be bringing Outcast DH as a deck that they're already very familiar with. So they don't really have to relearn 4 different decks. They can kind of bring in some of these decks that they're already familiar with and maybe just kind of see how they pair up into some of the other decks that maybe are a little bit newer. And that can help, especially when you're going into these matches that you're really looking to get solid wins. If you're already very comfortable with a deck, that can definitely go a long way.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where a lot of the decks, it's something we're probably going to bring up all weekend, but even the decks that are doing big bursts in the late game, they want to be winning the early game, right? Like, look at the Mage Mirror we cast at the start of this match, where both decks want to do big burst, but the deck that got on board early applied all of the pressure, and suddenly the big burst didn't need to be so big anymore. And I think that's a big deal with this Outcast Demon Hunter, where it doesn't... Well, okay, it does have options to burst damage, but just not like the with spells strictly. But I think the getting on board and not letting your opponent get on board early is something that's very powerful, as we've seen as we step into turn 2 for Meaty, and already there is a flurry of minions attacking Yuki.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, I think, into some matchups as well. Like you're saying, this early damage, well, some of these decks don't really have great ways to answer those early boards. And as we see here as well, Yuki has a super clunky hand as well, which is certainly not helping. Maybe coining into this cold case can stall a little bit of this damage, puts a couple minions on board to kind of contest this onslaught from Meaty, but is it enough to win in the long run? And how do you keep going about that? I like the Lady Nazjar as well in hand, potentially, if that's followed up behind the cold case. It adds additional armor that can help, and that might just kind of delay the game long enough for Yuki to find some of those other answers.
Just gonna hold on to everything, though.
Forget everything we just said, right?
Yeah. Oh, look, you know when I said it wasn't through spells that this deck did burst damage? Yeah, that's it.
That's the
18
one.
million damage being thrown out there, and it's still not looking too good. There's some clear now, but the problem is, what happens to the Dark Raven, right? Like, now it's the problem of, well, you can clear a bit, but not all. If you can't clear all, you're dead.
Yeah. And I think if it hadn't been exactly that Dark Raven there, the pickup of the Inquisitive Creation looked pretty good, but yeah, not clearing enough ultimately.
Yeah, really tricky as well though, because obviously like Havera's there, but Meaty had Glaivetar as well, so there was still plenty. Obviously not this level of damage and threat, but there was still damage coming out from Meaty, and Yuki was still clutching for some kind of way to get some work done here. It's going to be Arcane Bolt and then Coin Creation, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really see any other way.
It's something.
Yeah, as you mentioned, though, still quite a bit of damage with things like the Glaivetar. Meaty absolutely could just set that up, add that hero power damage, but it's not enough for lethal this turn, but it does set up a potential 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, and I'm just staring now, trying to think, while the Hawkstride is on board, going to play the minion and go into Glaive. Okay, I did wonder if Meaty was going to go for the Spectral Sight, but I guess this can always be outcast next turn, but with this play as well, puts the most damage in face, and now it's that same issue we sort of saw in the Mage Mirror at the beginning, where is there enough mana to tick all these boxes, right? Clear the board and not die to the Glaivetar. There is the Artificer now, so that is something, especially with the cold case, but it just feels like a delay in the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like that's just been the story through this whole this whole match, all of these games so far. This third game, not breaking that pattern. Meaty just absolutely getting on board or putting on the pressure every single game. And what a way to go. Found the lethal.
Yeah,
you love
you know
to
what?
see it.
The mental fortitude to be able to lethal yourself after this series is absolutely magnificent, and I applaud it, because that is the way to go out, and to be able to just do that, fair enough. But yeah, the Meatman taking the match 3-0. That's exactly what you want your day to look like, right? If you're playing in a tournament this stacked with this much on the line, a World Championship spot, is to just say, yeah, I got into my winner's match, and then I just 3-0'd in about 10 minutes, and then, yeah, I'm going to go chill out, watch the rest of the tournament, go to bed early, get some rest for the next day, as Meatman now is going to move on. Like, it was another short and sweet one, but any highlights for you from this very short series, Don?
Yeah, I think that overall it seemed like Meaty was able to really just recognize the lines where he was putting on the most amount of pressure, and that just seems like something very good to do in Hearthstone in general, but I think in this meta as well, just applying that pressure and forcing your opponent to have answers for it, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and no, UQ just did not really have the answers for it this time around.
Yeah, well, that one went past in the blink of an eye, but there's still plenty more Hearthstone coming up. So we're going to go to a quick break to set up the next match, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle, my good pal, long-time pal, Sottle. Sottle, how you doing, little buddy?
I'm feeling much more comfortable. I'm on the correct side, TJ. Everything feels normal again. I know which way left is. I know which way right is. This is fantastic. I'm doing great. Even more so because we've been watching some sweet high-level Hearthstone. We've been watching some sweet high-level Hearthstone that has also had really silly mistakes in it, which is extra fun. Like, that's the best kind of Hearthstone. Like, not just from the players as well, from the casters. Like, everyone's throwing. It's incredible. This is the best kind of Hearthstone to watch by far.
Yeah. What do you think this is a product of, Sottle, this subpar Hearthstone? Is it the lack of, turn...
I mean, first things first, don't be putting words in my mouth. I didn't say subpar. This is fantastic. Genuinely, I just think the game's really hard to play optimally right now, which is why we're seeing, like, even at this level, people are getting into spots where the best line isn't necessarily immediately apparent, right? And questionable lines or outright mistakes are happening. I think that's a good thing. I think that's something to be celebrated, right? If everyone could play the game perfectly, there'd be no point in having this tournament. Oh, I paused, I see. I paused politely to allow TJ to respond to my point, but apparently he's having some technical difficulties. So I guess I'll follow up my own point. Instead, talk about Meaty doing very well to get out of Group A. We'd see, I'm not sure if we saw Gu qualifying through into B. Oh, I see. TJ's having some serious issues, because now he just cut in the middle of my sentence responding to the last thing I said. I'll just keep powering through, dear viewers. It's fine. But we did get Gamer RVG losing the qualifying game, dropping down to deciders in Group B. We will now be focusing on that decider match, Casey and Gamer RVG, for our broadcast match that myself and hopefully TJ, if he returns from the depths, are going to bring you. But certainly very interested in seeing Gamer RVG play, because it looks like he has a very similar lineup to what banterface is bringing, which looks like a solid lineup all around. This one we did follow through quite a lot of. We saw Pocket Train picking up the victory over Dreadeye in some real clutch circumstances. A couple of absolute nail-biters back and forth. Pocket Train taking the risky lines, let's say, with the Shaman, getting punished for it once, and then very nearly getting punished for it a second time, but escaping by the skin of his teeth in the end. And then we've seen Gabby calling his shot, really. Like, Gabby is Gabby. Anyone who knows Gabby will be familiar with the projected confidence and the ego and everything that comes along with Gabby. But I think most importantly, Gabby called his shot. He said everyone in this tournament is free. And so far, Gabby has been absolutely backing that up. Testing. Okay, still nothing. Are you there, TJ? Oh, you have no audio. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I think TJ has called Gabby's called two shots specifically. One being that he was going to beat everyone very easily, and secondly that he was a god at Naga Mage, which he executed on as well, because we saw that turn that I called out to Raven. Like, this is where the Gabby would have killed him meme comes in, and he absolutely did kill them on that turn with the Siren, Reverb, Generate Mana, Sif coming down, OTK. Turn. So Gabby absolutely threatening to just wind the clock back a year or two and absolutely run away with this tournament. How we doing, TJ? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, nice.
Okay, and now all sorts of tech problems from my end. Apologies. Because you just talked to yourself.
I did.
Because I couldn't hear you on Discord, I muted myself on the stream so that I wouldn't say anything and talk over you. And then when I came back and was finally with you, I was muted. So you were just laughing to yourself. But yeah,
look, I feel like we're doing great, TJ, honestly. I feel like
doing great.
Everything
great
is going
start.
Precisely as planned, and we're doing wonderful.
Great start. Yeah. So I love now that we have like Nature Shaman and Rainbow Mage that you look at their deck lists on these bio pages and it's like Nature, Rainbow, Miracle, Secrets.
Is this
We need-
Hearthstone or a book I'm reading my 3-year-old? I'm very unclear. What's going on?
Oh, jeez. My kids only read like books about dinosaurs. Oh, recently they got into Captain Underpants,
Captain
Which-
Underpants.
which is actually genius writing. It's like a book for kids. I think it's probably like the age group would be like probably 7 to 10 years old.
That sounds like something Lorinda says when he forgets the name of a card.
Captain Underpants, nature, rainbow, miracle,
Shh, it's a secret.
Don't tell anybody about the nature, the rainbows, and the miracles. It's a secret.
Wow,
Oh,
I mean,
gee.
honestly, this is my favourite fun fact of the day so far. Casey, incredibly, has once won a game of Hearthstone. That is incredible scenes, to be quite honest. You
Amazing.
love to see it.
Like said, one favorite class is Rogue. Well, funnily enough, we're going to highlight the Miracle Rogue. Very odd. Most players opted for the Mech Rogue, but both players in the series having the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, not something that we've seen a great deal of so far. We have seen our fair share of Mech Rogue. I think Meaty and Pocket in quick succession, I think, on stream, both rocking the Mech Rogue, so we've kind of got used to that so far. But this is kind of just the Casey deck, right? Like, this is the quintessential Casey deck. He was kind of responsible for various iterations of this build, step by step, and it feels like some kind of, concoction, location, Big Ghosts Rogue has been around ever since those cards appeared, and Casey has largely been responsible for finding the optimal lists of most of those variations throughout various expansions, particularly because it's a deck that just continues to survive the nerf hammer, right? Like, one card gets touched, then change, like Draka gets touched, okay, cool, we won't play Draka anymore. Location gets changed, okay, we just play these other threats so we don't have to go all in on Ghosts anymore. Like, Casey has really been top of that list of people who've been keeping this deck relevant, and it's a kind of deck where the people that like it love it, right? Like, they have deep emotional connection with this deck. I think possibly Banterface in the Q&A listed it as one of his favorite decks of all time, so worth highlighting, I think, since we haven't really seen it make too much of an impact on the tournament just yet.
Yeah, there will always be metagames where just vomiting a ton of stats onto the board and going all in on any given turn is going to be strong, right? And I feel like this is one of those metagames. If things start to head more towards like control decks with wide removal, maybe it changes. Maybe Miracle Rogue's not as good anymore. But for right now, at this point in time, I think it is. It also has significant amounts of disruption in the form of both a double Speaker Stomper, double Cult Neophyte. So just being able to like get all this weird chip damage in by just making your opponent's spells cost more is relevant. Most of the decks in the metagame are very heavily spell based, and so being able to easily fit those into a lineup, I think, is quite good. So we'll see how it fares. We're going to start off with Mage versus Mage. Mage v Mage!
Yeah, it is funny, you kind of forget Cult Neophyte exists as a card you can actually put in your deck until Rogue comes along. Like, there's something about the fact you get to play Shadow Step in your deck that makes Cult Neophyte a very attractive disruption card for Rogues to play, but not really any other classes particularly. But we have seen our fair share of Mage Mirrors throughout the day, both in the Rainbow versus Rainbow form and also Rainbow versus Naga we have seen a significant amount of as well. So looking forward to kick this one off. Casey does have a pretty smooth opening curve. No weapon right now for either player, though, which is kind of the defining part of the early game, right? If one player gets weapon, the other doesn't. Well, we've very clearly established who the aggro is in the matchup if that happens.
I missed this bunk bed. Oh, man.
I'd forgotten all about the bunk bed.
So much lore just behind one bunk bed.
Who is it? Who's hanging out on top? It's Fled, right? It's Fled that's up there, just off camera. Is that right?
Blood's still up there,
Yeah, okay.
gaming away.
It's hard to keep up with all the America's lore, you know? Like,
It's vast, deep,
vast, intertwined.
full of rainbows, Mage, and miracles, Rogue. See what I did there?
I did, yeah. Not too many secrets though, because you and Lorinda will just blare out everything to the audience, so it's hard to keep a secret under those circumstances.
Ooh, Tear Reality.
Go
Discounted
on.
with the Infinitize the Max dude. You get Ice Block!
It's just Gateway, right? Yeah. I was talking in the earlier series about how this is a card that can be overlooked until you realize, but with both variations of Mage, actually with all three variations of Mage, because you can play Naga Mage without the creations in it as well, and then that still draws a mech because the amalgams in the deck are still a mech. Like sometimes it's easy to forget that you are playing pretty high value mech cards in your deck as Mage.
Yeah, but Ice Block is so cool.
What happens with all of the other cards that aren't Ice Block, TJ? I want you to go through and name every possible card it could be that is an Ice Block and explain whether that is good or bad. Why do I get the feeling TJ's a
I don't think I can. Hello?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, you did the thing where you'd like vanished into the future for a second and then responded to the thing I said 20 seconds ago. I'm just going to assume that TJ's gone again, dear viewers. Casey, drop in the cold case. Once again, though, neither player has weapon, which is a good sign for... if you don't have weapon, the fact your opponent does not have weapon as well at least gives you some sort of compensation. Gamer probably just responding kind. It sounds better now. Yeah, what's up? Hello. I think so. If you're responding to what I'm saying right now, say broccoli. Perfect. We've nailed it.
Broccoli. I said it later because I was muted again because I was lagging. But you heard me when I said it for the first time.
That's going to be the most confusing possible thing for all of the viewers. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes in Florida they just make the internet slower.
That makes sense.
It's one of the perks.
Mm-hmm.
So incentivize you to go outside in the 115-degree heat indexed heat.
Yeah, it's actually a conspiracy by the alligators. They sabotage everyone's internet to drive them outside so that they can eat them.
Yep. That's true. Their numbers are dwindling, so they need to make a power move quick.
Are they actually? Is that part real?
No idea.
Oh, okay.
That'd be sad, though. They're so iconic. So powerful.
Go Gators.
Go Gators!
Go Gators!
Woo! Wow.
Somewhere in a distant universe, Robert Wing punches the air in glee.
Oh no, it wasn't Firelands Portal. It was Firelands Portal substandard. So it is just Ice Block.
Oh, were you talking about Firelands Portal? I don't think we caught that.
I
From
was,
the
yeah.
reality? Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think we heard that.
I can't even name a single card other than Ice Block. All I see when I see Tear Reality is a chance to get Ice Block.
Oh, it's the Ice Block card. Nice.
Yeah. Well,
I like this, by the way. I think this is an underrated play that people don't necessarily do a lot. Like, that is a 9 health swing between the two mages, as well as getting another potential spell school played and a little bit of extra tempo on board, plus some potentially worthwhile cards that you can play on the following turn as well. I think just straight up dome them with a juiced up Molten Rune is something that players don't necessarily do enough.
Yeah, Casey does play 1, so that's something to note. Some players opt to play 2. Yada yada, but he's just playing 1. But you can still get there with Arcane Bolts and Flame Geysers, what have you, when it comes to Sif. If that's even needed, sometimes you can just juice them down. But with Artificer existing, it gets a little bit tougher.
So spell school's sufficiently juiced now for Casey. I think it'll be 4/5s on the following turn. Gamer would have the initiative to go first here. Not sure what spell schools are out. Oh, there's a wisdom in hand, so there looks like 3 spell schools have been played based on the cost of the wisdom. Which certainly would be played here if Gamer has it, and I'm sure Casey is hoping that it isn't. I think with every moment this passes this turn without 4/5 elementals appearing on the board, Casey is feeling quite a lot better about his position in this game.
Reality woven.
Oh, wow. Okay. Going for the reverb now can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to use in the mage matchup. You don't want to hold on to it too long, and he wants to get the shadow spell school out of the way. And was also counting cards. The Abyssal Curse will go away at the beginning of the next turn, so it's fine if he keeps his hand at 10 cards. Once the Infinitize the Max 2 comes back in the hand. Because he'll still get his draw once the Abyssal Curse goes away.
Yeah, I certainly don't blame him, doing some finger counting there. It is a little bit counterintuitive. Like, playing a finale Infinitize actually adds a card to your hand, and then when you have to compensate for the fate card that's going away at the start of the turn as well, like, nothing wrong with double-checking that, making sure you're getting it right.
Yep. And Casey knows the creation is here. Didn't get Divine Shield, didn't get Reborn. So he knows that it's not long for this world. But needed to play it anyway.
Only on 4 as well, right? The creation, based on the cost of the wisdom currently.
Yeah, but isn't it just fire?
Oh no, because it starts on 1 anyway, right? So it'll be 5 straight up.
Oh yeah.
I forget they work.
It does start on 1,
differently.
but it would be.
You can't just impose them.
Yeah, Shadow, Frost, Arcane, and. Okay, just gonna get this out of the hand. Objection, easy peasy.
I use it as a clean the scene instead. Okay, sure. Infuse clean the scene. Gets the holy spell played while it is useful to do so. Makes sense.
Yeah. I didn't even think that was clean the scene. I thought it was that 5-mana holy spell that summons a 1-cost 5/5 or the opposite.
Oh, is it the Paladin? Is it a Paladin card that does that?
Yeah, it's a Paladin card.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The golden art, when it's tucked away in there, they actually look similar. Oddly enough. But he hits him with another one.
I had the exact same reaction as you, by the way. Was it you that when the gadget started appearing in Golden from the Golden Mimron, I was like, oh, I have no idea.
No idea.
Like,
yeah. Because they actually look quite a bit different when they're golden. It's more, everything's more blurred together, it feels. Ooh, Taste of Chaos!
You sound incredibly excited about that card, TJ.
It's one of my favorite cards, like, of all time.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much all finale cards. I'm like, oh, yes. Oh, I spend all my mana and then my cards are yellow. Oh. I love yellow cards. Oh, it's yellow!
You gotta do it, right? Yeah. It played. Oh, more yellow cards? Are you kidding?
I wouldn't have minded meta there. Just for damage, but I guess it does not affected by spell damage. Need something cheap to dump, maybe? So it can start drawing cards. I like how we just haven't even thought about what Casey's gonna do. Like,
well, the last 2 turns, he's had the ability to play 4/4/5s, which was clearly the best play over anything else. So he didn't really need talking about.
ooh. Volume up, but hand space might be an issue until he starts getting these solid alibis out of the way. Because that Whirlpool is not doing too much. Unless the Elemental Inspiration comes down. and has no other good way to deal with it.
Which it looks like it might.
Yeah.
At least has
6 of
the
them.
upside of having found the weapon before being forced to play Whirlpool, so...
Oh, he's already mousing over it.
Yep. Unbeknownst to Gamer RVG, Reborn was the by far the best one in this situation.
Time runs out on me.
Bask in my radiance.
Oh, frozen over is interesting.
Sure, yeah. As everyone knows, it's the #1 rule of card games that whenever you can burn any of your opponent's cards, you absolutely do that, and it's the best play by far.
you have to. Instead, pick Stranglethorn Heart to resurrect all of the beasts that he's played.
Yeah, I think just took it as a tradable, but then didn't trade it at the end of the turn. I don't know whether that was a conscious decision or whether that was just a run out of time kind of deal.
Yeah, he's playing around Hidden Meaning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just getting in the habit.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, okay, so we just saw Whirlpool kill a full board of the 4/5 elementals, right? Like, the 4/5 elementals with the different keywords, are they considered the same minion? Like, what if one got Shadow Stepped back to hand? Would it get killed by the Whirlpool?
I've never seen that interaction. I have
No, me
no
neither.
idea.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
That's so weird looking when you play an unfinale'd Felon Flames on, so it just looks like nothing happened at all, but no, it did get rushed. We're good. Tough choice.
Okay.
Does go Alibi in the end. I do think that was an actual consideration, right? Whether you want another wave of massive pressure, since your Elemental Inspiration is massively juiced at this point. Chose just to go with the extra copy of Alibi instead.
Is he going to reverb?
Is there much benefit to it? I think, honestly, the best thing you can do right now is make your opponent have to kill a 3/8 instead of a 3/1.
Yeah, but
It's not like
you
the
can do
damage is
two
doing much
things.
right now. Okay, fine. So
Double it up
secrets
right
then,
away.
I guess. Oh, he's
Oh,
going to take the
damage.
Okay. Fine. Alright.
The culmination of my research.
Come on, Zal. Well, you never Norganoned before?
Oh, I have Norganoned plenty, TJ.
You were a Norganon?
I can't remember where it was, but I had a weird experience where, like, I think it might have been Lorinda's stream, and I gave Lorinda, like, a mage list very similar to what Casey and Gamer RBG are playing right now. And suddenly, like, the whole stream were like, oh, why is the Titan in the list? The Titan sucks. Huh? What? I got very confused. It did feel like everyone cut the Titan from this deck for quite a significant amount of time, and then we get back to the Masters Tour, and it's just back in. It's one of those
can
things
be
where I
a
felt
little
like I was
bit-
playing a different game.
It can be a little bit clunky,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
but there's some really cool things you can do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, worth noting, of course, the way the reverb interaction works, like, you could, if you want to deal 10 damage to someone, you could just reverb the Titan first and then click 5 damage on each of them. Or you can use one ability on the first Titan, reverb it, and then use 10 damage on the new Titan that's just been summoned, which is obviously better because then you get a whole other first ability on the first Titan before you do so. So, Casey taking care of the mechanics quite nicely in the end. Ooh, oh, hello.
Yeah, and oh! And this still has its damage because it was the doubled one.
Correct.
So,
So we can
Wait,
now just go
he did
10,
it the-
20. Yep.
but he could have got he could have gotten secrets
The culmination
20.
He could have gotten secrets, but this is lethal anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Solid argument. But
Mhm.
could have ended the game with 3 secrets. So
That is true,
You know.
and that is better.
that is better. It is much better. But yeah, Gamer RPG not respecting the Norganonin that was going on from Casey. Decided to opt for power. His turn would have been pretty bad if all he had done was just trying to clear those. He could have gone like Volcanomancy Ping on one of the Norganons, would have cleared the board. But then what's he doing with the rest of his mana that turn? He had like triple Solid Alibi, and a bunch of other nonsense. A bunch of other stuff that wasn't really doing anything except for the Elemental Inspiration. So
Yeah, I think I kind of failed to appreciate how deep in that game we were at that point, because my initial instinct to reverbing a Norg is like, oh, you just made it so much easier to clear, right? Like, they can just play whatever, like, juice creation and it clears it anyway. Like, we were at such an advanced point in the game where Gamer RPG had already used a couple of generated AoEs to deal with the elementals, right? Had already used both creations to clear up boards as well. So it was in a position where actually that was going to be an annoying board to clear regardless of health total. Like, ping one and shoot a spell at the other one is still a majority of your turn at that point based on what had already been played in the game. So I think that play was a lot better than I initially gave it credit for. But Gamer chose to take a somewhat risky line of saying, okay, I need to actually just jam stuff on the board right now, and then second reverb ended up being lethal in the end for Casey. But he kind of pushed the boat out to get one of those cheeky lethal setups in.
yeah, not bad, not bad. And yeah, you got to look at Gamer RPG's hand there. If all he had done is what you said, ping and shoot another minion, the rest of his turn would have been what? Forge a Molten Rune and launch it face. Trade his Stranglethorn Heart into something else that he couldn't play. You know, this would have ended up floating a lot of mana or dumping a lot of burn spells that he would have needed for Sif as soon as it was drawn. And also, there's like that game of chicken that goes on at that point in the game too, right? There's a lot of generated stuff in the hand. There could be discounted burn damage from both sides. Who starts the Solid Alibi war when you get deep enough into the deck where Sif plus spells can kill you from a lot? Now, 40 damage is really hard, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you have to hand track pretty carefully when you're playing against Mage specifically, and keep track of of particularly discounted generated cards. Because discounted cards from Infinitize, for example, those can change the breakpoints for Sif damage. Because you can generate extra burn damage, it doesn't really change how much is possible to play alongside a Sif, right? Like, you can play a Sif, a Molten Rune, and then a 1-mana spell alongside that. You can replace that 1-mana spell with a different 1-mana spell. It's still a very similar amount of damage. It's only really if you find something extra from Infinitize where the breakpoints really go through the roof, and that's where that game of chicken that you were talking about really comes into play, of using that information as best as you can to get your Solid Alibi timings just right. Because if you first alibi and everyone resolves down, then you're in trouble.
Yep. Unless you factor in that instead of burn damage from that Infinitize the Maxitude, there was another Solid Alibi that was picked up. And then, who knows, right? So, it looks like we are waiting for... There was an admin issue that we're waiting to have resolved from that first game. So we'll be jumping into game 2 in a few moments. But, I don't know, what do you want to talk about, Sodal? So many things to talk about.
I want to talk about every mage card that can come from Reality, TJ, and the relative merits and drawbacks of each of them.
Is that even something that you could Google?
I mean, presumably, yeah. I mean, you could work it out just from the online collection, right? Presumably, but
yeah, but like mage spells from the past is so like ambiguous.
I guess, yeah. I get what you mean.
It's like, well, the past also includes yesterday. So, like, past in this tense on Reality is not a keyword.
I
so it doesn't have a
specifically
definition.
remember playing a Solid Alibi yesterday. Therefore, that is a card from the past, and I wish to generate it from my Reality. If I do not receive one immediately, you will be hearing from my lawyers.
Oh. Evocation, that's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Terriality, you can't. It's not a. It's a random effect, I guess. So you can't get itself from itself.
I think I'm just kind of doing the same thing you are, is like staring at Casey's deck list and trying to work out what, if anything, has gone wrong here, because as far as I can see, everything seemed above board, but I'm obviously not keeping 100% track of what was going on. But, remainder of the series, anyway, let's keep this going. And there is the aggro, the Arcane Hunter, which I believe you and Lorinda got on board with the name Arcane Hunter during the previous
It just makes more sense.
It does make more sense, doesn't it? It's like, let's call one of the 3 Hunter decks that plays Secrets Secret Hunter. No! That's not helping anyone. That's not how you name things. But I am really looking forward to the Rogue coming out to play in this series altogether, because it almost at this point doesn't feel like a high-level competitive Hearthstone event if people aren't making 9/9 ghosts on turn 3. You know, like that just seems like something that has to happen at some point over the course of a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Mech-Rogue kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, true.
Question mark? Like Rogue decks just kind of do rogue things where, you know, they start the turn with a 2/1 and then you're either dead or there's like 3 9/9s on board. But we're going in the next game here. Casey is going to play the Rogue, and Game RPG is going to be on the Mage. Once again. Mage.
And look at this hand. What did I say about 9/9s on turn 3?
I mean, sure.
All we need is a minion and a step, and we're cooking. Like,
There's
that's all I'm saying.
no substance here.
I mean, the substance is the thing that comes out of the Sinstone graveyard, TJ.
I know, but this is like if you went to a really nice steak restaurant and you sat down and they just gave you like 3 steaks.
That sounds incredible. Sign me up.
I know, like that exactly. You looked at that hand and you're like, oh yes. But then if you think about it, like down the road, in this instance, we're going to use.
Oh, there's a side of mashed potatoes right there, TJ.
See? Yep. And now we get a shadow step, and we got some veggies in there. So
yeah. And then the broccoli's cooking as well.
And then the broccoli's cooking. Yep. And then after it's all done, and you've eaten this glorious meal, the speaker stomper that comes out to protect it all, that's the dessert.
That's the peppercorn sauce slathered all over the top.
This guy
boy,
stinks.
I'm hungry. Oh, there's a minion. Next card, Shadow Step. Oh, unlucky. Okay. What do you mean, play sensibly? Just assume your next card, Shadow Step. Alright, back in reality. Away from stake-based metaphor.
It's too late. I'm down the rabbit hole.
Oh, okay, fine.
I won't
rabbit
say anything
steaks?
about it.
Jeez. What are you... Diving down a rabbit hole to find rabbits to make steaks out of, TJ? You monster!
I have no rebuttal. The defense rests, Your Honor.
The defense rests just like the 15 minutes I rested this delicious steak for. Jeez.
Oh, man. So you know it's getting close to dinner time when my analogies start to be food-based instead of boat-based.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, come on. This looks very much like turn 4 to me.
Oh, cold case off the tippity top.
Alright, I mean, that is basically the quality of draw that Gamer RVG kind of needed to stay in this game, to be perfectly honest, but... Ooh!
Double!
Pick yourself up and deposit yourself directly into the nearest bin. Card, 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 card. There we go. Beautiful.
Ah, God, I love me some card rogue.
It's
lot of stats.
beautiful.
This has already been Frost, Fire, and can fit in Arcane. So this is 4. That's like almost a full clear.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, right? Turns out Inquisitive Creation is also a heck of a Hearthstone card.
Yeah.
Okay, good draw. Not for this turn. Definitely just 5/5 tempo this turn. Definitely go face. But needed some sort of resource generation. I think Potion Belt was the absolute best draw in the deck, right? Because it still has the Ghoulish Alchemist aura discount in play.
Yeah.
But Dora Shadow's pretty close. Pretty close second.
This Elemental Inspiration is already pretty juiced. So if Gamer RBG can get through the next turn relatively unscathed, could have a good follow-up. Because probably not expecting too big of ghosts to come out from these next turn, with only 2 cards in hand, one of them being Astlore.
Yeah, for sure. Still needs to find something to do with his mana off this, though. That's pretty good. Okay, yeah, Prismatic fills out quite nicely. You can just drop the Flame Geyser in there if nothing better is found.
Lunar.
Lunar Eclipse. Interesting.
It's playable. It's also an extra 4/5 next turn.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
It's actually a full clear.
With the
Yeah.
Flame Geyser, yeah.
Oh, that's the juice.
You idiot, you've fallen directly into my trap by infusing my Door of Shadows, which will now draw me 2 Potion Belts instead of 1. It has to be Potion Belt, right? He just has to keep digging until it's Potion Belt. Oh, no! Okay.
There it
okay,
is.
Okay. Hazy.
I was like,
and
double
card
hazy.
draw. Very nice, yeah. Wild growth.
I mean, these are big ghosts. Very big ghost.
Oh.
11. What? He had 2 cards in hand. No, he had 22 stats. He's still just Elemental Inspiration, though.
What gets me is, like, he burned through so much mana doing nothing just to get to the Potion Belt. It felt like that was a bad thing. But the fact all of the doors just chained into more doors. Chained into more door? What? Ended up being good for him because it just created that insane chain of cards, right? It ended up with 11/11s. Like, the mana didn't matter because as soon as he got to Potion Belt, the potion that he created cost 0 anyway from the Ghoulish Alchemist. So actually worked out in a pretty nice way for Casey in the end.
Yeah, perfect mana utilization as well. Super crisp. It's 4, right? It's 4 elementals. You got to do it. You gain 7 armor.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only 3. What?
So just Frost, Arcane, and Nature then?
Fire. Cast a
Oh
flame.
yeah, Fire was
flame
played as
geyser.
well. Wait, what? Is Lunar Eclipse? Lunar Eclipse isn't Nature, right? Or is
Oh,
it?
it's not nature. No, you're right. It's arcane.
There you go.
It's either
Crap.
arcane or
It's
arcane or
Arcane.
nothing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Arcane.
Whoops.
This is what I get for trusting TJ Sanders.
Big mistake.
Oh, Putricide's juicing.
Oh my god. Casey's actually pretty close to dying.
Yeah, so much so that had to respect one of the 4/5s with the 11/11, right? It's just to take some of the damage off the board.
You know. Volume up. Looking for solid alibi. There it is.
The dream would be solid alibi and reverb here, right? Because then you could just ship the damage face, alibi this turn, and then you'd have Norg reverb next turn for the 10.
Yeah.
Doesn't have that necessarily guaranteed 2-turn setup, but does hit the alibi, which is the most important piece of the equation. Ooh. All three of those have their arguments.
I think if you're solid alibying, your minions are probably getting traded anyway, so anti-magic show goes down.
Fair. Yeah, you can't fit it in this turn anyway with the alibi.
Yeah. So Whirlpool makes a whole lot of sense. Oh.
Okay. Can Casey possibly know how absurdly clutch that Speaker Stomper is right now?
Nope.
It's just the best play, though, right? Like, you put it on the board. Yeah.
100%. Even if, like, he couldn't have anything randomly generated, he knows that there's 2 Flame Elementals in hand. It's still just the best play.
Yep.
Do you double whammy here? Also.
Whammy?
With the Cold Neophyte?
Nah, single whammy only.
Oh!
Oh, no.
How much is it with Aslar? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21?
Still a lot, right? Still feels quite a lot like losing. You'd still have, I guess, reverb out off the top. You can find reverb here as well, or other sources of damage. No?
Take the tradable.
You can take the tradable, yeah, for sure. But as it stands right now, like, Casey can just go, like, Astor... Oh, it doesn't have board space, though, actually. Because you'd want to play Astalor and Neophyte same turn, right? Ideally, would be your next turn.
Yeah. I think you gotta play the Astalor, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. We say heat that because we know he has the Whirlpool.
True.
He thinks he's dead.
So he's going to go the other way around, clear space first, and then play the Neophyte. Make sure he's preserving a board space in case of like a third generated alibi, right? Make sure he has the board space to be able to play the Astalor next time.
Yeah. Oh, but if the board gets cleared, he's going to be one off. Oh, it's lethal.
Sure is.
Easy peasy! So it wouldn't have mattered, whatever Casey did.
As long as we don't screw up our mechanics here, it is inherently possible, but no, that looks fine to me.
You have to press the wrong button twice. Even if you press the wrong button on the first one, you can still get it right on the second one.
No, you can't. If you press deal 5 on the first one, you're cooked, right? You can't get lethal from there.
Ah, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So you have a 2 out of 3 chance. Oh man, I pressed the wrong one. That's okay.
I know, like, Titan mechanics genuinely, like, joking aside, they are a thing that you have to learn, though, right? Like, there is a lot going on with Titan mechanics. Like, essentially, a Titan ability is treated as an attack by the game, and Titans have charge, functionally. So when a new Titan appears on the board, it can attack immediately, with attack meaning use one of its abilities. But it does literally have charge. No, I know you're making that face at me, but it does literally have charge.
So
because
can you quad reverb and then charge with the fourth one after
Yes.
using all 3 abilities?
Yes, you absolutely can. You can also... So this comes up in Mech Rogue, right? Because you can give the Titan Wind Fury, using Ini as the most common version, but various other ways as well. And then if you reverb it with one ability left, a new Titan appears that has Wind Fury, one ability remaining. You can use that one ability and then still attack face with the newly summoned Titan as well. There's all sorts of cool things you can do with Titans. If you play at this level, you probably are going to have to dig into those interactions just so you don't miss something incredibly niche when it comes up in a spot like that.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
I knew the whole functionally has charge thing. Did not know that they actually have charge.
And they do. They do indeed.
Yeah, because it doesn't say it.
No.
Doesn't say charge all.
I mean, the Rogue Titan doesn't even say Titan.
Yeah, it does. That does. It says Tide.
If you're from the internet in the early 2000s, it says Titan, sure, but
I was
I'm not.
I was trying to verbalize how it's spelled, but I can't.
Is it to 1 to Fawn? Is it a 4 for the A? I don't even remember whether it's a 4 or not.
Yeah, I think it is.
I can't remember.
To 1 to
Anyway.
Forn. Yep, you're right. Doesn't say Titan.
Anyway, 1 game to 1. Both mages have picked up a victory. Mage, really a deck that is performing very well in the hands of very good players overall. Because if you actually look at stats across ladder, even across like high ranked sample ladder, like top 1000 ladder, it doesn't seem like a very well performing, very highly performing deck. But then you look at how many of them you queue into if you're actually in like genuinely high legend, right? If you're in low double digits or single digit legend, you play against mage a lot. There is a lot of them up there, and a lot of the best players in the world regard some build of mage to be a top 3 deck in the game right now. And I think you can see from the way these games pan out, there's so many different choices to be made on any individual given turn by so many of these players. And yes, we've seen a lot of, oh, here's solid alibi. Like, we have seen that. I'm not going to deny that has been a factor. I have eyes, and I know the people watching have eyes too. But leading us to those points have been extremely intricate decisions from a lot of the players piloting it. So I think it's a really interesting deck, and I do think that genuinely, in terms of like new archetypes launched into the game by the new expansion, that Rainbow Mage is like right up there in terms of healthy, fun archetypes for the game overall.
Casey's certainly not enjoying solid alibi.
No, absolutely not.
He won without even having to play one.
Yeah, because obviously the rational claim here is that if you make 2 7/7s and 8/8s on turn 4 and then 2 11/11s 2 turns later, you should just win the game automatically, and your opponent shouldn't be allowed to stop that in any way, right? Like that's the assertion that we're making here.
That's a fair assumption, right? Like,
I think sure.
if I go through all that work to make 2 7/7s, you better have the gosh darn respect to let me kill you with them.
You best believe I'm going to get something out of it, like a wife. I don't know what that's from, but it's from something. It'll come to me eventually.
No,
it will. I promise.
It's just a quote that you said years ago, and you're like, "Wow, that moment in my life was a lot like a TV show."
Now that you mention it, that was just my proposal to my wife. Yeah. Fun fact: my wife actually proposed to me.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
That is a fun fact.
Look at us bucking gender roles. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did not. I was the one who proposed. At the top of the tower thingy in Las Vegas.
The tower thingy in Las Vegas. I'm not going with
The stratosphere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, confirmed by Lorinda, the stratosphere, apparently.
Yeah,
I sort of vaguely know of it, but I couldn't even picture it if I had to.
It was supposed
Anyway,
to
do
be
you fancy talking about some Hearthstone, TJ?
Yeah, but one sec. Let me finish this story.
Okay, sure.
The proposal was supposed to be a surprise. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They have a metal detector before you can go up to the top of the stratosphere. went through the metal detector.
Oh.
The ring set it off, so I had to take it out and show them what it was. The surprise was completely ruined.
Did
still
you
a funny moment.
did you get down on one knee as you presented it to the security guard on the way in?
No, I was just like thinking in my head, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I know? One, even if I had known that there was a metal detector, I don't think I would have even thought that the ring would set it off.
Yeah. No. I'm on your side. No one plays around that. You're not stupid, teacher. That's fine. It's a perfectly reasonable mistake.
And then I have such a fear of authority. I could have just gone, oh yeah, it's my belt, and just showed them my belt, and they would have been like, okay, that's fine. But I was like, they're gonna know that I'm hiding something else, and I don't want them to think that I'm trying to sneak something there. So I took it out and showed them. My life has been a comedy of errors. All right, we can talk about Hearthstone now.
Sweet. My favorite. We've made it. We've made it to the rogue mirror. I was hoping we'd see a bit of rogue on rogue action. It's been a while for sure since I have dipped my toes in the murky waters of Miracle Rogue mirrors. Shadow Demise opening hand on coin with a Shadow Step Ghoulish Alchemist as well. Like, that is a hand that can go absolutely wild if a location is found, if some potion generation is found. Casey, on the other hand not doing a great deal right now.
Yep, time. Well, I was gonna say time to start poking, but I guess not. Oof.
Now already, is your hand airy enough that you're just going to double cycle off the Ghostly Strike? I guess not, right? Because, yeah, you have Gear Shift. Not particularly used to playing Miracle Rogue with Gear Shift in it. Did you see the, like, kind of hybrid list? Like, the mech Miracle version of the deck that kind of just played Mimiron and the 2-mana spell for the Spark Bots alongside, like, locations and Shadow Steps and all the other stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, I played that for a little while, but nothing, not like pure Miracle Rogue, just with the draw spell thrown in, so I'm not quite used to being able to use it like that.
Yeah, it's a little clunky. Just play your own. Right? That's not a crazy thought, is it?
Well, just Speaker Stomper right back at them? I don't think
Yep.
so. You can belt and it still costs 0 though, right? Like, your auras go... the player whose turn it is, their auras go last, I think?
Well, I think it's the wording of the card, right?
Possibly, yeah, no, that would make a difference, yeah, true.
It's not your next potion costs X less, it's your next potion costs 0.
Mm-hmm, yeah, no, that's fair.
Turn down that racket.
But I still like this just because next
I
time
do too.
you can factor the potion belt into the ghosts.
Exactly. You don't want to half dump your cheap cards on this turn, right? You want to just play the one expensive card on this turn and then dump all of your cheap cards next turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, time to giddy up.
Let's go.
Yeah. He better hit draw here, or he's going to be floating a lot of mana. Okay. Oh, all
Well,
right.
yeah, there you go.
Well, funnily enough.
How does
Would
draw
you look
8
at that?
sound?
Ooh, and a neophyte.
Okay, I didn't quite find the hand to be able to go for the draw 8 line. Needed like cheaper minions to dump. I'm not really sure if that's possible with this version of the deck without using a Shadow Step before playing the second draw 4. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to make do with this turn instead.
The triple neophyte.
Triple Neophyte, yep. Extra 2/2 in play, 4/4 in play. Coin in a 1/2 as well, right? Why not? Yep, get it in there. Get in there and fight, buddy. Nice.
Very nice.
Close.
Real close. 19, 20, 21. It's just a singular bubbling. I think I just asked the Lord Ghostly Strike, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, what if you were lying to me?
That's a good point. I could have been lying to you. I don't think it 21? Wasn't any lethal outs.
Oh, it just puts him to 1 anyway, function like. Finds Neophyte though, which is probably better than the dagger up in the end, right? But even if you didn't find the Neophyte off the draw, you can just dagger up and put your opponent to 1, which makes sense, I think.
Yes. I forgot what Miracle Rogue mirrors feel like. That's what they feel like.
Yep, they feel just like that.
One player gets to have all the fun.
Yep.
And
I told you though, it's the kind of hand that makes things happen. Whenever you have that Shadow Demise and you're on coin, you know you can do some really degenerate things extremely early, right? Like, even if it does just end up being used as coin, that is pretty often good enough in a lot of positions if you do find that early pop-off turn. But Gamer RBG's hand just kept juicing more and more and more, and then hitting draw 4 off the potion belt as well was just kind of the final insult to Casey in the end. Just not really a game that he ever got to play.
Yeah, pretty rough. And now, one game away from potentially going home. It's been 4 years, 3 years since we've switched to online-only casting, and I still haven't found a replacement phrase for going home. And he'll be going home. Staying home.
Mm-hmm.
Be going to not play in the tournament anymore.
That's it. Yeah, well, I think we got there. It's weird. If it was that easy, I don't know why you didn't think of that earlier, honestly, TJ.
Because nothing sounds as smooth as going home.
Yep. No, it is very true. But that is 2 losses now for the Rogue as well from Casey. We pointed it out as like the highlighted deck at the start of the series. I hyped up Casey as, you know, one of the best Miracle Rogue players in the world, one of the innovators of the deck, one of the refiners of the deck, but so far it's just not making things happen. But I don't think that's through any fault of Casey's, right? It's been one very good draw that just got shut down by Solid Alibis on the other side, and then one just absolute non-game of Hearthstone, right? I don't think there was an awful lot that could have been done to change the timeline in that Rogue mirror.
Yeah. But we're in a situation where winner gets to move on to tomorrow, and the loser is going home.
That's right. The loser goes directly to jail. They do not pass go. They do not collect $200.
Actually, they do.
No, that's correct. Actually, yes, they do.
Yeah. A little bit more than that as well.
And it's the loser free parking. No, it doesn't really work either.
And the loser goes away with significantly less money than they would have if they had gone on to the next round and hadn't gone home.
That's it. That's the one. We found it.
All right. It's got to be maybe slightly infuriating to play against this rogue deck as a shaman with double speaker stomper, double cold neophyte.
Yep.
But if you're not putting any pressure on the shaman, none of it matters.
And this is, I know probably people are already sick of this at this point, but again, this is one of the relative merits of playing this more tempo-focused shaman list. than the version that a lot of people tried to argue was stronger, like the much more all-in totem version with the 1-mana summon 4 totems and Thing from Below and so on, is if your opponent is going to play Cult Neophytes and Speaker Stompers against you, if you're this version of Shaman, they might do that when you already have a board, right? And so you can just trade some of their stuff, or you can continue to be aggressive with the board that you already have. Maybe you've opened a Schooling in your hand already, so you just have 3 fish that you can play to clear the board, potentially. You can just fight much, much better for tempo, whereas the other more all-in combo versions of the deck, like, if you just get Speaker Stompered with one of those decks, you're in trouble. Your deck basically does nothing. It has no outs against those kind of situations, but you can see already that it's just kind of playing 3/2s on curve, like 1-mana Bloodfen Raptors and hit you.
Oof.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the punish for going face? Well, this exact scenario is the punish for going face in that instance. Because if you make the pre-trade, that's not a Putricide. That would have to be a Potion Belt, which is a much easier board to deal with when the turn flops back over. So now Gamer RBG is back to square one, now with 100% less Novice Zappers in the deck.
Yeah, and I think Lorinda alluded to this earlier, that this is another drum that I love to bang about this deck, which is you really want to have 3 mana on turn 3, because you can do a lot of powerful things on turn 3 with 3 mana. Gamer RBG just chose to go full aggro with the double Novice Zapper start, chose to push damage early on as well, which, again, as a game plan, and as I was talking about this on turn 1, right? Like, as a game plan against the double Speaker Stomper, double Cult Neophyte deck, chip damage early into just shoot your spells at face unwarned at some point, right? That's not a bad plan to have overall. I don't fault that necessarily. It's just the fact that because the Putricide punish was there and so devastating, Gamer RBG is now so far behind in this game right now. Super aggressively fighting for tempo as well is Casey. You see, like, no real thoughts of holding Bone Spike for big pop-off combo turns or anything like that. Just straight off, max tempo, make sure I'm dominating board, because if I'm dominating board, then my disruption cards are infinitely more powerful than if I'm not.
Yeah, and threw away Speaker Stomper and Kravatoa, which are, to be fair, can be 2 pretty good cards in the matchup.
Yeah.
In order to just try and find the even more powerful cards in the matchup. Like, really wants to look for like a graveyard in the sense, and something to capitalize on the cheap stuff that he already has in hand. And that's why he held on to still the free potion for next turn, because he's got the draw potion. So if you use 0 mana draw into graveyard, then you can go for pop off turn, which is good into the Golganeth if you make big lads.
Big
Summon
lads.
an even larger lad.
There you go. You can't say lads and not use large as the descriptor. You can't say big lads. That doesn't work at all. It's large lads.
Oh, that's just 0 mana draw too.
It's big boys, large lads, and giant gentlemen. That's what it is. That's how it works.
And ubiquitous units.
And unbelievably big units. Nailed it.
And those units are going home!
Look, Crab, I told you, in the deck. Stay.
He shuffled Astalor Crab. It's like a revolving door.
I think this is the worst Shaman hand I've ever seen. Like, this hand is so bad, you want to play Golganeth for draw 3 and then try and find, like, Lightning Storm or something. Is that the out, as opposed to just going for the straight up AoE? I don't know.
Yeah, if you go for the AoE, you never win the game. Oh, deal 20?
You just
Okay.
take the deal 20? Okay, sure.
And then just try and protect it with a lightning bolt?
Mm-hmm. Does
Alright.
Gamer even play Storm, in fact? It is a card that some people are cutting. Yeah, one lightning storm.
Now back to square one. Miracles can happen. If this was like flash of lightning into ancestral knowledge into like double reflexes, and the next turn you drew like feral spirits.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you just drew Ancestral Knowledge off the top, and Ancestral Knowledge just drew double reflexes. No, you'd have to draw, in any order, you use Ancestral Knowledge and Flash of Lightning, and then end up with 2 lightning reflexes in your hand. Like, there's a couple of different orders that could happen in. Then just by having the two reflexes in your hand, you might be able to find lethal from that point with the 1 weapon swing still remaining as well.
Yeah. Oh, just feels. I don't like it.
Just
I don't like it.
launching lightning bolts at minions.
Even though one was played and one was already in the hand, he gear shifts and Astalor and Krakatoa come back. Oh yes. Just quadruple whammy. Shadow Step the Neophyte, play the Speaker Stomper, press the button. Your spells cost 4 more.
Yeah, because with regular cost spells, Gamer RBG's turn was incredible this turn, right?
This is an absolute nerf shaman kind of game.
It sure is.
All right, tied series. I feel like we've had a couple go the distance so far today. This being one of them. It's going to come down to Shaman versus Shaman. Is that what it is?
And it's part of the idea behind this lineup, right? Is that
Shaman v Shaman.
You're playing Shaman because most of these players do just believe in the power of Shaman overall, but I think the players who have brought this version of Miracle Rogue, this is part of the thinking, right? It's like, this allows me to not have to ban Shaman, because I gain 1 extra positive matchup with quad disruption Miracle Rogue against Shaman. You know, it can be more competitive than it just looked, because that was a miserable hand from Gamer RBG, but certainly this is somewhat close to the theory of the way this deck is designed for the tournament. I'm getting the distinct impression that TJ may have abandoned me as well, so I'm going to keep talking. Oh, he's here? Can he hear me? I'm going to assume not. Yeah, so it is going to come down to Shaman versus Shaman, which is a scary mirror for sure. It's again pretty tempo-based overall, I would say, with both players fighting for the board early. Whoever has the board early can tend to threaten more lethal situations more quickly, cause the other person to be play scared. So we will see what it comes down to here, because I don't think we've seen too many of these just yet. Casey, instant full mulligan. Gamer RBG taking a moment before deciding on the opening hand. Casey does find the schooling. The one of Lightning Storm, probably not the tool you want to be having in your opening hand.
Sorry if I wasn't responding to you. Sorry if I wasn't responding to you, Salo. You were... For some reason, I couldn't hear you, but it seems the stream could, so...
Oh, well, I definitely blame you either way.
Yeah, because as soon as somebody else came in to see if it was just me or if it was you, it fixed. So now I just look like an idiot.
It's all just a giant prank. I just actually have a very convincing robot voice impression, and I was doing that deliberately until you asked for a technician to come in and listen to me, and then I stopped doing it immediately.
You sly little goose, you.
No.
Alright. You probably talked about this mirror match. I'm sure you did.
I did, yeah.
Okay. I'm sure it was lovely.
Thanks.
I'm sure
I think
it
I
was.
actually got far enough to say a great deal because I got distracted by the mulligans. But this is one of the matchups actually where early Chisel is not something I don't mind. Like again, I think Chisel is a pretty overrated card in terms of multi-functionality, right? Like it kind of does one thing, which is set up boards for free to use with your combos. Sometimes it can be useful against like Hunter if they play Costume Singer on turn 1, right? And you can clear up that. It can be kind of useful sometimes. But actually in this matchup, the threat of just a bunch of totems on the board is kind of annoying for the other Shaman to deal with because they only really have Piranhas or Turn the Tides that actually interact with that well from hand. Otherwise, sometimes they're having to decide whether to like storm a board of 4 totems or just let the turn pass back to you, starting the turn with 4 totems in play, which can be very, very scary, right? So I do think it's kind of an annoying card to have for your opponent to deal with in this matchup.
Chisel's a much better card when you pair it with Totemic Evidence.
TJ, careful now.
And I think Totemic Evidence is the better list! We got him!
You're coming very close to incurring my wrath.
Take him away, Bailiff.
It's only the fact that, like, I posted the list on Twitter that the majority of people are playing in this tournament, and all the responses I got was like, "Oh, you're so far behind. Why aren't you playing the Totemic Evidence list?" Because it sucks, you dummies. That's why. Jesus.
That's how I so far behind.
This is what I mean, right? Like, you kind of just have to storm this board, or at the very least throw some Piranhas back into it. But if the Piranhas weren't there...
If you're not playing
suddenly-
Totemic Evidence, then how are you supposed to get so many minions for your bioluminescence?
Fish? Feral Spirits? Turn the Tides? Discover stuff?
How
Novice
much
Zapper?
spell damage? How much spell damage do you get for 1 mana with fish?
0.
1 spell damage. How much?
Well, I mean, if you've
Assuming
opened
that
the fish already, then 1. Yes, admittedly.
See, I threw you a bone, okay, and already assumed that you had spent the 1 mana. What about Totemic Evidence? How much spell damage?
6.
Wait, what?
Well, you play 2 0-mana Thing from Belows at the same time, because you've just made them cost 0 by summoning 4 totems. I think I've shocked TJ into silence with that response. Meanwhile, Casey just absolutely ripping his way through a bioluminescence turn of his own. Only finds Zap off the Discover, though, does not get any extra sources of damage, so now does have a little decision to make. Gonna trade the 1-1. You still launch the Lightning Bolt? I feel like you still launch the Lightning Bolt, do you know? Apparently you don't. Okay. Yeah, Gamer RVG with a little bit of a reaction to that turn, like, surprised me a little bit as well. Casey just went in very, very quickly. There was, there's some aspect of the Titan was on the board on the other side, so you're going to need to commit some amount of resources to dealing with that anyway. If you're going to commit resources, then committing resources with spell damage does kind of make sense. Gamer RVG Absolutely not pleased with the way this has panned out, though. Yeah, gonna have to drop the Storm. Clear up. Both players having to use significant resources here to fight back and forth. Huge pickup with the Ancestral Knowledge in terms of reload. Casey having committed so many resources on the previous turn. Being able to drop the Inza and pick up the Ancestral Knowledge as well to keep hand size high. Very, 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 very nice. Gamer RBG now back in the same position, really, that he was in the previous turn. Just facing down a board that kind of represents lethal if it's left up on the other side. But again, doesn't want to be in the position where he's just sinking burn spells into 5/5s on the other side.
You didn't even need me, Sal. Don't worry. I would have just slowed you down.
I don't... I was going to say I don't know if that's true. I think I don't disagree would be the best way to phrase it. I don't necessarily agree.
Okay, he paused to just really think about it. He's like, maybe I would be.
Maybe I would, yeah. Maybe actually, all of these other clowns have just been holding me back this entire time.
Yeah. Maybe.
I will say the moment you chose to disconnect was very ill-timed because I got distracted by looking over to see if you were still connected or not and then missed the start of Casey's pop-off turn, so I can't correctly evaluate whether it was a good decision or not. But here we are.
Turn the tides?
Yeah, weird outcome, honestly. One of the situations where I think Casey would have wanted this to be Bioluminescence number 2, I would imagine, as like the premium choice, with one bio already being used.
I wonder.
Because with the Inza discount, I think he can have still have a very real stab at lethal just using the Inza discount on the following turn. Okay, well, just do that instead. That makes sense. Or is it just it now? No shot.
Oh, 17. Yeah. It's exact. Is it not?
6, 12, 17? Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, okay, great recognition from Casey. That was absolutely not on my radar. And over the course of the 2 turns, absolutely gets there. A little mini pop-off clearing the Titan. Gamer RBG reacting, very, very emotionally to the turn that Casey had. He had a miserable turn on the backswing trying to clear up the problem. And I think particularly something you do have to look out for in Shaman Mirrors, where if you can land a Radiance specifically as a 3/4, and have a swing turn, that 3/4 is really annoying to deal with on the other side, right? Like, Turn the Tides doesn't deal with it unless both sides go into it. Lightning Storm doesn't deal with it. A single crash doesn't deal with it. So all of a sudden, they're having to just 2-for-1 themselves just on that one card, let alone the rest of your board. So I think, again, I didn't necessarily see the exact point in time, so I got distracted by TJ trolling the broadcast by disconnecting every 5 seconds. But certainly the position that Casey fought himself into, he could struggle to argue with the end result at the very least.
Yeah. To be fair, I didn't disconnect. I disconnected from Discord specifically. So I could still watch the games and be here. Literally the only thing I didn't have access to was hearing you.
Honestly, it sounds like your Hearthstone viewing experience just increased significantly.
Yeah, I was just sitting back and enjoying the match. But yeah, big win for Casey. Casey will move on to play in the top 8 tomorrow. You know what's coming. Gamer RBG, going home. Going home. And the rise of the Americas continues.
I was going to say, when did you call it out? Like, after round 1, you were like, Rise of the Americas, and now, what, our qualifiers are Gabby, Pocket Train, Casey, Gu, and one other that I can't quite recall off the top of my head right now. Yeah. It's looking like Europe business as usual, honestly, from my perspective.
Yeah. It's meaty.
Meaty, yeah, of course. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Mhm.
Dreadeye still got a chance. So we'll see. We'll see if Dreadeye can do it to complete the Rise of the Americas, because he was the one who I was referring to when I said that. But that does it for me and Sottle for now. I was going to say for the day. For the day as a pair, but for now individually. We have 3 deciders left on the day, so 3 more matches where someone's going to go home and someone's going to move on. Before we jump into those, we're going to have to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone to come right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are getting ready to go into our next match of the day. I was gonna say I'm actually joining Sottle here because he's not left. How's it going so far, Sottle? We've had some pretty close matchups across the day. We've had a couple of 3-0s, of course, thrown in there as well. Some one-sided looking matchups, but overall it does feel like this is as close as it gets, really, in terms of just match after match.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen some really close series. I think we've seen some series decided by some pretty overt player mistakes. I think we've seen series decided just by like a lineup diff, right? Like someone's just got a bad deck in their lineup and it hasn't really got there. And we've seen some games and therefore some series just decided by luck of the draw, like the Rogue Mirror in the previous series that we just watched, right? Like there's no point trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes with that one. But I think if you have a range of all of those things happening in the same Hearthstone tournament, you're probably doing okay, right? It means that there's a lot of things for us to talk about, a lot of things for people to focus on, and I think a lot of agency and decisions being made for a lot of these players who are just about making it over the line, as Casey did in that previous series that we just looked at.
Yeah, and we take a look at the first finished group, which is Group B here, as Gio and Casey go through. And again, we open the day, right? We open seeing all these brackets with how they started. We're saying, like, it's so stacked as it is going to be for this. It was stacked for the last Masters Tour, and no doubt the next one as well. But yeah, some great players making it out, of course. But now we're going to check out the next matchup that we are covering next, which is going to be Hemlock versus Rekvam. See who's going to be joining Gabby, making it out of Group D. So both these, excuse me, both these players are bringing. It's a bit weird to say this, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Like non-standard lineups, if standard lineups or even exist right now, but. They are bringing a couple of out-there decks, most notably Hemlock with an Enrage Warrior in the lineup.
Yeah, there's an Enrage Warrior from Hemlock. There is an Outcast Demon Hunter from Rekvam as well, which you can see from the background will be queued up game number 1. Outside of that, we got some Mech Rogues thrown in there from Rekvam as well, and we also have a Naga Mage coming out. Yeah, Naga.
Of course, you say Naga Mage and I say Hunter. It's like, oh yeah, they're the decks.
The duality of Hearthstone casters. You can tell what we're excited about. The Naga Sith Mage variant as well from Rekvam. We have seen, I don't know if you've seen both varieties on stream, but in the tournament there is a pure Naga Mage and there are Naga Sith Mages as well, alongside the Rainbow Mages that have been making up the majority of the Mage play overall. And so far, the Naga Sith players have been bearing fruit, right? Like, I don't know how much of that you want to give credit to the deck, because the two players I'm about to reference are Gabby and Pocket Train. It might have very little to do with which decks they're playing, and quite a lot to do with the fact that they are Gabby and Pocket Train. But honestly, part of being those two people is bringing good lineups to tournaments, right? And also hitting the skill cap. I think one of the points when players ascend to like that best player in the world level, where Gabby and Pocket Train have arguably both pushed to at various points in the last 3 or 4 years of Hearthstone, part of being there is that you get to play decks that other people don't because they can't. So they just have like a 50% win rate deck and you have a 65% win rate deck. And I think perhaps Naga Sith Mage is one of the decks that absolutely falls into that category.
And what do you think as we take a look at this Enrage Warrior from Hemlock? What do you think the thought pattern was? What does this deck achieve in the sort of expected meta of this Masters Tour? What was going through Hemlock's mind?
So, theory number 1, Hemlock is just a data monster, or a stats monster, because if you look at online data, this beats everything, genuinely.
Oh, I'm going to start queuing it now.
It's one of those decks where, like, generally people who are trying to analyze the situation will look at the data that's being reported, like, more people should be playing this because it's showing high win rates against most of the decks that people are currently playing. I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, I'm currently of the opinion that, like, online data tracking websites are less useful to competitive play than they ever have been, because I think the gap between like a top 1000 legend player, which is the highest kind of sample size that's being tracked on sites like that, and Gabby and Pocket Train and Rekvam and Hemlock, right? Like the players that we're seeing in this tournament, I think that gap is wider than it's ever been. But certainly if you were to factor that into your decision, Enrage Warrior would be pretty high on the list of things that you might end up playing because it does report very, very well based on that data.
Yeah, and Rekram definitely understood the assignment on the notes as just promoting his own Twitch stream, which is definitely the correct play. We take a look at Outcast Demon Hunter, and I do completely agree, just going on with the Warrior conversation a bit more, is that it's one of those decks that would be good for an old Masters Tour where there's, hundreds of players to get through, right? Whereas maybe for something this narrow, we'll have to see how it performs. But Outcast Demon Hunter, I have cast this deck once today, and it lasted about 5 minutes, if that, as Meaty just steamrolled the matchup. This deck, this Outcast Demon Hunter, is it really just played because it just goes a little bit quicker than the decks that are trying to play for board and do some kind of big OTK combo later on?
More or less, yeah. It's kind of the spot it finds itself in where it is able to win board very effectively against decks where winning board early between like turns 1 to 4 is largely what matters, right? But it also has the capability of just dealing damage from off board in the right sort of situation as well, right? Just by sinking Glaive Tar damage into the face and getting over the line if it's able to be forced off board in the mid game too. So I think it is very well equipped, and this is honestly it's kind of a similar story to the Enrage Warrior, where this is a kind of an older meta deck that will naturally skirt under the radar for quite some time, right? Because people are more excited about, like, oh, let's put this Titan in this deck and build a new Titans deck and so on and so forth, right? So we figure out that Mech Rogue is good, we figure out that Rainbow Mage is good, we figure out that Nature Shaman is good. Then I think step 2 almost is, okay, now what old decks can we bring back into this rotation that makes sense in terms of matchup spread? And certainly if you are looking at a lot of the data, Enrage Warrior reports very well and Outcast Demon Hunter reports very well. I feel like Outcast Demon Hunter always pops its head round the door at some point in most metagames. Like, hey, has everyone forgotten about me? Because you can just play 1,000,000 damage by turn 3 and then hit your opponent in the face with big weapons. Like, I see all this fancy stuff that everyone is doing, but can I interest anyone in playing your cards and going face?
It feels like one of the sort of new age, like the slightly older rogue styles with, like, drawing the whole deck, whether it had Garrote in it or not. It was like, feels like that, right? Where it's like, oh no, just playing a lot of stuff for high value is just going to be good, at least to some extent. And then when you add good players on top of that, of course, it's definitely going to be something. We are going to be seeing the Demon Hunter kicking it off in game number 1 for Rekram on the bottom here. Hemlock going to be on the Mage, though. And again, this is another matchup where, yes, Mage has access to removal, but do they have enough removal early enough to stop sort of the tide coming in from this Demon Hunter? Because we saw, at least again, when I cast the Meaty game of Meaty playing this, it was just something, Helveria dead, right? And it's like that, Mage has the ability to clear things like that with the right opening hands, but if some of those tools come a little bit late, it's just not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I think largely Mage does spot removal, right? Like, outside of Inquisitive Creation, which is just a 2 of in the deck, you don't have to draw them. And even if you draw both, Outcast Demon Hunter can generally create more waves of board than 2 Inquisitive Creations are going to deal with, especially if they draw a Glaive Tar to stay high on resources. Outside of that, it's Flame Geyser, it's an Arcane Bolt, it's a Reverb, which isn't a particularly good card in this matchup either, right? It's these kind of 1-for-1 removal cards which lose efficiency when they're facing down, a discounted Wayward Sage hand that plays an outcasted security, for example. Like,
right.
What's your one Flame Geyser going to do against that, really?
And also a pretty decent deck when lined up against potentially repeat solid alibis, right? Because you are doing multi-hits as opposed to sort of, dropping a single big minion or two to then sort of just headbutt into that alibi to only deal 1. If there's a board of just a lot of different minions, then those hitting against alibi will not be as terribly impacted as it would if it was just like an 8/8, right? So that's another side benefit there. Hemlock does have access to both alibis nice and early, and the creation as well, but again, it's about getting there and being able to actually utilize that AoE in the best way, because Rekram's hand is looking pretty good for the early game. Enough pressure and enough value.
Yeah, goes coin Sage to begin with and then holds on to the Fierce Outsider, which I do like. I imagine the Fierce Outsider is going to be like long-term held here until after the Glaive Tar, because the discount hit the Glaive Tar as well, so that can all happen very, very quickly, and you can start juicing that super quick with an outcasted Fierce Outsider into a further discount on some other card found from Illidari Studies, for example.
Yeah. Okay, gonna go for Metamorphosis for Hemlock. I was actually looking at the Animate Dead there, just be like, well, there's something on board, it's probably gonna die. Is 1 mana proc the Shadow and then just, bring something back against this deck? Okay, maybe.
The Hawkstrider draw has made this choice a little trickier, I think, because it's now not a hand where you're going to be able to chain everything from the left-hand side, right? Like, if you'd drawn another cheap card, like a 1-cost card instead of that Hawkstrider Rancher, you could say, okay, turn 3 I play Glaive Tar, then turn 4 I play my entire hand starting from the left-hand side in sequence, right? And then this Crimson Sigil Runner would end up being outcasted on the far side as well. As it is, Rekvam is going to be a little bit blocked by that Hawkstrider Rancher if, of course, he wants to choose to go Glaive Tar here, because now, looking at it the other way, glass half full, he now has the option to just make the Hawkstrider Rancher board instead of going for the Glaive Tar if he wants to go that way around.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well. Like with the Sigil being held, it's like less of potential card draw and more just another thing on board if you can afford it for Rekvam. Hemlock again, really tricky discovers because these are, I would say, like you tick the box that says high value and do not tick the box that says immediately useful right now with these discovers, unless a fireball's good enough removal in some circumstances, I guess.
For a brief moment, and I think some people are still doing it, Sunwell was played in this deck.
Time runs out on me.
Not that I'm advocating for picking it. I think that's a terrible choice. I think putting it in your deck is a terrible choice, but it was a thing.
You're not a Sunwell enjoyer?
I'm not a Sunwell enjoyer, no. It took me a while. Sometimes this is hard to get a handle on, right? Because everyone's always like the new the new Yogg location. You get to turn 7, right? And like everyone in chat will immediately be like, oh, auto Yogg, and every streamer's like, oh, you have to Yogg here, it's always Yogg. And you never quite know how much of that is ironic, but it turns out that a lot of the time, no, that's actually true.
Yeah.
But people do that with Sunwell as well, right? Like, oh, it's always Funwell, you have to pick Funwell. It never is. That's 100% ironic. It's never Sunwell.
The problem I've had with Sunwell is like I just never really know when to play it. It always feels like...
Sure.
But I could play it now, but then I don't get this, or I could play it then, and then it gets really weird. I end up just never playing it when I pick it, and then just sit and regret my life choices. I can see the Fireball though used as decent removal for dealing with one of the more important threats currently on the board. But still, even with this removal, there's still a lot of pressure going down. And still a lot of damage available here for Rekvam.
So as we were talking Sunwell, Rekvam did choose to go the make a board route, which has significantly unjuiced his Glaive Tar, if there is such a thing.
Oh yeah, the old unjuicing.
Yeah. But now, question time, right? Like, if you play the Glaive Tar, are you going to rip the security, knowing full well that makes their Inquisitive Creation quite a lot better if they have it? Because on the flip side of that, if they don't have it, you are representing so much damage the following turn.
Yeah, and with the Glaive Tar, how... Obviously, Rekvam never wants minions to be cleared, but how upset actually are you, right? Like, if you build it and then they just play that, and you've already got the Glaive Tar equipped, like, something has been achieved. But yeah, gonna go for the draw instead.
I think committing, just the Fierce Outsider here is fine.
Some nice
I think
restraint.
the reasoning behind the draw play here is, obviously you can choose to load up and draw cards with the Glaive Tar, but I think Rekvam wants to specifically try and draw Halvaria, right? Wanted as high a chance as possible of finding that card because it allows for every board from now on to be extremely threatening for lethal. So now he can just make this one board. This is already pretty close to threatening lethal. If this gets creationed, then he can just play the security on the following turn, and then that next board is also representing lethal quite heavily. Like, I think this is just a very powerful fear factor to have in hand with the Halveria.
The other option was to play security and be like, but what if they don't have it?
Yeah. Underrated mindset, honestly.
Yeah. My only mindset. It's like, but what if I just win because of this?
Yeah, there's a real bell curve in Hearthstone, right? And I don't know if you remember this, of like times where like Falcone, for example, would ask me to like play some games with him and try and like improve his technical side of casting, for example. And I'd point out time and time again, Falk's #1 problem was he tries to play around everything all the time. It's just like, oh, I can't do that. What if they have this card? It's like, you're giving them credit for having 32 different cards in their hand at the same time.
Yeah.
Like that's not how Hearthstone works.
Too much George C. with Leroy's.
Oh, yeah. The classic.
Okay, I-Beam. Not really what Rekvan was looking for in this matchup right now.
Yeah, it is more Outcast cards, though, which is nothing to be sniffed at. Like, the Fellerin draw itself is pretty fantastic with this hand, regardless of what it ends up giving.
As usual, more stuff is good.
So, tough crowd your own Fellerin, yeah? On board?
It's really tricky now, though, because like I said earlier about the alibis, like, yes, alibis will stop Hemlock getting lethaled, but if the board isn't dealt with as well, it's still chipping away. And already Hemlock's sitting at 18, and I find it difficult in this meta to cast Mage, because they have just so many random cards in hand at times. But none of this hand yells to me that Hemlock's about to turn this around, right? Like, all of this is still building blocks as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and part of that is just having double alibi creation in the opening hand for so long, right? Like, that feels great, because those are 3 of the cards that you would view as being powerful in the matchup. But you'd much rather draw your cheap minion curve and your weapon and cold case and so on in the opening turns, because then you manage to elongate the time before you need Inquisitive Creation.
Well, that's the thing,
and
right?
Alibi.
Yeah, if you had the other stuff, you wouldn't need to have Alibi in your hand in the first 3 turns of the game, right? So,
Exactly,
yeah. Volcanomancy definitely going to help out, though, for Hemlock. That's going to be an extra removal, I guess.
Yeah.
Even this Fellfire not looking too bad. Oh,
The Maxitude has
Blizzard,
indeed
nice,
been
yeah.
infinitized. Yeah, Blizzard, fantastic pickup. Any fire sales, Blizzards, anything like
Yeah.
that you can find as extra copies, usually pretty effective.
yeah, it's one of those tricky things for Rekvan, right? This matchup is that you can't just say, okay, that's all of their AoE used, because it's kind of infinite. But yeah, Rekvan going in.
Time to start dunking.
Blizzard is huge, though. And it's very tricky, because already I'm thinking, hang on a minute, this doesn't have to be Blizzard. This could be Metamorphosis with Fellfire.
Yeah, it's a pretty good alternative, honestly.
And it just, for me, because so many of them are 1/1s, it's like, you could just keep Blizzard. Blizzard's a good card, because it kills 1/1s, but also freezes things that aren't 1/1s, right? So, I just always see options to see the value of this Blizzard and think, but do you have to play it when some of the other options are still very big value?
Gets you back to Infinitize mana as well to finale that again at the end of the turn, which would have been pretty effective. I guess this still works. Yeah,
sure,
this is actually
sure, yeah.
this is a little improvement on the same plan, right? Because it uses, as I was talking about at the start of the game, in this matchup it uses a bad card, Reverb, right, to do something very specific. That's the biggest minion that Rekvan's going to play all game. So using the Reverb there instead of the Metamorphosis, I think, is a nice little adjustment, little optimization, and then all you have to do is play the 1/2, and then you're back into that Infinitize finale that I was talking about before.
And you know me, Sol. I'm an ideas guy, but I'm not necessarily a refined ideas guy. So, yeah. Hemlock definitely doing it better.
Just plays it. Don't need the actual Outcast effect to go off for it to count as an Outcast card played.
Get those card draws going. Oh, it's up to 4. For some reason, I thought that was at 3. Oh, not bad at all. What kind of turn is this, though? Is this like just the 3 on the right here?
I grow impatient. Is it safe to feed?
Just
Yeah,
for maximum
very
value, I
possibly.
guess? Because nothing else really screamed good turn to me.
No, agreed.
Oh, okay. Better. It's a nice improvement. But now, because Hemlock was able to hold on to the Blizzard, this isn't as scary as it could have been.
Ooh, Artifice is so huge as
Yeah.
well.
Now there's just like legitimate good turns. You know, like not even just that he's surviving. It's like there's actually just good turns here. Because this, do you think this is worth the Infinitizers again? Because with Blizzard and Artificer?
It looks like it, right?
Yeah, it's just clean. Gives them more options to go for more AoE, right? Or more defensive tools at least.
I guess the issue is if you Infinitize, you can't ping the Sage. You'd have to throw like the Arcane Bolt at the Sage instead, which Arcane Bolt is a very valuable tool to have.
Is it more valuable than another spell though?
True.
Oh, kind of creation. Okay. Guess this is the tempo option, right? Of like actually just have a minion on board, and I guess that Hemlock isn't really fearing any burst, so doesn't necessarily need the Artificer down right now.
Life sentence over a third alibi as well. I would like personally. I'd be almost more tempted to take a Poly Jelly than the life sentence in that position, just to
Sure.
try and get some cheeky counter lethals going back the other way.
I do think I agree with the not Alibi though. I think Alibi was a third choice for me.
I grow
Yeah.
impatient.
And now Rek'Thum. Probably getting a little bit frustrated that there's been more clears than he would have liked to have seen in this matchup. And now, even though he's got plenty of health, the fact that we can see at least that there's still a Blizzard, there's still, obviously, what's turned out to be a Speller turn from Infinite. So, there's still options for Hemlock, and that Artificer is going to make things a lot more awkward.
Time grows short.
Yeah, I can't help but feel the Artificer turn is going to be absolutely backbreaking when it comes down here. Because Hemlock greeding, and by Hemlock greeding, he's kind of just increasing the total amount of armor that he's going to be able to generate
Right.
with the Artificer, right? By being able to squeeze more and more in.
Yeah, suddenly the remove as well. That's 8 armor if he wants it this
Yeah.
turn.
Yep.
You know, if he needs to do it right now.
Oh, and now Cold Case has entered the chat.
Ooh. A little bit off being able to do like, I don't know, Artificer Cold Case meta with a ping as well, with 2 pings technically. Is it time to just use the Blizzard? I can't see another decent way to clear up the board, and I think Hemlock should probably stop being greedy at 14 health. If the board can't be cleared, of course.
Yeah, unless you want to play Alibi, you're going to have to clear, right? Because these are rush minions on the other side. Therefore, they murder
Yeah,
you if you
you're
leave
dead.
them up because of Halvaria.
What's the follow-up with Alibi? So I'm trying to work out. Okay, so going for the Artificer now. Okay, sure. When you use like Alibi, well, what's the follow-up? Maybe Cold Case. Well, if you're Cold Casing, do you want to use the Artificer? But then you're not Artificer with Blizzard, and you know you always start to work out. Well, hang on a minute. What is that maximum armor that's achievable?
I almost wondered whether that 1-1 was going to get life sentenced at the end of that all. Like,
Be gone.
yeah, because either way, you spend the 3 and you get the 3 armor,
Yeah.
right? But I think doing it on Metamorphosis, particularly because this is just a Hawkstrider, right? It doesn't have Rush. It's not a particularly scary minion by that regard.
Yeah, and also just locks up a pretty much kill any minion next turn with the ping, right, from the meta now. Next turn, so not a bad setup whatsoever.
But all of a sudden, Rekvam has built a brand new board and still has a hand entirely full of cards.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Oh, the cards generated, they're not mind blowing, are they? But they don't need to be, do they?
No.
They just need to be minion. They just need to be cards that like sit on board and cause Hemlock headaches. Because now the blizzard's gone, we're back in the danger zone, I would say.
Yep. 12 cards drawn from the opponent, 1 creation used already, and 1 generated answer used already. You know that there is, I believe, 1 total generated card in hand that could be something else that causes you a problem, and outside of that, really, in the entire rest of their deck, there is 1 inquisitive creation that you're worried about, and then the solid alibis, which are annoying as well.
The latest love everlasting to the party.
Oh my good, I mean, I feel like, I know TJ and I were talking about going to jail a lot in the previous series, but I feel like if you get offered Love Everlasting in this deck and you don't take it, that is a directly to jail situation. Oh, sorry, yeah, you just generate random nature spells and then one of them is 6 roses. Yeah, my bad. It's Rose's birthday soon, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be tuning into that stream if it happens.
It certainly is. It's 2 days. 2 days this year.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It makes sense that a classy character has a birthday on the cool birthday month. Made days before a certain other cool person's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Rekvam does get to just fill this board up once again. Obviously frustrating to see the little otters come out to play. But now with 4 cards in the deck, Hemlock's seen the light at the end of the tunnel, I imagine, right? With this hand.
Oh, yes.
Artificer, double cold case, double alibi, because now suddenly alibi's back to being, like, good again, sort of, right? Because, well, now there's 21 health as opposed to 14, so that's definitely less of a percentage chunk you're going to take through the alibi.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, those 2 alibis that you just haven't played the entire game and have been stuck as dead cards in your hand are just 2 things that you can play while you wait for your opponent to die to fatigue, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's getting to
Let's
that
race!
point. Yep.
And if this game goes Hemlock's way, I think you'd be very happy as that being a start to the series, because this feels like a matchup you would much rather avoid. At least, in my personal opinion, as if I was the mage.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. It's not something that I've played a whole bunch.
Yeah.
But honestly, I
just feel like, yes, that you generate a lot of stuff, but like that Blizzard was very clutch, right? Like that helped a lot. Yes, the alibis have been there, but would the alibis have actually done much? And yeah, there's the concede. Rekvam is done for this game.
Yeah, no, I do wonder about it, because I think if you do get the very minion-based start, right? Like if you have Rekvam start and your opponent misses on Inquisitive Creation, like they just don't have it by turn 6, which happens a reasonable percentage of the time, then yeah, you're gonna put them down to 8 health or so by the time you get there. But at the same time, like if the mage just draws keyboard and plays keyboard on 2, don't you just get out-tempoed anyway? Like, don't they just get more stuff on board quicker than you at that point anyway? I don't know. I'd have to see it play out more often.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, and maybe I've got slightly bias based on like obviously my play, but I'm thinking of like if you look at the turns 3 and 4 that Rekvam had just in that one game, right? That's we're going off this one game we've seen. If you look at those turns 3 and 4, like would the rush minions not just outpace like the keyboard?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fellfire was huge as well.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's all very fair. I think looking at that board, right, So in my example, that's a turn where you'd have a weapon equipped and you'd be playing Cold Case, right? Which doesn't answer any of the Hawkstrider or minions on the other side of the board, and they just... So yeah, maybe I am overstating just how quickly Mage can get on board if they do get weapon, and certainly the addition of a nice little Unleash Fell to the hand was very, very clutch. But at the same time, I think Mage gets a bad rap for the random generation, right? It's like... You can play basically any card in Hearthstone, and your opponent's like, "Oh, there's the one card that beat me." And like, no, I do get to see 3 options on most of these random cards that are ending up in my hand. You know, there's a lot of good cards in Hearthstone these days.
And that's it. And that's kind of what I meant, where it was more like you would not want that matchup as the Mage, right? Or at least I wouldn't. As opposed to, it's not a terrible matchup, but you would prefer some of the others, maybe. And speaking of the matchups... Well,
I think, just very quickly before we move on, though, I do think...
Very quickly, you're wrong, actually. I've just decided.
Very quickly, just so I have the last word on this matter. The reason I think this debate is happening is because Mage is one of those decks, right? Like, I talked about it earlier, where if on stat tracking it kind of reports as a deck that's 49% against everything, and in the hands of a top player it's the kind of deck that's 53% against everything, right? Like, it doesn't really have blowout good and bad matchups because it's just a Swiss Army knife of a deck.
Sure.
And I think in the hands of good players they just feel ever so slightly favoured in most matchups with the deck, and in the hand of mediocre players it's kind of just a 50% kind of deck in most scenarios. So, you know, I think debates like that are just a natural byproduct of where the matchup spread is placed for Mage in particular.
And just one more thing on that. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
We are going to go into Game 2, though, now, and Hemlock is going to be jumping on the Warrior. I'm excited to see this, because I imagine, like yourself, I have not ran into tons of Warrior in the past week. You know, like, in the preparation for this tournament, I've not seen it that much on ladder. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what Hemlock can get done with this.
Yeah, I didn't see any for the first week or so of the expansion, but then as I dipped back into stuff this week, specifically in preparation for this tournament, I came up against it a handful of times. Like, it was a deck that existed that I wrote down that people were playing at, like, reasonably
you're not shocked
high ranks
to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, it kind of does just fit that timeline of like, oh, okay, well, you know, we've had our fun with the new cards. Now, what happens if we just put Speaker Stomper in old decks? Right? What are we cooking with then? You know?
Well, Rekvem's cooking with a very good opening hand to deal with a deck like this Warrior. The Piranha's already there, weapons equipped, and there's options after that as well, with the Titan sat and ready to go. And the Titan, I feel like, obviously the draw 3 overload is just always a staple good choice, but the other 2 picks in this matchup I do feel are strong, right? There's options to kill a big thing, and there's options to do the AoE of if there's a lot of small things, and those 2 things are what this Warrior kind of does.
Yeah, I will say, like, day 1, people were kind of messing with some Black Rock and Roll Warriors, right, for the first couple of days of the expansion. I have never used Deal 20 more often than I have in those, like, first couple of days playing the deck. Since then, Deal 20 has not been quite as effective overall, but, you know, certainly it is a tool that you can put together. But I think largely your goal in this matchup as Shaman is to end the game before their 17-17 Grom or Remoria hits the board, right? Like, ideally, you want to get there first.
It's looking good so far. Feral Spirit available for Rekvem. Could even drop another fish behind the taunts, right? Just to push a little bit extra damage. Because again, I mean, I know I've spoken to you about this deck as Shaman deck overall, but even though, like, oh, well, you know, the fish could be spell damage later. It's like, yeah, it could just be face damage now, though. And that's how I think about so many of the cards in this deck.
No, like, I feel you. I think in this specific matchup, though, because of the threat of Jam Session on the other side, even if they don't end up getting used as spell damage, like, genuinely, I can probably count the amount of times I've played 3 fish and Bioluminescence on a lethal turn on one hand, and I have played hundreds of games of combo Shaman, right? And won most of them. But still, they're not just pure dump them on the board and be aggressive tools, right? Particularly against decks that can fight you on board quite effectively, like Warrior is capable of doing. sometimes you would rather have them as rush minions to be able to clear
Sure.
things from hand, right? Because, you can look at it as, 2 piranhas or 3, let's say 3 piranhas, right, does a very similar amount of damage to turn the tides without overloading you, which on certain turns can be incredibly crucial, right? Like, if you want to clear something on turn 5, you'd much rather use piranhas to do that than turn the tides to do that, because you want to slam Titan on 6, so you don't want to be overloaded, right? So having access to those as a removal tool is very, very premium, particularly when your opponent does have super clutch, like small damage AoE cards they can throw out like Jam Session.
Yeah, it's the old saying, isn't it? Piranha in the hand is worth 2 on the board.
That's right, yeah. Like right now, these fish are extremely nice to be able to deal with old Thori Valori over there.
Yeah, I was still looking at just turn the tides as well. Again, it will overload into Titan, which is the biggest problem.
I just don't want to do that. You can't make me.
Yeah, I can't make you because you're not playing the game. Not. So yeah, accurate statement. But yeah, the Piranhas
Fair.
are going to be coming in clutch. And I think that's the real strength and like why I'm guessing most people would agree that the Shaman Titan is the overall best, is that it is just an all-rounder. 'Cause it's like, oh, there's nothing to AoE, I'll just draw 3 cards instead, right? It's like you have that option of just saying, oh, well, if there's nothing active for it to do on board, it has the best option to do, which is draw.
I'm trying to work out if that's true. I hadn't really thought about it.
Thought about what?
Whether the Shaman Titan is the best one. I guess it is, yeah.
It is the most, like, I think the Shaman and Hunter are the most just playable Titans, if that... They feel very active every single time. It's not like
universally agreed upon
Yes,
a generic good card, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like... There are certain ones where... the Mage one, right? Like, you don't just play that on curve all the time, right? There can be timings for it, so to speak. Whereas I feel like
sure.
this one and the Hunter Agromar is like, you do want to be playing those on curve because they're just always good.
And specifically in Shaman, there's matchups where like you will keep it and then plan your entire early game behind.
Yeah.
I want to play this Titan on 6, right? Which I think
it's
is
because it's
is
never
pretty rare
bad
for the
out.
others.
You can AoE and heal, or you can draw cards. Oh, both of those things are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Jam Session now. Gonna help clear up a lot of this.
Yep, Jam Session and the Champion here, which is the other method of small AoE that I didn't refer to specifically previously. And I think, again, smart recognition, right? It was you and I casting again, right? Which, sorry, you and me casting. I very rarely make that mistake in
I
that
think it was
direction.
I and you.
I and you casting, yeah, thank you. Which, was it Gabby,
Gabby
right?
with
Who just loaded...
Torpia.
Yeah, exactly. Loads the big minions into the Titan turn specifically. So it's like, okay, you didn't overload. You kind of played a slightly strange-looking turn where you dumped all the cards that didn't say overload on them from your hand. That smells a lot like Titan to me. Well, if you want to play Titan here, you're going to have to pay 10 for the privilege.
That is not something I imagine Rekfam wants to do. Oh, there is, of course, the side benefit as well, or the extra benefit of it isn't just the Titan, right? You do get a spell on top of this, which is, again, just another reason why I think the Shaman Titan's just overall the best.
Yeah, it's just slightly irritating, honestly, that there's no Flash of Lightning in hand, right? Because if you showed me a flash there, I would quite happily slam the Titan, press draw 3, and then play Flash as my free card, and say, have your 10. I honestly could not care less about your 10 damage, because I intend to kill you next turn. Without that, little trickier overall.
I do like this, though, because it still needs to be dealt with. It's effectively cleared the board, and there's still some burst potential in Rekfam's hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
and the draw 3 next turn, right? You can still just, if it lives, try and set it up next turn. But it's a big if a lot of the time.
For sure, yeah. Still lacking a couple of crucial card draw pieces, really, to be able to tie this together. Didn't draw off the Titan, of course, as discussed. And then, honestly, like Mr. Worldwide would probably be the draw here to go with this hand, just to maybe tutor out a Flash or an Ancestral Knowledge, something like that.
Coin going to be thrown out.
Are there any rifts in the bin? Does this actually do anything?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
Still, though, decent board here for Hemlock. Did manage to get rid of the Titan, so no true... Because I think it would be fair to say that Hemlock would imagine they were very dead if that Titan did not die that turn, right? Because that draw 3 overload go is a little bit scary. So being able to clear that up as well as producing a board, or a significant board as well. So not bad at all. But 15 is by no means safe, Titan or not.
PR! Oh.
Is it? Is it altered here?
Unclear. Had 2 lethal outs though, right? Bolt or Crash were both lethal off this second discover.
Oh yeah, because it'll get cheap enough, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Either goes Bolt, and then the Crash that is in hand costs 1, or you would go... Wait, no, so if you got second Crash here, you'd play 1 Bolt, you'd then have to pay 2 for this Crash, and then the new Crash that you discovered would still cost 1, so that way around doesn't work, actually.
So close, but maybe so far. Hemlock needs to do something big here. And the problem here as well for Hemlock is the Stomper doesn't... Maybe it does with the Overload. Stomper doesn't really feel like it does much, right? Because it's like 1 spell away from a good time for Rekfam.
Maybe
it does
it
enough
stops.
with the Overload.
Yeah, you can draw Crash or Discover into Crash off the top, right? And have ways of doing that.
So is this like Stomper, Hero Power, and then Rev?
Oh, it's such a low tempo turn, though, isn't it?
So full of sin.
Not pressing. Okay, not going to bother with the Stomper.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out. I was like, well,
yeah.
you have to press Hero Power, right? So.
Because you know, right, like, if there were a 3 damage spell in hand, right, like a Bolt or an Overdraft or something like that, you died on the previous turn, right? So you know one of the cards you're currently being held is not a source of 3 damage. Therefore, your opponent would have to draw multiple copies of 3 damage in the same turn to be able to kill you from this position.
I guess now...
I think it's fine.
Speaking of which... And now the Stomper's there as a backup next turn, right? To try and solidify the board.
So how do you do this?
Yeah, just kill the 1/4. And then school.
Yeah, awkward. You see Overdraft off that Discover, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm so overloaded. Overdraft is the nuts. It's like it's 1 more damage than a Lightning Bolt would have been. You know?
Do you like the Totem over just using the mana on to get the schooling out of the way?
I think so, because it currently lives on board. Right, and you're in the weird niche scenario where you're trying to have things to stick. I guess. Like,
I was just wondering if you drew bioluminescence, right, and you've already spent 1 mana on creating the fish first. Does that change anything?
Yeah, That's the argument, right? Because
Yeah.
this way you've already spent 2 mana on having a minion on board already, right? Which could potentially live based on what you're looking at on the other side. And it costs you 2 mana to get your first minion in play
Yes.
from the schooling as well, right? So it's quite similar either way.
I guess as well there's like options for taunt, right? Which would then defend you 3-1 potentially.
True. Yep. Weirdly, of course, like, you could make the argument of, like, well, you hold on to schooling because it's just another nature spell you can cast to get discounts. But no, it isn't for some
Yeah,
reason.
because you spend them. Because you spend it anyway.
No, I mean, it literally just isn't a nature spell.
Oh, right,
Like,
sure. Sorry, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
the-
I was thinking
the
of the
spell
reason
that-
of where you spend the mana, which reduces the same amount, so it doesn't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
change
yeah.
anything. But yeah, you're right. It's not even a nature spell.
It would be nonsense anyway. You're
Yes,
correct, but
yeah.
yeah, it's just that weird position where it's like the spell that summons a bunch of fish to your side does not have anything to do with nature. Apparently,
Ah,
It
fish
just
aren't nature.
Strikes me a bit.
Has
Fish are
Rexar ever
friends,
had a
not
fish
food.
minion?
I don't know.
Think about
you
it.
tell me.
Don't think so. Not that I can recall.
Wait, when did Rexar become the arbiter of nature? I'm very confused.
Got all the other animals. Their
Look at
nature.
all the other animals.
Yes, he has all them. Don't
Okay.
remember a fish.
Okay. Isn't Leok a fish? No.
No, it's oh gee.
It's a wyvern, I know.
Wyvern.
Aren't they both acceptable? I don't.
Yeah, I thought that about a certain class in Hearthstone as well, but still, 8-9 years later, people don't accept it.
Just say shaman like a normal person. That's all it takes.
No, I think viewers would be upset if that happened.
Yeah, maybe.
And this is not looking great for Requiem suddenly, is it? So it's at 14 if the trade happens, but now Ramori is there. So,
So now
yeah, I was
22
gonna say
at
that is
least.
plenty, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, okay, Hemlock getting the win with the Warrior, getting it done. And looking pretty good. Both games now have been so close, right? Like Requiem in game 1 with the Outcast Demon Hunter was pretty much just one stuck board away from just obliterating Hemlock with Haveria. And then in this one, 3 damage off, and there were lethal outs on that turn that Requiem went for, missed, and then Hemlock managed to stabilize, reverse the pressure, bang, 2-0 so far. This could be a surprising 3-0, but made up of very close games so far.
Yeah, and I think absolutely right to go for it in the position he did, right? Because recognize there were lethal outs there with double lightning bolt discover. I'm not sure if there are other combinations that did it. That may have been the only one, which does make it, quite a low percentage out. There's 12 total nature spells that you can discover. There are 13 in total, but you can't hit another copy of lightning reflexes from lightning reflexes, making it 12. So hitting lightning bolt twice in a row, if that is the specific out, is quite unlikely. But at the same time, the hand had bricked at that point.
Yeah, what were you waiting for, right? Yeah.
There was no ancestral knowledge, there was no flow rider. Like, what were you supposed to do? So you open the lightning reflexes because sometimes you hit flash of lightning, right? And then you just play that as your card draw to try and start cycling through at that point and get the hand going.
And the problem is, the turn after, if you wait, well, yeah, you've got one more card, but they've probably got more armor. Because they know that they don't want to drop health, right? It's not like a surprise. Oh, this shaman, I didn't expect them to burst me, right? Like, it's what the deck does. So yeah, I think it was just it was a good effort from Requiem. I think the attempt was 100% correct. It does mean now Hemlock just has Hunter left, and it is going to be the sort of Beast Hunter, and not the Arcane Hunter that we've been seeing. I don't know actually. Is it 50-50? What is it? Oh, sorry, it's nowhere near 50-50. I happen to be looking at the part of the deck lists that just has Beast Hunters on. But yeah, 8 Arcane Hunters and 3 Beast Hunters, I believe. So definitely the lesser brought archetype, but I do think both decks, and it's something that obviously I'm enjoying about the meta is both decks have merit. I don't think one is just strictly way better than the other. They do just play differently and attempt different things. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one because I think I've only cast Arcane Hunter today.
Yeah, same. I think so. Gabby is playing 40 Hunter, and except I think it may have been banned in the Gabby series that we
Yeah,
saw.
Gabby, Hemlock, and Gu, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Bear in mind, two of those players have already qualified.
Yeah, for sure.
So-
And I think 40 Hunter is a deck that doesn't necessarily get a great deal of respect from top players, right? Like, Braven, you know this feeling, right? When there is a Hunter deck that just spends
everyone
mana
just
on
trashes.
minions.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, it's
including
it's
you.
including me, absolutely. Like, for some reason, like, outright aggro face hunter. Like, I imagine Arcane Hunter gets more respect as, like, a skill cap deck than this deck does, right, from top players. There's something about just outright going face and weaving in damage that, you know, players respect as a thing that takes skill to do, whereas spend mana on beasts, hit opponent in head when board is stuck hunter, that tends to be disregarded by top players
The
a lot.
community just doesn't respect honest, honourable work. Right, that's the problem. It's like, look, I'm just going to play some beasts and I'm going to get you. Right, what's wrong with that? That's a very simple, honest plan.
Yeah,
people hate
I'm just gonna summon my fish, and then we're all gonna march towards your face.
Honestly, keep
Wait,
an
no,
eye
that's
out. You
Rekbam.
will, you will not see a fish in this deck from Hemlock. I'm just telling you. I don't think there is one.
Noted to message the design team. Make sure the fish gets snuck into Hunter in the next set.
Well, I've already could tell you what the design could be.
Go on.
A 4/2 charging puffer fish called Puffer.
That's
There you go. Free design, Blizzard. What more do you want from me?
This is big fan.
Yep. I'm still waiting for my placeholder. That's the best design I've ever thought of.
Mm-hmm. Wait, improvement. You know, you're the ideas guy. I'm iterating on the idea,
Okay.
right? So it's literally just a 3 mana minion that is a 4/2 with charge,
Yeah.
but it's called Always Puffer.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then that's it as well. You could add the placeholder as a hunter card, and that's another fish card.
The placeholder.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about the
Yeah,
placeholder.
it's just a guy holding a place.
Just a guy holding a fish. Yeah, the
Yeah.
placeholder.
Again, I'm full of them. If you guys at Blizzard know me, we've met. Just send me an email. I'll send you all my ideas.
We've met.
Me and Blizzard, we've met.
And that right there is the problem. They have indeed met you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, well, moving on. Fish are making waves here, but not in the way Hemlock wants, as this board is pretty much cleared up by the Piranhas. So, though, plenty more threats available from Hemlock.
Must remember, there's a secret in play.
Yeah, we got earlier, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We
Yeah,
got
we
very
got big time, yeah. But now the ultimate play.
Coin Inza.
Yeah, this is one
Does feel good.
as literally anyone not being exactly the player coining Inza you do not want to see. Because you're like, oh,
Yeah.
my opponent's burn cards are all cheaper now.
Hey, at the very least, you got a 3/3 with charge out of it, and you're shipping 5 damage face already.
Yeah.
It's not a bad spot to be in. Honestly, it's kind of a good-looking stomper.
I was looking at star power, but the more I looked at the hand, I was like, wait, why spend mana killing it when you can spend mana killing your opponent? It's like Stomper Banana Go.
Why kill minion when go face do trick?
Yeah, exactly.
So let's actually evaluate this, right? Like, instead of killing a 5/5, you add a 4/4 and a banana to the board, right? So you're adding a 5/5 to the board and you're leaving a 5/5 up. Your payoff for that is your opponent pretty much gets to do nothing on the following turn, right? In the ideal scenario where they don't have specific things in hand. They haven't opened a schooling, which is always one thing to look at, right? If they've just played a schooling and held the fish in hand, suddenly your Speaker Stomper gets less good.
Yep, and it's not like they can Titan next turn to clear.
Yep, true. This is very similar though, right? It's along the same lines. It's kind of letting them play the turn, but it puts, about 5 damage worth of stuff in play and leaves the 5/5 up.
Yeah,
which
the only
is a trade deal I'm willing to make.
The only weird thing is Stomper next turn then does play into Titan turn, right? Which is the only off timing thing. But there are other options. There's Star Power here, Banana next turn potentially. There's obviously the card they're going to draw, but it's just that Stomper timing then is a little bit off. But no AOE.
There's AOE. You can 0-mana bolt crash if you want to, right? That clears the board.
Oh, but that bolt could go face. Personally, I don't play as if Lightning Bolt can target minions. But yes,
I mean,
seriously, there is a clear, yes.
So you have the Thorim in your hand, right? So one of the things you do have to look out for with hands like this are... So you've just played a flash, right? So you can think about next turn, just dumping your entire hand come hell or high water,
and
right? You open your lightning reflexes, you play your lightning bolts, you play like a feral spirits or something from the lightning reflexes, and then you go from there.
Yeah.
And then if it whiffs, then you have the Thorin the next turn to refill your hand and draw a whole bunch of cards. As it stands, Hemlock's 1-2 punch has worked out perfectly here, right? Yeah, you can see it. Rekvam just saying it over and over. Stomper, give me the Stomper. Come on, I know you've got it. Stomp on me. I'm afraid, yeah, you are absolutely getting stomped on, my friend.
Yeah, I am so surprised that Rekvam was okay just getting absolutely smacked this turn.
I mean, if there's no Stomper in hand,
right?
The way Rekvam has played this, if in his 2 discovers from lightning reflexes, he finds a bioluminescence, this is lethal pretty often. And if it isn't, then he can make the play I was describing before, right? Where the board gets cleared, he might be still hanging around with maybe 5 to 8 health, right, at the end of it all, potentially. And then he can use the Thorim to reload. So it just takes the risk. Exactly, yeah. Rekvam knows he went all in against no Speaker Stomper. And if Speaker Stomper is there, he loses the game. That's the decision he made. He has to be okay with his choices. He does not currently look like a man that is okay with his choices. But it's where he's going to have to live because it's the choice he made this game.
And there's just nothing he can do about it now.
That's still not true, though, is it?
I don't know. Okay. I see a turn that can be played now and not strictly die, but it feels like Rekvam's dead.
Yeah?
That was a surprising pitch, Sol.
I don't know. I felt like this game was still kind of low-key winnable.
What?
Well, okay, let me just deal with what Rekvam's actually doing. And then I'll go back to where my head was at.
This is all I'm going to say. This is going to be Hemlock's draw next turn.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I've done that thing. I'm terrible at this, where I've immediately now deleted the board state from my brain. But, theoretically, a legal Hearthstone play on that turn was bolt 1 4 health minion, bolt another 4 health minion, play Crash of Thunder to clear the board, right? Like, that worked.
Yes.
You can also do that with Radiance, because Radiance costs 3, and Radiance is discounting 3 nature spells on that turn. Right?
Yes, I want to say yes, but I'm also losing my mental grip on the board state.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we're doing weird hypothetical things. If that is all accurate, you then clear the board. You have a 3-4 and a 0-2 stuck against a 2 or 3 card hunter on the other side that could potentially be doing nothing. and you have the Thorim to be able to draw cards afterwards, you are then 100% reliant on exactly your second copy of Lightning Reflexes finding you the cards that you eventually need to kill your opponent with, because you've spent all of the other cards that kill your opponent.
Yeah.
So maybe with that in mind, Rekvam's line of just looking for zaps specifically from the Lightning Reflexes was a better way of going.
Yeah.
Because you can see as well, like Rekvam missed. He hit one zap and then missed on the other one, and he's still in a position where he didn't necessarily die immediately, right? Which is
Right.
something at the very least.
This probably is going to be all of the overload and unlock, right? I imagine this turn. Because on 1 health, now is not the time to be greedy.
Yeah, now you have to either miraculously kill your opponent or discover Altered Chord.
Oh. Well, there will be enough mana for Altered.
Doesn't hit it. Needed Lightning Reflexes. Yes, that was good ordering, right? He needed to hold on to that one bolt to overload again after the unlock happened, to then be able to A, go fishing with the Flow Rider, and then B, actually be overloaded for the discount when he eventually discovered the Altered Chord.
Yeah,
So,
smart choices
together.
from Rekvam. Not a surprise coming from a player of his caliber, but unfortunately this match was not it. And Hemlock just strides to victory with a 3-0 win. The last game, not quite as on a knife's edge as the previous two, but yeah, really, really good victory there for Hemlock, and the lineup getting it done. Sol, the XL sort of the Beast Hunter getting work done, the Enrage Warrior getting the work done, and obviously, yes, the Mage, pretty common deck, but just about holding on versus that Outcast Demon Hunter. So even though score-wise, one-sided series, I think a very exciting series for the future of this tournament, because Hemlock is now looking good to move on to tomorrow, and we're going to see more Enrage Warrior, more of this Beast Hunter, and see how that's going.
Yeah, it breaks up some of the Europe dominance as well, which, you know, for the sake of variety is worth seeing. So, yeah, I think good series overall. Obviously, bad if you're a Rekvam fan. I think the last time I got to cast Rekvam in tournament, he put in an incredible performance. I was super impressed with him. I was really glowing about the way he played afterwards. I don't think that was much different in terms of the decisions he actually made on the board. It's just sometimes things pan out that way. It was some weird matchups and some kind of very interesting niche draws in those matchups as well on the other side. And I think when you put in all of this work and you get to this point and then you look at a board state and you evaluate, my best plan here is just to go all in and say my opponent doesn't have Speaker Stomper, and then they have the Speaker Stomper.
It's
like,
just...
that's such a heartbreaker to run into after the long, winding road it takes to get to this point. But sometimes that is the life of a professional card game player, and here we are.
It is what it is. We do still have some more matches coming up for you before we close out the day a little bit later on, but for now we're going to jump to a quick break while we set up the next one. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are starting to wind down to our last few matches for the day. And to bring you our second to last match is myself, Dawn, and joined by Lorinda. How you doing? How you feeling going into this almost last match?
Almost last match, still hyped up, still riding the adrenaline of the Masters Tour, and there's still plenty to go. I think it's helped a little bit by the fact this meta has been significantly faster, I think, than I had expected. There was a lot of debate. Would it be really slow? Would it be really fast? It's not really fast. Of course, Mage is a deck, but it's been pretty quick today, and that always helps keep it rolling through the day. I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah, and there has been several 3-0 matches as well that we've seen on stream throughout the day as well. So that certainly can contribute. And one of those that we just saw was that Hemlock versus Rekvam match. Previously, we did see Hemlock taking that 3-0 over Rekvam. So Hemlock going to be joining that top 8 for tomorrow.
Yeah, good to see Hemlock on cam as well. One of those players that we see from the other side a lot from like the regular streamers like Banterface in particular, but we don't get to see him play much. So good to see him going through. Group C though, we're going to concentrate on now. Pocket Train racing through there on the tracks out of the station or something. I don't know how that went in the end. We got there, me and TJ. We checked the VODs. But now it's going to be Dreadeye and Nagon for the other slot from Group C. Dreadeye, the American hope. We're hoping, as American casters, Dawn, me, you and TJ, the Americans, we're hoping
That's right.
for an American victory. Us neutral casters, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, totally neutral, no bias whatsoever. But yeah, we are interested to see if it is going to be the Americas player going through. But yeah, we are going to be seeing this. And not only are we going to be seeing them play some similar decks, it looks like the first match actually might be a Rogue Mirror match. But we have to talk about these players a little bit and talk about some of these decks that they're bringing. Lorinda, walk us through what these players have.
Right, so Nagon, who, worth noting, Tansoku, who's playing in the final game of the day, final match of the day later, has got the same lineup. So you get to see it twice in a row. Nagon has brought the Warlock, which is going to be interesting, the Thaddeus lock that everybody loves, including me. The Mech Rogue, the Mage, and the Treant Druid. So he's going to be bringing that, so is Tansoku later. But Dreadeye, as you see here, with the Outcast, the Rainbow Mage, the Mech Rogue, and the Secret Hunter, the Arcane Hunter, as I prefer to call it personally, but I'm a fussy old man, so who cares? Dreadeye has gone from strength to strength, I feel, Dawn, since his Grandmaster's appearance. I think he's a much more rounded player now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's had wonderful success in previous tournaments, and so far looking pretty good if he can get through this match and make it to day 2 for our tournament this weekend. Here is Dreadeye's Mech Rogue that we will be seeing in game number 1. And one thing that I want to point out in this deck list specifically is this double Scourge Illusionist and double Mothership. Really haven't seen that in a lot of the other Mech Rogues.
Yeah, interesting. It's a way of making sure you keep mechs on the board, which is a thing. They tend to favour the 8-drop, don't they? Or the 7-drop that makes the 8-drop, which I can never remember the name of. Colossal 8-drop maker, man. Magnetic person. That's what it's called. But yeah, Mothership a little bit cheaper, so you can actually cast it if you draw it at some point, which seems like a sensible move. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one pans out for him. So far, obviously, both these players are 1-1, so it's panning out kind of 50-50-ish by the sounds of it.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, Nagon on the other side there, getting ready for this series with that. I don't know. I almost want to just call it like this Japanese lineup because, as you mentioned, both of our Japanese players have brought this lineup here that you see on screen. That Drum Druid, the Rainbow Mage, that Thaddeus Warlock, and Mech Rogue. And we did get to see one of these Warlocks earlier, which built up a big board of stats. Is it going to be able to do it again with things like that Slime and Forged Wills?
I mean, the answer is yes, because it does it every time. It has never failed in the history of Hearthstone just to do that thing. Turn 3 Forge, turn 4 make 2 7/7s, turn 5 Slime, turn 6 15 Thaddeus. It's the same every game. That's how it works. Some of that isn't even possible, but it still happens anyway. I'm not bitter.
That's
this
right.
deck has not hurt me.
No, yeah, I couldn't tell. Couldn't tell at all. Absolutely not the reason I asked you that question, of course. Not not to prod you a little bit there. Yeah, well, okay. So overall, the matchup here, how do you feel about these? In this matchup, we did see the Outcast Demon Hunter being banned from Dreadeye's lineup, and the Rainbow Mage is banned on the other side. So how do you feel going into some of these matchups? Do you think that Dreadeye's 3 remaining decks outside of that Outcast Age are going to be able to kind of go fast enough, be able to kind of get underneath things like this Warlock?
So just looking now, yeah, it looks like the Dreadeye's Rogue is really well placed, and Nagon's Rogue is kind of badly placed. So maybe the Rogue Mirror, if Nagon can snatch that, would be a pivotal thing. We're going straight into that Rogue Mirror now. If he loses that Rogue Mirror, it's not all over. These are numbers that are sort of 60-40s and 55-45s. It's not like, oh no, they're all 80-20s. Right. But if I think if Nagon loses this Rogue Mirror, he is in a really tough spot to get out of this matchup. So it could be a very important game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe not as important for this game number 1 in Conquest as it might be in something like Last Hero Standing. But, in Conquest, you're going to have to get a win with each of the 3 decks anyways. So even if they win game number 1, they're going to have to get a win with the Rogue at some point during the series. So we see them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, though. I feel that Dreadeye's Rogue will get a win in this series, whereas Nagon's might struggle just a touch. So, because of the way the bans have worked out, just looking at my little graph that I do each game. So, if Nagon does lose it, his Rogue might sort of get stuck in the mud a bit. That's why I think it's important. But you are right. Like, it's not a big deal. He does get a chance of getting out of there, even so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we did see the mulligan there, and they both do end up getting a 1-drop or multiple 1-drops in the beginning here. So at least they kind of have that initial bit of burst damage to be able to get on board. The frequency oscillators here for Dreadeye are also very interesting, leading into getting these potential bigger mechs slightly earlier, like this Mimiron. And this is kind of interesting here as well. Does Dreadeye want to go ahead and just play that second frequency oscillator and then follow up with that Mimiron next turn? If he does, it's kind of dumping almost everything from hand already.
I think he's planning, what do I want to do with this mothership? So when do I want to play the second oscillator? Do I want to play Mimiron and oscillator next turn? Or do I want to maybe even dagger next turn and set up a turn 4 mothership with the coin? So that's what that was about. But yeah, get stuff on the board, have more things than your opponent has things when you're the Rogue versus the Rogue. And eventually, if one of your things sticks and one of theirs doesn't, then you make big thing, win game.
Yeah, that has definitely kind of been the story in some of these games, for sure. That the Mimiron, I just think, is going to be so strong here, and being able to use this Bone Spike to clear something up, be able to get this Mimiron out, and now the Coppertail Snoop coming into hand as well, going to be able to add an additional coin to get that mothership down a little bit earlier as well, if there's not really something beneficial in next turn's draw.
Yeah. This sticking is... It's hard to say it's game winning, but it's so game defining. It's absolutely huge. Just sticking one of these on the board. With those 2/5 stats. Ouch.
Nagon probably trying to hope for some sort of poison magnetic there, just to be able to start clearing off the opponent's minions, but unfortunately not there. So Dreadeye going to be able to start this snowball, this cascade. And if there is not an answer from the other side, it could be absolutely game winning.
Yeah, it's just... Does it stick? I think it just stays there. 4, 5, 6. Maybe not.
Yeah. Maybe there is Rush, so if there's enough magnetic stats, it could get cleared. Dreadeye, I think, maybe considering that with his really thinking about wanting to coin something out here, find something else. The Divine Shield?
Yeah. Makes a massive difference, of course, when you've only got the one rush spark bot and you want to put 2 things in there. So they might have to tank 7 at the very least if they can even get enough to deal with it here. What, spark bot, Coppertail, is that even enough with the hero power going face and the bone spike? You're still a mana short, right? What about the Invento? 4. Then you don't get the coin. Ooh, if it sticks another turn, the game's so in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, that was an incredible pickup for Dreadeye. There was a couple of good results as well. I think Stealth was probably the ultimate best answer that he could have found there, but Divine Shield definitely doesn't hurt. But yeah, there can be a lot of stats here, but it's gonna have to be a little bit more than this. And as you said, taking 7 damage to try to clear that Divine Shield does not feel great either.
Yeah. We have seen like the Rogue, especially the Dreadeye version, I think especially anyway, but in general, if it runs out of stuff on board, does struggle to do the last bit of damage. So taking the 7, maybe not a total disaster. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of taking 7 to just remove a Divine Shield that might come back, but maybe it's just not as horrific as it seems. I'm clutching at straws, I think, really, but hey, I can try. Oh my god,
well,
make it stop!
Yeah, this is looking pretty favored here for Dreadeye at this point. Talking about that Divine Shield. Yeah, and Negan actually just going to go ahead and say that it's over now. Not even spend any more thought on that. Just no more turns. It's over right there. So Dreadeye quickly taking down that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stuck it to the ball. We said it when the 2-5 came down, like it's not over, but it could be, and it didn't get removed, and it didn't even need to generate stuff because Innie's just making another 7/7. It's one of those games that happens sometimes in mirrors for all of Hearthstone's existence, especially aggro ones. But yeah, the Rogue one, when it gets out of control, no point messing around. Ouch.
Yeah. This has been the case for some of these matchups today. And, I don't know if it's a curse on the player who ends up not doing well, or if I'm like a good luck charm maybe to the players who end up winning. But so far, the casted games that I have been able to do on stream have ended in a 3-0. So I don't know if we're going to see that again in this one, but that was a pretty brutal, quick beat down there from Dreadeye.
I mean, I'm not paid by the hour. You can stay. If we're going to get 15-minute matches all day long, you can come back next time for sure. Absolutely. Bring Dawn back, everybody, because I like this 15-minute stuff. It's great.
That's right.
As I said at the start of the show, that's a big deal. That Rogue getting taken down, because now Nagon has 2 matchups that I consider unfavourable to come, which there's many pinches of salt in there. Things that I consider unfavourable might not be. HS Replay also considers them unfavourable, but also they're still 55% to lose, not 80, so it's not over. I just think it's a big deal that Dreadeye's got that one out of the way, and I think he's in a very strong spot to get to day 2.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to get a win with this Arcane Hunter and his Rainbow Mage to get there. So what do you think he wants to bring in next? Does it matter? I know in Conquest there is always that debate of just randomized, but well, I guess we're going to see it now. It does look like it is going to be that Arcane Hunter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but people have preferences, what they want to do. Some players used to just run it back every time, which is actually a weakness. Like, then it does matter. If you know they're always going to run it back, then it actually is a relevant factor. But yeah, just play what you feel like. You just smash someone in the face for 4 turns, do it again. That's how he feels. That's what he's going to do. And Nagon with...
And on the other side, the Warlock. I know it's not your favorite, but if it gets a win, we won't have to see it again.
Like, I'm mean to some degree. Right? I absolutely dislike playing against this particular deck because it's done me irreparable damage. But if it wins, bring it. I'd never ever criticize anyone for wanting to win a Hearthstone game. My goodness.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with the stakes that these players are applying for at this point, trying to get into day number 2, an increase in the prize pool, and working towards that grand finalist win at the end of tomorrow to qualify for the World Championship. But it's, still quite a few games to get there at this point. Not out of the realm of possibility, but gonna have to get through something. The thing that I notice right now about Nagon's hand, though, is that there is not a slime yet. Some of the other pieces, right? The Thaddeus, the Shallow Grave just coming into hand, but no slime just yet.
There will be. I have faith. It's
You
never
believe in the
happened
power of
before,
the
Dawn, that they
straw.
haven't got the slime on turn 5. It'll be there. It'll turn up.
All right.
I think the order of events here is draw the location now. Oh my goodness, he doesn't know what he's doing. Then make a 7/7 and then draw the slime. Come on, Nagon. This isn't the script. Meanwhile, Dreadeye, this is the script. Howderon just
This is.
instantly buffing, what, 5 spells there? 4 spells. My goodness.
Yeah, and even without this buff, without damage, one thing that I'm really looking at for Dreadeye here is the Urchin Spines in hand.
Mhm.
Not all of the Arcane Hunters are running Urchin Spines. Dreadeye's list does, and it is in hand. So if that slime does show up next turn on turn 5, or even potentially on turn 6, then Dreadeye could potentially have that Urchin Spines, the Ricochet Shot, some of these other damage spells to actually be able to answer those big bodies.
Do we do anything with these reverberations? Probably not, actually. Nagon must know something's coming, though. Obviously, the Urchin Spine's now a little bit telegraphed. There's 2 4/4s ready to go. What are they doing? Why aren't they killing your 7/7? Tell you what, because he knows it doesn't matter, because there's no location in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Clear these up. But also, clear them up, but it's kind of miss a go, right? He's buying himself time to tap again, most likely here.
Yeah. Can't really do much else, and really is looking for that slime. I mean, the Warlock deck is built around pulling those out, right? Cheating out these mana, big minions to get those out early. And honestly, I think with playing the top decked reverberations and just doing a hero power here on turn 5, Dreadeye has to recognize that there is no slime here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was pretty evident.
Yeah, and because of that, he's decided to just start forcing damage. Because look at this damage he's pushing now. It's chunky, right? It's 5, but next turn it's another 8 without even playing a card. Here it is. Oh yeah, Nagon's nodding.
Yeah.
He knows how the deck works
Yep.
now. He's remembered. It took him a moment.
As you mentioned, though, there is that push from Dreadeye with potential follow-up damage. So is this too late? Is it too late for the slime here? Waiting till
Never
next turn to
too
use
late.
it with the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, Shallow Grave with the
Fair.
slime. It's never too late.
Symphony of Sins is interesting, but I definitely don't think it's coming down here. And it doesn't pull the Thaddeus. The slime actually ends up pulling out that Darkon, but that is still pretty fantastic. It's a lot of damage on the board, but also damage that's just going to start hitting face immediately at the end of every turn for Negan.
Just take 12 for no reason. There you go. Bam. Bam. Take 12 more. I'll heal all the way to full as well. That's all right. That's perfectly fair. We're good with this.
And the thing here too is this reanimator in hand for Negan as well.
Yeah.
With the Darkon, that's going to come back with Reborn, since it will have been the only undead that has died. So even if Dreadeye goes and clears these, I mean, he really does want to clear these because there is 24 damage that he's facing down right now. So definitely has to clear them, otherwise he's just dead.
He is going to
But-
draw a million cards, right?
Very close to 1 million.
Yeah. Okay. That was a turn from Dreadeye, to be fair. Like, it looked like he was out of this, and then just double arrow and off you go.
Yeah, I really like the play there by Dreadeye, just going in on, hey, I can clear this and draw a bunch of cards. Let's do it. But also picking up some more important pieces as well. Potential damage with that bow, or if Dreadeye can't manage to find a lethal and push damage, there is things like the removal with the star power.
Deal 6 is so tempting, because you know you've got quite a bit more still to come, but
It is.
It's a long way off, actually. I think you just do it, but you've got to think about it. Oh, Jedi does only have 10 cards in deck. I guess you've got to look at that for a moment. I don't think it matters, but you've got to at least consider, can you get there and just mill them out?
Yeah, it's also one of those things where, yes, it is tempting to maybe just remove those, but as Dreadeye did just draw a bunch of cards, if you're going for that option and not clearing and you're leaving Dreadeye with all of those cards in hand, just, give it at least a little bit of thought. Is there potential for a punish if he goes that route?
Right. Well, we're going to see if they can get the fatigue damage done. You're not trying to remove anything in particular. You're just literally trying to say, I'm going to outlast you here.
Yeah. Well, and again, with that Darkon being the only undead that's died and this reanimator sitting in hand waiting, there is potential for Nagon to just heal some of that back up anyways after some of this damage is taken. So it doesn't seem like the worst option at all.
I can't keep getting away with this.
These Krakenbanes, though, they've been dealing so much damage.
Yeah.
They're putting in work in these lists.
Yeah, we saw it earlier where Dreadeye caught out Pocket Train, where Pocket Train sort of calculated the maximum reasonable damage and then just took miles more than that. Dreadeye's feeling it, I think.
Behemoths, yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah, putting maximum attack on the board. I think this makes sense, right? While there's no taunts in the way.
Yeah. And even if there is, again, that star power in hand does do a lot against a single large minion, as long as if it's Flesh Behemoth, let's say, as long as the Death Rattle doesn't end up pulling another taunt minion, that star power looking pretty nice to be able to just clear up and lead the way for Dreadeye's minions and that bow to just clean up and end the game.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, right? 15 health, 3 chunky minions, hero power bow, handful of removal of all kinds. Yeah, direct damage in hand as well. Nagon's got to stop all of this the best he can, and this is the sign of a good player from Dreadeye. Like, all these plays look easy when you see them played by somebody else, but he has managed to just make so many threats from so many sources here.
Absolutely. And it's also really tough for Nagon as well, because there's just this I feel like is one of the downsides to this Warlock deck, where sometimes you actually can get these huge boards, you get these stats, even able to get the slime and Shallow Grave down, but then you get to this point where you can't answer everything.
There's a million damage here, right? This is just lethal, I think.
Yeah. There's a
Is it 1 mana off?
Lethal.
Has he miscounted something here?
I'm wondering.
He did it very fast and then stopped.
Yeah. It
Did you
might
think
be 1 mana off.
Did you think the Arcane Shot did 4 with the spell damage? Or did you think he had 10 mana to play both spell damage? I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, he could go for both of the spell damage and go for the ricochet, but it's not a guarantee. Yeah, it's not guaranteed for lethal. It is the chance for lethal.
Yeah, it's incredibly likely.
1 mana short to be able to squeeze in the hero power too.
Yeah, I think it was an Arcane, so it's got a hit. It seems like swearing.
I can't tell by his reaction. No, it hit all minions! It hit the minions, Neil. It didn't hit face.
Try again! Oh my. Oh no.
He went for it though. I respect it. I respect the just going for it.
Yeah.
If you hit it, it's done.
It's instant 75% and then more on top because he's not lost yet.
Yeah.
But something happened at the start of his turn. Yeah. I think he'd calculated then that the ricochet was lethal and then forgot there might be 3 minions there and then realised that maybe he's not lethal anymore. Okay.
Well, how does Negan answer this now, though?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, a hero power and just 2 damage off of pretty much anything at this point is going to be lethal.
He knows that. I mean, he'll know the last 2 cards in the deck. Unfortunately, we don't know that, but he'll know what 2 cards are. He knows there's no damage in hand because it would have been played last turn. So yeah, deal with the board, and you know those last 2 cards. Maybe you've got a 50-50. Maybe you know you've run them out of stuff.
I don't think there's any damage, or direct damage, I should say. I don't think there's any direct damage left in Dreadeye's deck.
This is a star power. My goodness.
Yeah. Pretty fantastic.
36 points of damage for 5 little mana. Okay. Any 6/6s for massive healing? Don't press the button.
It's not enough still, is it?
12, no. 6, 7.
I mean, I guess if Negan goes for the Reanimator and Forge of Wills,
sure.
he will heal up to 8. And then the Forge of Wills can create a rusher that does something, but
yeah, rushes.
There's still 8 on the board without hero power, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's is it just gonna have to be a new? Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, this doesn't actually create a copy of the minion itself, right? This is just a separate, a separate minion here, but it's just gonna be pretty close. These imps do have taunt, but that star power in hand or the links are enough to just clear those up pretty easily without really even trying.
Yep, 2-0. Bang, 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 down to 1 deck already. Welcome to Dawn, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed this. I have dodged casting a single shaman game all day, and all of the series have been incredibly fast. 3-0 so far. We're only at 2-0 for this one, but okay, 2-0 in Dreadeye's favor. Has just his mage deck, correct? Just the mage deck.
Correct,
yeah. Win with.
Which will slow things down a bit, most likely. He's got to play into the druid, which is not a good matchup for the mage, as I understand it. I think the druid just makes that massive board, and the mage can sort of not interfere with it enough, and then you just die to it. The rogue, where the mage is favoured, I think, personally, and then the warlock, where I think the mage is pretty strongly favoured if played by a strong player. Certainly not favoured if I play it, but hey, warlock's fine, right?
Well, we did see it lose there at least, so
yeah.
It can lose. It can lose. It's possible.
Not to me. You're not going to convince me that the warlock deck doesn't draw the nuts every time, even though it just didn't, and we saw the evidence on screen. I'm going to blank that out.
We did. But okay, it comes down now to Dreadeye's mage, and as you mentioned, up against all 3 of these other decks. All right. I want to ask you, do you think this is going to end in a 3-0, or are we at least going to see a 3-1?
3-1. He'll cue the druid to get one on the board. That's what I would do.
3-1. All right. I like it. There could be the mirror with the mages as well, right? No, excuse me. The
no mirror, no.
Banned.
Just the warlock on the road.
So yeah.
Conventional wisdom has always been you cue your best deck here. It should be the druid if he does, which he's done. To sort of put pressure on your opponent on the scoreboard. What I have seen the very best players, the Fury Hunters, the Pocket Trains do in these tournaments in this spot, is cue their worst matchup first. Not so much in a knockout stage, but especially if there's more to come tomorrow, like the end of a Masters Tour, so they can go to bed. A little bit different here because you've got to play all three anyway. But if they're going to lose 3-0, like they're going to lose their hard matchup, they just want to find out, go to bed, and play day 2. So different horses, different courses, but yeah.
There's also the thinking too, if they bring in the worst matchup that they have and they win, that could potentially just lead into them building momentum and their matchups get better from there as well. So with Conquest, it definitely is really interesting to see how these players kind of line up, and especially once it gets to kind of that match point in the series, right? Well, are they going to? Are they not going to? But as you said, the Druid here coming in, and I like the looks of the start of this so far. Going to be able to start pushing a little damage, build up a little bit of treants on the board, has the Seedsman now in hand to be able to start ramping towards that drum circle. There's some things in hand here for Negan that can start moving him in a good direction.
Yeah, going to have to, though. No way of double circling yet. Obviously, that will come about pretty soon. It usually does. No card draw to speak of, if you don't count the Seedsman, which depends how you see that, I guess.
Witchwood Apple pickup is pretty good here as well. Right? Could just play Witchwood Apple, maybe one of those treants plus the Forest Blossoms, and go as wide as you can on board. And just start applying pressure as much as possible for Strati to have the answers.
Yeah, just do this. Jedi's ready with the cold case, I think. Yeah. Oh, sorry, the clear. My bad. Yeah. Then the cold case next turn.
Yeah.
My brain had already cleared the board.
Yeah, that potential could be as well why we saw Negan actually go for just both of the treants from the Witchwood Apple instead of also committing that Forest Blossoms for an extra body. Ooh, keyboard or armor?
Yeah, that's keyboard for you, right? Even when it looks like it's not keyboard, it's always keyboard.
It's always keyboard.
Like you look at it, you go, "Oh, this is awkward," and the answer is, "Make it not awkward, then, noob."
Yeah, the answer is, well, we'll embrace the awkward and just take it anyways, because, yeah, it turns out extra bodies on board are very good, especially in a matchup like this where the Druid wants to be getting on the board. An objection pickup as well. Pretty nice here in this matchup.
Interesting choice here. Yeah. Obviously, keeping the Druid's minions off the board with Drum Circle in the deck makes sense, but also the damage, the pressure is a thing he could consider. He's quite a long way ahead on board.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
The Summer Flower Child pickup is pretty interesting. Could just go for it next turn.
Looks like he's going to.
Draw plus discount's pretty good, but okay, gonna go for the Embrace of Nature instead here.
Okay, it's good to go.
That's all right. You love a double choose one effect drum circle.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm trying to do whilst watching and casting these players is look for spots where they don't just do the obvious play with this deck. Like, get a drum circle. There's a situation earlier where a player delayed it a turn to try and get extra buffs down on it and that sort of thing, to try and get the solar eclipse on it. But I'm looking for spots where where play green card is not the right play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also pretty interesting because the Embrace of Nature is the way that these decks are built. It's a pretty specific draw, right? So it's not just, oh, I'm gonna choose or play this, and the choose one card I get is gonna be one of 5 or 6 or 7 like we might have seen in other variants. It is very, very specific the way that these decks are built. And looking at these deck lists, it is Drum Circle and usually I'm drawing a blank on the name of the card, but
I'm the worst. I'm the worst for that. Don't do that. Yeah. What does the card do? And I'll tell you what it should be called.
Well, I don't even think that Negan is running it, actually.
Right.
Looking at it,
I'm sorry. I always blank on card names. I'm the worst to bail you out.
I'll find it. While we look at this impressive Treant board and how Jedi is going to maneuver this turn.
Yeah. How do you sort this out? I mean, you're not clearing this ever, but can you clear enough without losing enough resource that you can still win the game?
It's Lifebinder's gift, by the way, there, Lorenza.
Got it.
The,
Okay.
Yeah, but I do not see Lifebinder's gift at all in Negan's list. So, yeah, actually going for that Embrace of Nature was, looks like a guarantee to draw the jump circle.
Kind of like that in some ways. Obviously, it's very hard to know, having not played it. Of course, it's a really important card you're missing out of your deck.
This is...
So much.
Yeah. Testing.
Right, no, it's that. Right.
Okay. Double cultivation. Let's go.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah. All right. It's on the board. It's on the board, Lorinda.
Yep,
it's not
that's
a
the one.
3-0.
Well done.
It's not
You've
a
broken the
3-0.
curse. The
I
dawn
feel a little bit
curse.
better now. That's right. That's right.
So what happens now? Does he win 3-0 here now? So he wins 3-2? Is that what happens now?
There were a lot of reverse sweeps, I think, early in those group stages, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I do feel like some of these players' lineups, and even in some of the discussions I've seen, there definitely are lineups and strategies that are trying to basically soft target Mage. So I don't think it's impossible for it to be a reverse sweep here. But I do think that, as you said earlier, that the Druid was definitely the best shot to get there. Are the other ones going to be quite as good? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel not. In fact, I'm sure not. They might play well, like the Rogue can just win on like turn 4 if there's no reverberations, the game just ends, and look like it always wins. But I think they're both tough matchups here for Negan. I think that Dreadeye won't be too concerned yet. If he loses the next one, then sure, you get concerned because 2 60% shots will go to 1 60% shot. Yeah, you start to feel a lot less confident. But he'll be comfortable right now.
Right. Yeah, and this is really interesting here. We're going to see the Warlock getting played again for Negan here versus this Mage for Dreadeye, as we've mentioned. See if Negan can sneak in a win here with the Warlock. And I did see a slime. A slime. It's
Looks
there.
like he's got the hang of it now.
That's right. And the coin as well.
And the Symphony, and
But
Yeah.
at this point, no one dead.
So, looking for ways in Dreadeye's hand to remove 11-11s. That's kind of how I plan this out, which is a little bit too negative, but at my level, planning this out as how do I kill the 11-11s means I get on board enough, it means I get my reverb in my hand, and it usually means I've got extra damage left over that I don't need, because it's the worst case scenario facing an early 11-11. Usually you don't necessarily need all that.
Well, and there is the reverb being picked up for Dreadeye. Both of these classes, the Reverberations is a dual class card, and it is a Mage Warlock card. So both of these players are running the Reverberations in their lists here, but as of right now, there still is nothing here for the Slime.
So far.
There's no 11-11 that's potentially going to be coming out, which does make things really awkward, because if you can't find those pieces to be able to really kind of cheat out those big minions, to be able to kind of lean into that mechanic of your deck, it starts to feel like you have to either let the deck kind of fall apart, or you have to find a different game plan. And maybe Symphony of Sins is that other game plan at the moment, but it feels like a bit of a stretch.
7/7 rush, man, to buy yourself a bit of time. Seems okay.
Yeah.
If things go wrong. Yeah, you might be right. Coin Symphony is pretty good too. Oh, you
Now,
could
who
just play
needs to
like
worry
every
about it?
warlock ever. Yeah, just do that. Just do what they always do.
Yeah. Yeah. Who needs to worry about that when you can just draw the Thaddeus on the turn you need it? Absolutely fantastic there. But
Yeah, exactly.
Dreadeye has answers. There's reverberations. Is that something that Dreadeye wants to look at here? Or is it more of just an approach of trying to clear an answer and save that reverberations for something later?
Yeah, I think you just do it, but he'll know better. This is also, I mean, as it happens, you got the bone spike and other things, but this is why you put every point of damage you can get on the board. These little 1/2s and 1/3s were played at the expense of some other cards, some draw or whatever. Didn't infinitize, for instance. Like, getting these little things on the board is so huge. If he hadn't had that bone spike, he would have been able to put all 3 1/2s in for 3 damage, for instance, and then reverb and ping. You know, they matter a lot, these little things.
Yeah, they do. They look very unassuming, but they really can add up and work really well with the things that the mage is already trying to do.
Right. Yeah, just and if your opponent takes a turn to defile this board, say that let's say they can, which they can as it happens. What's the rest of their turn as a warlock for 3 mana if they defile this? Tap, pass? Like, it's just not a good Hearthstone turn for them. So
Is this a reverberations? The reverberate? Can we go into like a little bit of a dream within a dream type theory here? Is this reverberations on the reverberated? And I'm going to make that a word.
It's definitely a word.
That is okay. Perfect.
I like it. Good spot. Yeah, absolutely.
But again, as you mentioned, now there's 2 mana. Maybe Sargeras comes down.
Yeah.
This Forge of Wills is still active, so can definitely create maybe an 11/11 that has rush here. But then I guess that kind of means maybe using the Mortal Coil to clean up as well.
Or take your chance on the Symphony because you think that if you hit, you win. Or if you miss, you lose anyway, or whatever, with the Mortal Coil. It was a tough one.
Yeah, there feel like a lot of moving parts that turn.
Like, with all my memes aside, this is the sort of turn that will be the difference between somebody playing Warlock on ladder and somebody playing at this level. Like, he's put a lot of, like you say, moving parts into this. He's had to process all of those and do what he can, and he's ended up with a nice board and a cleared board out of it.
Yeah. This is a really interesting kind of sequence of events for that turn as well, right? Because there were a lot of choices. Use that Forge of Wills to make an 11/11 rusher and kind of clean stuff up in a different way with like the Mortal Coil and kind of clean up after that, or going for a play like what Negan did, which was, I'm just going to use this Thaddeus that I have copied for this turn alone, and then I'm going to be able to create a full board that has to be answered at the end of the turn.
So we finally, after like ages, found the counter to reverberations, and it's reverberations.
That's right.
That's how you stop it. You just do it back straight at them.
That's right. Ooh. Okay, this is also very interesting here. The Reanimator can definitely just bring back Thaddeus, but is that the line here? Or does Negan need to try to do something? Because he's sitting at 17 health now. It's going into turn 7, which could be the Elemental Inspiration, but also there has been some spell schools played at this point, looking at potentially facing down some damage, and 17 doesn't necessarily feel like you're safe against Mage.
Something I don't like about this Warlock deck is to play with, not against, because I've moaned about playing against it enough. He's just drawn 9 cards and none of them do anything. It's like, feel hard done by in this situation. Making space on his own board and in his hand here, this is cool.
Yeah, and healing up a little bit as well. Definitely, I'm not going to count out any of that healing at this point.
He timed out there, though.
Yeah, didn't get to attack and clear off that minion. I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference, though, at this point, but maybe it will.
It's possible. I mean, it's always more problem than you imagine if you leave up a minion that shouldn't be there. But yeah, it just took an extra 3, so
Yeah.
maybe that doesn't matter. But you don't want to take too many extra 3s over the course of a game, like 10 extra 3s, and you're dead.
You know, I feel like this is the second or third discovered solar eclipse that we've seen on stream today that just really kind of put in a lot of work. And doing a solar eclipse into that star power to clear up a very large board means that Dreadeye can save things like the solid alibis for future turns.
Yeah, let's not give Mage Solar Eclipse anytime soon. That would be nice, thanks.
Yes. Right off the top.
Bask in my radiance.
And that Nagon's using the most basic card back, by the way. I respect that.
Well, that's the strategy, right? You gotta use the basic card back so that nobody knows your skill level.
Exactly.
Right? Obviously,
Exactly.
in this 16-player tournament where they spent months and months qualifying for and had to be at the very top, they're going to be fooled by that.
Yeah, tricked you! I'm actually quite
Got
good.
there.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought the 16 best players over the regions over a 3-month period were reasonable at Hearthstone?
Well, Dreadeye has done a really impressive job this game of being able to find board clears and answer these repetitive big bodies that Negan has been putting out.
Absolutely.
Has to get rid of one of these. It's got to be the armor vendor. Just get rid of the armor vendor.
Seems like it, unless he feels like he needs the 4.
Yeah.
What's he doing with the rest of his turn? It's just not a good enough card, is it? Unless he's really got 4 mana he wants to spend on something.
Yeah. That break point of mana seems pretty lacking right now. Maybe it's the movement of Sloth. Maybe he just gets rid of the Sloth.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's
All
what he
right.
does.
It's the Thaddeus. See Dreadeye shaking his head there, just nodding.
He's
Yep.
got it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you put stats on the board. If you have big bodies, Dreadeye kept the boards at bay long enough to be able to do exactly what this mage deck wants to do, and that is build up some damage after playing multiple spell schools and just get there with over-the-top damage from hand.
14 damage Moonbeam, of all things. Yeah, he can't believe it. He sees the funny side. In fairness, he was laughing at one of his losses earlier as well. He just sees the funny side of Hearthstone things. Sort of known for that these days, I think. But yeah, winning with a Moonbeam looked pretty convincing in that victory as well overall over the match. And another quick one for you, Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know. I feel like in that game, the kind of stars of, or the MVPs of the cards were those discovered nature spells, of all things. There was absolutely multiple nature spells. And even in some other series earlier, I think a lot of the nature spells were absolutely putting in a lot of work and helping the mage kind of stall that extra turn that they may have needed, or in some cases we saw like otters come out on the board earlier to kind of create an awkward wide board that was, you know, maybe not the most threatening, but it was creating some tempo on board. It was creating a threat of some extra damage along with the potential damage. So I don't know, that was kind of cool to see all of those nature spells kind of come together.
Yep, it turns out if you give a class something it can't normally do, then it fills in the gaps of things it can't normally do, and that's what you're describing there, I feel. So, you know, credit to spell schools actually working as intended, I think that.
Yeah. But I don't know about you, Lorinda, but I am very excited to see Dreadeye winning that series, moving into our day number 2. He will join the rest of the players that have already made it to tomorrow. And we still have one more player to find out who will be joining our 7 players already qualified for tomorrow. Are you ready to find out who that is?
I am ready, Dawn. You're going to throw us out so we can find out who it is?
That is, yep. But before we do that, yep, we have to take a quick break so we can set that matchup before you all find out who ends up getting there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our Summer Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, a.k.a. Lorinda, a.k.a. Lorinda Games on Twitter. Follow him there. Lorinda, how you doing, bud?
Nice to meet you. Where
Nice
you been
to
all
meet
day?
Funny you ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, Neil. I've just been hanging out, casting, but we got another decider match coming up next, and I don't know about you, but I'm dying to see how this one ends.
Me too, TJ. Me too. Let's see how it goes. Let's have a look at the players and the lineups and the brackets and all those good things, and then we'll get into this game, TJ. But there's Group B that we finished ages ago. Was I concerned?
Just want to remind us that it's done. We saw Gu and Casey move on from Group B. Close one between Casey and Gamer RBG, right there at the end. So we saw Pocket Train and Dreadeye move on from Group C. Just saw Dreadeye right now, actually, literally right this second. Went ahead and got it done. So now we're gonna move on to. Nope, it's not Group D either. We're just going through the groups that we're not doing. Gabby and Hemlock. Moving on. And then, last but not least, drum roll please. There it is! Wikyu and Tansoku going to be facing off each other for the last spot in the top 8.
Yep, and this is going to be good, TJ. We've got more Warlock action, which we know is something that I absolutely adore. And Wikyu, honestly, like the best player in the world on ladder over the last several months. Pocket Train might have something to say about that. But Wikyu is just knocking out those rank 1s over and over again. So I think he's got a good claim to it, even though most people won't have heard of him much.
Yeah, well, neither have we apparently, because it's just a dark, foreboding figure.
So I think the players wrote their own profile. So he's saying here, this is a joke. This one is smiley face, the middle one, because he's only played in one tournament really in esports, and he came top 16 out of the 16 that played. So this is Wikyu giving us something to giggle about, basically. Oh yeah, it's got a bit of a blank space there where the picture should be. But
yep,
it's written his name in it at least.
Wikyu gonna highlight the Nature Shaman from Wikyu. I feel like this one is pretty standard from what we've seen with the double turn the tides. It's a more tempo oriented version. So I will refuse to call it Saddle Shaman. Refuse.
Ego Shaman.
Ego Shaman. Is this the one though?
Sorry, Soddle?
This is
Sorry, Soddle? Got me at it now.
Don't call me. Don't call me.
I'm trying to
Soddle.
summon him. Just looked like my next mistake there, TJ. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, if I was the one who built this Nature Shaman, Neil, I could show you incredible things.
You absolutely could, TJ. But you weren't, so we needed Soddle to show us those things. Which, I don't know where he is, actually. But he loves the fact that he made this deck, and everybody copied it.
Yeah. All right. Tansoku's up next. Tansoku means short-legged person in Japanese. Fun fact. I knew that fact already because it was one of the first questions that we used to ask players back when they used to come to championships.
You've met him, right? You've met Tansoku. I remember this.
Few times. Actually, I would say many times. I think it's 4+ times now. One of my favorite people on the planet. Not just Hearthstone players, just people on the planet. And we're highlighting.
Did you sign his phone? Because we've never heard this story before. I think we should. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. Never heard before story of Tansoku signing my phone. Yeah. I was a big fan of him. He was a big fan of me. I signed his phone. I don't know if that's a fair trade. He didn't sign my phone, but I had a case of my phone. If I'd changed cases, it wouldn't have been there anymore. I signed his actual phone.
It's his actual phone. So he's still got that phone. Like he's still, it's this big, and he's texting like this. Like phones people by like carrying it around.
Yeah, and oh man, if you saw that signature on that phone, it'll leave you breathless.
Absolutely. You've told me about it many times, but now my part of the intro is over and into the playing. Because DJ, I love the players, but you love the game, so you bring this one in.
I do. You're number 1, last spot at the top. That's not weak, you.
It is weak in disguise. Dread-Eye's... It's been Dread-Eye all along. It's the grand reveal. He's been playing twice. He's qualified twice.
What happens if they meet together in the final?
It's going to be 2 Dread-Eyes. Just how does that even work? Oh
my God! Look at that face.
Only got one face to look at though here, TJ. We've only got the one.
Well, these are not particularly good. A discounted polymorph jellyfish is interesting, however. But where does it fit in? Oh, what am I talking about? This is Naga Mage. Been watching Rainbow Mage all day. This is Naga Mage. Gates of Ashara, not too shabby. Though, Star Power is interesting. Nah, it's Gates of Ashara. Like a discount Star Power, just be able to bada bing, bada boom, turn 4, clear the board.
Well, Wiki obviously understanding the urgency of this situation here, because the Naga Mage, if it gets on board, it's going to be difficult for the Hunter to clear enough stuff. But threatening to hit them for 8 is obviously the perfect start. You can't just go pinging these away, it just gets beyond you. So I wonder if he plays the Crush Claw here to see what he hits.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You could go for Vast Wisdom, and see what you find. You got 2 of them, so if you find Siren, you still have another cheap spell to be able to get going. What is he gonna? He is gonna ping. Okay.
He's taking his time. Feels that he can contend with this. He's confident. There's a lot of damage output out there.
This is real awkward for Tansoku, to be quite frank.
Quite frank? Is that like just somebody who is really quiet, just watches Hearthstone a lot?
Yeah. Actually, there was a quiet Frank who
he really was quiet.
was a competitive Hearthstone player, Frank in the Box.
Oh, the player, I see. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, remember Frank.
Yep. Good guy. Very quiet though.
That's why, quite frank. So you want to be quite frank? Is that what's going on?
It was a hypothetical. If I was quite frank. Or to be quite frank.
Okay.
But to be loud frank, now that's different story altogether. You don't want to be loud frank.
I mean,
if you're going to be frank, you be quite frank.
Because loud Frank's got no friends because he's loud.
Yeah. Exactly. He's going to ping again?
Are you actually watching the Hearthstone? Damn it. I should be doing the same thing.
But, I mean, you'll come back each time you leave.
Yeah, I'm done. Absolutely. You can tell me when it's over, though, TJ, if you want.
Just chipping away. Still no Siren. And, the longer we go without Tansoku finding a Siren, the more Wiki's going to have the chance to just go over the top of whatever's on the board with direct damage. I mean, Krakenbane is active. Plus the additional spell damage from everything in the hand.
Yeah,
okay, well,
Tansoku-
Shooting Star is something. Wish we would have had that earlier, but hey, it is what it is.
These 4/1s are so annoying, aren't they? It's just so mana efficient. Dealing with one of them is okay, but constantly dealing with them is just annoying. And stopping Tansoku from being able to do what he wants to do.
Just pinged every turn. I can't take it anymore.
He starts crying. He starts rubbing his eye. What's happening here? Are you the same person?
Even he hates that he's had to ping every turn. He's just weaving. He's beating with 3 cards.
Well, this has been my experience of this deck.
Oh, you just did nothing and died.
That's just what the deck does, unless you're pocket trained or, whatever. It's just a nightmare dressed like a daydream, TJ. It just, every time. It looks great, doesn't work.
Okay. He stuck a minion. I repeat, he stuck a minion.
Hey! Wiki could just draw 1,000,000 cards now. Or basically win the Hearthstone.
It's got to be like Siren off the top right now, huh?
I think so, yeah. That's not a siren.
Womp womp.
Computer says no.
All right. Any outs? In the Savara is a Gifts of Ashara, a Vast Wisdom, and something else. Okay, Reverb. 1 mana
Okay,
Reverb.
Clears. One mana reverb with other cards. I don't know.
Still needs to play around Hidden Meeting, so really only has 4 mana to work with. Still a Hidden Meeting up on the other side.
Yeah.
Can't afford to take an extra, on average, 2.2 damage. Is that what it is? I don't know.
Sounds about right. Can we just play the Crush Claw? I think we might be desperate enough now. But Tansoku obviously trying to be...
Needs to kill the second one, though, so needs to fit in a ping. And then just hope for Siren, right? That's it. And hope that the pop-off is enough. That's assuming this isn't enough, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Each of these ricochets is 2, plus the 6 from the bow, and that'll do it! WeQ takes game number 1 in, I won't say the easiest game of his life, but Tansoku just didn't have the hand to put up that much of a fight, which is unfortunate, because especially in these high-stakes situations, you want to see some tough fought matches. You don't want to see a Rose Garden filled with thorns.
Just occasionally, I want to see somebody have the experience that I have with a deck, and that was the occasional one. That's he's a very good player, but it made me feel like I'm playing the deck the same as the good players, where I go ping, 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 oh, I'm dead. Okay with that.
So, what you took away from this game is, well, if he does it and loses, then it's okay if I do the same thing and lose.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
But I don't want to see that all the time. I agree with you. High level play, you don't want that to happen to somebody really. But it's nice just to see it occasionally, just that little tiny bit of positive reinforcement. Because I'm known for being a positive person, Teach.
I'd say so.
I'd say
positive.
so too.
Every time I watch your stream, you're like, was that correct? That wasn't correct. You win the game.
What, you mean
like,
watching the stream wasn't correct? Or what I said wasn't correct?
That's what you say every time you make a play. Was that correct? That wasn't correct. and then you win the game of Hearthstone, you're like, I didn't play that game of Hearthstone well. And you lose the game of Hearthstone, and you're like, I definitely didn't play that game of Hearthstone well. And then Sottle's in your chat, and he's saying, Neil, you
Correct.
really didn't play that Hearthstone game well.
Yeah, you think you played it badly, Neil, but let me tell you, it was much worse than that.
Yeah, you're like, oh man, I probably had 3 misplays. Well, actually, this is my Sottle voice. Actually, you made 7.5 plays incorrectly.
Yeah,
Dear.
but I can make the bad guys good for a weekend, so just have me on for 2 days and we'll be fine, Teach. That's what he would
Fair.
say.
Fair point. That seems like exactly something that Sottle would say. But Wikiu's got the Hunter out of the way. And left in the lineup is the Mage and the Druid. I feel like Druid's been... I don't want to say it's cleaning up today. Druid's just being Druid. Druid is one of those decks where, you know, you're playing against a deck that can't clear your board, you win. You're playing against a deck that that puts minions on the board between turns 1 and 5, you die.
I think this tournament would have been surprising if nobody bought Druid. I feel like the right amount of Druid is here. It's supposed to be played. It's also supposed to be sort of like you're saying. It's Druid. Some people bring it. It's fine. But a lot of Druid, I don't think it's quite powerful enough from asking around, especially Pocket Train. But yeah.
Yeah. It can do very powerful things, but it's limited on how quickly it can do those things. And that's the real issue. And it's got limited removal, so it kind of gets run over in the early game.
Plus, there isn't a Druid on the board, but you know, let's go. Let's go with this anyway.
You say unless there is a Druid on the board?
No, I'm just saying we're talking about Druid as if it's not turn 2 in a Rogue versus Mage game, because that's how we cast. It's great.
Yeah. We're casting hypotheticals.
So yeah, but I think
but
Druid
yes.
is doing well, personally.
Yeah. I never miss my chance to finish a point. I don't care what's happening. That's why I don't cast World Championship Finals.
Everybody casts World Championship Finals these days.
Because the winning moment... But I had a train of thought that was from 2 turns prior.
Uh-huh.
And I gotta finish it. Just like this moment right now. The game is still going on. We still have not acknowledged it.
Uh-huh.
However...
He's playing a Mecha Shark!
I was making a point, and then you gave a rebuttal, and I'm not going to let that sit on the table. So...
Okay. Well, just continue then.
No, that's it.
You sure?
I'm sure.
So we can go. We can cast this game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to anymore. You've taught me out. I was enjoying casting this game, but now.
Oh
now
no!
we're here.
It
I
had
kinda like
Rush.
the Druid.
He gave Rush to his biggest thing. He
Yeah.
got reverbed off the face of the planet. Wikyu drew the cold case with the keyboard online. Tansoku might be Dunzo.
Yeah, you make those big minions. Tansoku, and if it goes wrong, got to tell us when it's over if the high was worth the pain, because that was a lot of damage.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't think you could.
Tansoku. It's like, where are all these minions coming from? It's a mage. They don't play minions. But alas.
This is the weapon in Mage just feels incredibly unfair when it goes 2 into stuff. 2, 3, 4.
This has been the ideal curve. If that reverb, if the drone or the spark bot was anything other than Rush, Tansoku wouldn't have been in that bad of a situation, right?
Yes.
Put on his biggest minion. That's what's allowed the reverb to trade back over. Otherwise, it would have just allowed him to ping it with 1 damage. And then even though it would have died to 1 damage from Wikyu, he would have gotten enough out of it before it inevitably died. So, and Mekro does not play well from behind. So this is going to be quite a difficult situation to navigate out of. It's turn 4. A lot of game left to play, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, the mage on board hasn't even started using its tools. I suppose it used a reverb, but hasn't used all of its tools yet to actually start winning the games. Just manage to dominate the board, which it does sometimes in this exact setup, obviously. I want to make a 4-4 and then just Flame Geyser. That's what I want to do. Just volume up. Don't care about the...
Why do you and Sotto both call it geezers?
They are geezers. Diamond geezers. It's a card we need to make. Instead of golden ones, you just get diamond ones.
Like, I've been willing to accept Shaman all these years.
Uh-huh.
I will not accept geezer.
You won't accept Geyser?
No.
What would you call it then? A geyser?
Yes.
Why would it be a geyser? That doesn't rhyme with tweezer.
Because that's why we call it a geyser. The rhyming. Alright. What gets Tansoku out of this? Is it MC Blinktron, perhaps?
No? Is it Henry, the mild-mannered janitor? Could be.
Gorilla Bot?
Yeah, try again.
Explosive Sheep?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, he doesn't, I don't, you don't. So it's a good spot for WeQ here.
MC Blinktron could be used to get rid of a keyboard. Which I think is important.
True. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. When you said Bington might get him out, I guess that makes sense.
That's like the highest upside. Take the 1 extra damage. Not sure about it. I don't know if that'll matter too much in this scenario. But getting rid of keyboard to block some tempo and maybe sticking a big board later on in the game could be pretty impactful. We'll see. Out of these options, I mean, you could just rip this Serenity right now.
Yeah.
But opts to go for the Fiendish Circle instead. Both were spell schools that he'd not played yet on the fellow Holy.
I like the imps against Rogue as well. The Rogue doesn't remove them and they hit Divine Shield. They're just generally annoying. I always talk about having lots of minions against Rogue as well, so at some point here you could just even start racing. Do you feel your board here or do you leave a space? Do you feel your board? Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just Yep. Yep, these are Hearthstone cards. So Flame might have to be Krakatoa just to clear up multiple things on the board at once. Flame Behemoth. I don't know.
We don't want to be clearing things with a rogue. We should be making things. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? He's just accepted that his turn is garbage and he has to do this. I don't mind this.
Oh, hello.
Spideys.
I'm worried about imminent death. WeQ's got everything he needs. A solid alibi for these stealthies. Molten Rune can just forge it and start launching face next turn. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage on board. He's quite close, actually.
Yeah. So what's Tansoku's plan here? How does he even try and win this? I mean, he doesn't against a Blizzard is the answer, but he doesn't know
Makes
that.
2 pretty big stealthy things next turn, and then tries to win the game on the back of them. The lifesteal Spark Bot could be quite useful here. So that's one thing to keep in mind, especially with Innie. But yeah,
Okay,
the
with
Blizzard.
the Wind Fury and lots of lifesteal. Okay.
Yeah,
like the-
try and
like
bounce
the
the
thinking.
health back up. But, I
Yeah.
mean, there's a Blizzard in hand.
These imps have done some work, haven't they? My goodness.
Yeah, this is 5, 6, 7, 11. This is a lethal setup if Tansoku's not able to clear stuff. Bone Spike does allow for some cleanup, but Wiki just has the answer to everything, it feels. I mean, Blizzard's pretty much the answer to everything.
So what can he do? Lifesteal, Spider, Serrated, Innie.
I think you if only that was Rush. I feel like you might hold on to the lifesteal.
Yeah.
Or not.
So he's decided he thinks he's got to do it. And just use the Innie to gain some health.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but yeah. This feels like a play to at least try and win in the world where your opponent has no hand.
Yeah, no, I like this. Because if you just go all in on like 2 big stealthers, and then try and Innie next turn for a bigger health swing, you open yourself up to like counterplay. Whereas getting the Innie out right now lets Tansoku gain this little buffer of life, still hold on to the stealth magnetic in hand to try and maybe mount a comeback for a win later on.
Mm-hmm.
So that I feel like this is the best situation that he could hope to be in. And does have the little stealth spooter with lifesteal on the left side.
Uh-huh. Cover turf, a little
We're
bit
gonna see a Blizzard.
of value. I mean, the Blizzard here doesn't actually kill anything. Obviously, it will with the trades, but doesn't actually kill anything, and costs the turn. So, considering that Tansoku is basically the aggro deck here, he's at least found a way to fight into, I don't know, Dreamland where he might win. Still not particularly optimistic for him, but
Oh! I thought it was going to be Power Blast.
I take Pyroblast way too often. It just sits in my hand the whole game while I desperately try and win.
Wow! I want to give Reborn to a Spooter.
That seems a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I want to not die next turn.
What about if you Reborn the unstealthed Wind Fury Spooter?
So many options.
Okay.
Krabito.
Yeah, I like it, actually. And then you've got coins and blingers and
So
prayers.
you start with click. Yeah, you start with Click Clocker anyway, because I don't want this to just be able to be pinged off. Okay, this works too.
Sure.
This is actually better.
So you've got one big minion, and it's going to be forever, or it's just going to go down in flames. But either way, he's setting up a chance to try and win the game.
And Wiki did shuffle the Solid Alibis back into the deck.
He did. It's also like 1,000,000 o'clock in APAC right now, and Tansoku's starting to show signs of that, I think.
Bask in my radiance.
Prime gaming hours right now. It's
Prime
9 a.m.
gaming hours.
in Japan.
Only if you're Starbucks lovers, like, that's just the only time it works.
Well, yeah, because it's 9 a.m. It's the morning.
But you've been up all night.
Yeah, but come on. We can do it. Because we're young and we're reckless. We'll take this way too far.
We always will, TJ. We always have done.
Ooh, Deathborn! What a throwback!
Throwback to 6 weeks ago on Throwback Sunday.
What a throwback. This is a full board of Skellies.
Mm-hmm. But how much damage is this? Not quite enough.
You look like my next mistake.
I made this mistake all the time, TJ. Thinking I've got lethal over 2 turns and just doesn't get there. But I know you've heard about me, anyway.
Have you made this mistake, though? This one right there.
This specific mistake? No,
Yeah, that one.
probably not.
No, that one. That mistake. You made
Oh, the
that
1-3?
before?
No, I've not made that mistake. Or that joke, ever. There's probably a pastor out there for it. I'm sure there is, in fact. If I know there is.
Okay, gotta kill the Artificer. That's, step 1.
And question mark, question mark, question mark, step 3. Profit.
Yeah. Alright. Got him down to 8.
Is he gonna do this?
Nah. Says reverb. Ain't enough damage in the world.
Okay. Sure. Boo.
Does MC? Yeah, and no, that's it.
Just gain 12.
Yeah, okay, you can see it's yeah. I forgot about the lifesteal, even though he just gained a bunch of life. I was like, just the reverb alone, even if it didn't have lifesteal, would probably have been enough to secure weak Q spot in the game, especially with the volume up to try and find the solid alibis. But Tansoku against the ropes now, down 2-0 in this final decider match. And,
Yeah, I'm just getting right.
for weak Q, it's just down to the Druid left in the lineup. So, I mean, I feel like out of all the decks in the tournament, Druid's probably the one with the most weak spots.
Yeah, like
to
Rogue,
capitalize
for
on.
instance.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say so. You have to hope that the Rogue has pretty much nothing. And then get the ideal start.
Yeah,
Like
the
you
other
play-
two, though,
like
like
you
not so bad,
Disciple
like
on
Mage and War.
4, and then double innervate into drums on 5.
Yeah. And then you're probably dead because it's turn 5 and you get to Rogue, who you haven't done anything to them all game.
Yeah, you gotta have like your opening hand is double Planted Evidence, Natural Causes. Okay.
Yeah. Right, I want to see that. I want to see it happen.
And then you draw into Disciple. You clear their thing with Planted Evidence. Then you draw into Innervate. You clear their thing with Nature's Natural Causes.
I'm
Then
here
you draw
for it.
into Drums, and you clear their thing with Planted Evidence.
Uh-huh.
Then they play it. Then they play a thing. You can't deal with it, but you play your Disciple.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then they go really big with that thing, but it's okay because you innervate Drums.
And you win the game. Got it.
And then your cultivations are super cheap by that point because, man, are you clearing stuff and summoning treants.
It's happening! Alright, there's some of those cards you just talked about, definitely.
Oh, jeez. You're not
Is it gonna
keeping
happen?
it.
I know you
Yeah,
can't
he's not even
keep
keeping
them, but-
Planted Evidence. What about
No.
Topior, the Shrubagazor?
Uh-huh. Great for those turn 7s where you're just alive against those rogue decks.
Yep. Not bad, not bad.
Tansoku's desperately wanting to keep this prep bone spike. It's so good, but your opponent has to actually play something, which they do.
Yeah, they played some treants earlier. Okay, it keeps everything but the bone spike.
Of course.
Keeps it for the pit stop. Prep. Pit stop. Popping the peas. Pop, 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 pippity pop.
I can't pop anything. All my letters are so soft, the ones that I can actually say, which isn't many.
Ooh. I think there's only one letter that you can't say.
Yeah,
And you can actually say the letter.
yeah. I just can't say it. I can say them all.
Oh, man.
I'm clever. I can say all letters. You just have to give me time. No pressure.
I noticed a small mistake here from Tansoku. He didn't choose it, though.
Every time. TJ.
I don't know. This is pretty close to the scenario I was talking about.
Let's get in there. But here's a 2-mana 4/6 gadget maker, which seems strong at this point. I would like to add. If it lives, is the game just over?
Oh my!
Like with Snoop
gosh.
into coin, Matic. Oh my goodness! I've answered my own question.
So close. If only kept the planet evidence.
Yeah, that's how that works.
You go lunar, solar, seedlings.
Yep.
4/1/1s. The most difficult fiendish circle ever. That's been 3
The
cards
most
for it.
difficult fiendish circle ever. I love it.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, what else can he do?
Hero power pass. I don't know. Seedlings pass.
Okay. You take the 4. Just help them kill you. No. Okay.
And this thing ain't going anywhere.
No.
Oh yeah.
You know where it's going? It's going face. That's where it's going. Probably twice.
Looking for Wind Fury?
Nobody knows.
Yes.
God, let's just be honest here. No one knows what the colours are anymore.
Blue is reborn. Orange is taunt.
Thank you. You've
And
should
the
have used the
and orange,
glowing
but the
yellow.
slightly less orange. Oh, coolant.
Slightly
coined-
less orange.
His divine shield. Oh, this is. Oh yeah. Horn.
Too soon.
Yeah. Weak, you
Coolant?
screaming and crying about the perfect storm this turn. Oh my. It's just all over. 11. Like, you were saying he had some good stuff, but he appears to be just dying on turn 4.
Alright, this is Innervate. Nope. Okay, there's the planet evidence, but it's nothing to really do here.
So TJ's dream scenario kind of came true in that he drew one of the cards.
Yeah.
Just realised that was Tansoku's turn 3.
Yep.
Tansoku now looking like he's going to get back into this match. Just saying to himself, I can make all these tables turn.
Yeah.
Get it to 3-2. Just win one at a time, like the Fury Hunter ways. That's how Fury Hunter used to win tournaments. Just one game at a time.
Is there any way you can get a peaceful Piper and discover a starfish?
Probably. There's usually a way. If there's a question of can they do the blah 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 blah, the answer is almost always yes in Hearthstone these days. I can't think what it is.
Would have had to happen this turn for 0 mana.
Well, it's got to be a lethal here with the right pickups, right?
Nah. I don't think so.
Okay.
Even if you went second Sparkbot and both of your gadgets were blades, deal 3 damage, still be one off.
One off, okay.
Yeah. Actually, if you hit Coolant on the first one and then magnetize the spider
Yeah.
and then blades from the other two, because you get the coin when you attack. Oh! Did you know that while a minion has stealth, it cannot taunt?
Wow.
I concede.
Alright, yeah. Oh, the Innervate was off the top! There was Disciple Jumps and Innervate in hand. I was so close. If only I'd kept the Planet Evidence.
What a game! Well done, Tansoku. Celebrates, or tries to. He's a little bit focused at the moment.
Yeah. Alright. Still the Druid left for WeQ. Tansoku has...
Not Rogue. I've got it here. He's got the Mage and the Warlock.
Yeah. I was looking at the wrong list because I was looking at a not a Naga Mage. But yeah, the Warlock and Naga Mage.
So
two decks that have significant pop-off potential.
pop-off potential.
He's popping off!
Can't do it. He's popping the mic.
I have actually a decent amount of faith in the Warlock.
Okay.
Just because it can cheat out so much stuff. But the Mage, I worry for Tansoku and the Mage, because Mage can beat itself sometimes. That's not the kind of situation you want to be in. We saw it earlier. But he's going to go with the Warlock first. WeQ's hand is meh. A big ol' meh.
Is it a rose garden filled with thorns, this druid, you think?
Yes. It's a thorn garden.
Thorn, yeah. Plenty of thorns.
Filled with thorns. Oof. Nothing to do, nothing to do. Tansoku, not a bad opening. Has the Forge of Wills and Slime. Just needs to find something for this slime to get rid of and then get back. Okay, probably a Forge.
Yeah, a couple of forges going, so Forge and Hope. And then supplies, maybe?
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
He knows how the game works.
Yeah. So you probably Forge this turn, and then you supplies next turn. You could just go Forge into Forge.
I think you do. And then just do the thing on turn 5.
Yeah.
Just thing them on 5.
Yeah.
And it'll
Still
either
gonna
leave
have
you
to wait a
breathless or
little
with
bit.
a nasty scar. One way or the other, you will find out if you win in the Hearthstone game or not.
Seeditize me, Captain.
Interesting to see how deliberate WeQ plays. Have you seen WeQ in people's chats?
No.
He went from like really quiet new person into lol, I'm better than all of you in about 5 minutes. he fits in well with the top player community. He competes with Gabby for ha ha, you made a mistake. So I was kind of surprised to see how sort of deliberate he is when he plays.
I feel like he's earned that.
I think he has. Yeah, it's not a criticism. I'm glad he does it. The top players this year are sort of all mucking in together to create sort of their own little community because they're looking out for each other as well as competing with each other because it's such a grind. And yeah, he's fit right in.
Wing welding could be incredibly clutch.
Now there's a card name I can say.
Wing welding?
Yeah. Sounds like something I'd say for many things, in fact, but yeah.
But what if there was a card called ring welding?
I know, I'd be in so much trouble.
How would we know
I
the
always
difference?
struggle with the Rancor as it is. That gets me in trouble sometimes, but...
Like you very deliberately put all your thought into making sure you said that correctly.
I have to power
Well
into that one, yeah. Just otherwise I get in so much trouble.
Just bear down and be like... Alright. And then we're looking at a reduction here.
Reduction. See, I can do that one.
Yep.
And then next turn is slime into double location, and off you go.
Time waits for no one.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind, no, it's not.
I see no problem.
So what if he has to wing welding next turn?
I see no problems, ever.
Okay.
I'll tell you I'm insane, but I don't. It's just how it is.
No, he doesn't, because he can just go kill off slime, then play Sargeras, and then nether, eat nether. Whatever it's called. Chomp, 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 chomp.
Oh yeah, that one.
I don't know what the ability's called. Into the nether?
I mean,
No.
I'm terrible. It's something in the nether, right? Everything's in nether.
Yeah. Going with another drum circle here, probably. Because already has double drum circle that are both forged for the double choose one effect. The third one could be the disciples choose one.
Okay. It's a lot. It might be into the nether.
Oh no, it's even! That's
Yeah.
why he killed it first, so it swapped to even. This is smart. So now it's going to have to, what, get rid of the Sargeras?
Yes?
Don't think he needs Shallow Grave anymore.
I don't think he does. That was the little snort that I made, which was meant to be a bit of casting, but it just came out as a snort. But hey, I tried. Push the 11. And set it up as 33 for next turn. How that works? It never gets there, but you can try. Yeah.
It's pretty brutal, though. Good play
It
by
is.
Wiki, though.
Yeah, nicely worked out by Wiki.
Now we got another circle coming in hot.
Yep. And this one's the good one. Just about tidy this up, though.
Nearly.
Problem is... Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe it isn't a problem.
Okay, so we're scourging. We're supplying.
Finley, I like our hand.
slime.
I'll get rid of the slime, sure. He doesn't like our hand. Okay. I guess we get some 1 mana things, don't we? Yeah, let's have a new hand of 1 mana things. It's just the same cards. Symphony of Sixes. And then next turn we double giant the 7/7 if we clear up this turn. Didn't get the damage.
It's probably demon. Nope. Just kidding.
Just bump some things, then next turn make some 7/7s or 13/13s in some worlds.
Yep. The reanimator in hand's going to be pretty good. Because now
Not
it's
happy
going
with that turn, but seems okay.
Now it's going to be a weak turn from weak. You.
Yeah. Nicely done, TJ. Nicely done. They're both kind of out of stuff, but the Warlock... Oh, it's going to be
Warlock gets more
Shrubagazor versus no Titan Warlock. This could take a while.
I don't think you Shrubagazor yet. You need more nature spells to capitalize.
No, I mean in the long run, though. Like,
Yeah.
there's not a lot left.
He's got to fit the Disciple in, I think, here.
Yeah. To get that 15th drum circle into play.
I mean, this is nearly lethal.
It's a lot, isn't it? Is it lethal? Is there any way you can lethal it?
No.
You sure? Is there no weird defile? There's always a weird defile, right?
Actually...
You put the 4/4 in, you make a rush 4/4, then you put the Finley and the 4/4 into the 4/6. You've got a 1, a 2, a 3.
He could
You
just
make another
rush 2
4/4. Yeah.
13/13s.
I think it's lethal.
And then... Where does he get the extra 2 damage?
With the defile, you can set up a 1/2. And then you can kill the other 4/6 with a minion.
We're not done with you.
Yeah, I know, but he's only got 18 damage on the board. He can't attack with
Oh,
13/13.
I see. Okay, then I can't count.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He could have just
Me not
made
able to
2
count.
13/13 rushers and put him in, and that's a much easier way to get the taunts.
Just make defile go face, honestly. That's what should happen here.
Wouldn't that be broken?
Wouldn't
Put him
it?
low, make this giant board. Nothing matters. It's a lot of
We could
damage.
call it Unleash Fell.
Oh, this actually is lethal! Because it's the only undead left in the deck, right? Oh, no, there was a second behemoth, wasn't there? Oh, never mind. Because it didn't summon it. Tansoku
He's gone.
I thought it would summon it. Wait, what? How did
I think
that
he
work?
thought the same. The order he needed because the board was full. When he did it, it didn't do the thing. Am I going nutty? I know it
Trigger
should.
Death... Oh, no, because... Alright, I said it. See? Right logic, different conclusion. The way the card's worded is trigger the Death Rattle. The Death Rattle was what summoned the Drakthar, right? So then when the Behemoth died, it didn't summon anything.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it did the thing and then it died.
The
and then...
trigger was
it
what
works.
drew it.
That works.
But there was
Yes.
no board space. Because the Behemoth's still alive, and then kill it. And then there was no undeads left to pull.
Understood. That's unfortunate. He thought the same as me, possibly you.
just flopped backwards. It doesn't matter. He won anyway. There's no way
I
you
didn't
can do
know
that
this
much
weird
stats.
niche interaction at 9 o'clock in the morning, having played Hearthstone all night. I'm going to fall
Yeah.
on the floor now.
Yep. But we have one more game left to go. All the way to Game 5. All my series today have been to Game 5.
Hang in there, TJ. One more. Just one more.
I'm hanging in there. Tansoku on the mage, weaker on the druid. Once again, can Tansoku sweep the druid? Is going to need a better hand than he had last time. That's for darn sure. There's a siren.
That's yeah. How do you cast this? There's the siren. Okay, yep, I agree, TJ. There is the siren. That's it. That's the cast. Done.
There she is.
Siren against druid seems like a good card to have.
I'd
Keep
say
the
so.
intellect.
Yep. That's a full keep right there. If you're weak, you're like, oh no. Oh no. Kind of want to aquatic form here. No, aquatic form next turn. Look for the 4G card.
Time waits for no one.
Planet evidence.
There you go.
What's it gonna be? The suspense is killing me.
And me. That one is the left-hand one.
Oh, plot of sins. Yep, keeping the Slither Spear because that's the
Naga.
Yep, that's the fuel.
The Naga in the Naga spell Naga chain. The one drop. Just keep everything and go on crazy on turn 4 or 5.
Probably gonna be turn 4.
Yeah, you don't want to be too slow against the old druids, do you? Because they do a thing or two.
Yep.
Time waits for no one.
Lifebinder's Gift card that I was trying to remember the name of earlier for Dawn, who did remember it, unlike me.
Oh, Infinitize the Maxitude is just ideal. It's just good stuff. Frozen Touch, let's do it.
Yeah.
Wow!
What does he need? Like, he doesn't need anything really, does he? He just needs not to whiff on a Naga or two, and there's a full board of Nagas coming. He's got enough card draw, enough cheap stuff. Just needs it not to go horribly wrong. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is weird. I kind of want to just infinitize the Maxitude.
Okay.
Or he's going to keep at a full hand?
I think he's happy with his hand, right? What can you burn? You don't really want to burn your second siren, maybe, I guess, perhaps, but who cares?
Tansoku sat up. He's
That's
ready
the
to go.
sign of someone who's going off.
Make haste. I think I want to just plot a sins right now, right? Nope. If this draws drums, then he can Lifebinder's Gift and then have that for next turn. Okay. Gotta do it.
On your marks, get set. Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell. Wiki ruined my setup.
Time waits for no one.
So good. He's waiting to go.
He
wants to do the
he's
thing.
I think you make the 1/1s. I think you make the 1/1s.
Why? Yeah. I think you should.
So you have stuff on the board that Tansoku has to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Because they're going to get drum buffed. No? No.
And also,
No seedlings?
and
no
you know
seedlings.
it's coming because he's played no cards, right? It's not certain giveaway, but it is fairly suspicious.
Doing things until they die.
Here we go. Just watch the magic happen.
Oh, Slither Spear is perfect in this situation because you want to be netting more mana than you're spending, right? So you
Yeah.
want 1-cost spells and 1-cost Nagas. Oh
And then
no!
there's 3. No. However, will he survive now?
Time runs out on me.
Do that thing! Do the things! Do all the things! That's it. Keep making things. And then finish off by copying the thing. Want some more stuff? No, okay. Playing it what I would call safe. Yeah. Did all that and did 1 damage.
Wow!
Every time. Gets me every time. Ooh.
Okay, gotta get through it.
Okay. Best way to do that is start playing Nagas and spells. But also you got to make space. But you can make space, right? Because you can just crash your minions in. So
He's gotta go. He's taking way too long
He's
to even
gotta
start
go.
this. Is he gonna set up for a fire sale to clear everything?
looks like it. WeQ doesn't look impressed. And now he's just making sure he doesn't mess it up, because if you mess this up, you lose immediately. So it makes sense to sort of take your time just a moment here. You've got to make sure you get enough for the fire sale. Don't do something silly early in the morning. Nice. Nice, but not much stuff left. Although there is the Savara that's full, I guess.
Yep.
And Infinitize to reload a bit as well.
What does Savara have? Coin?
A 1-mana Frozen Touch, I think?
No.
An Infinitize?
It's been there for a while, hasn't it?
It has been there for a while, yeah. Not sure then. Meanwhile, on the other side, is this just
yeah, the
enough?
Plot of Sin was the foresight to take Plot of Sin. We didn't see the other options, so they could have been terrible. But the foresight to take Plot of Sins was actually really nice.
Yeah. Magic,
And,
Madness, Heaven, and Sins. They are.
And I think that might be game over.
It's looking that way.
Because Wiku's got the drums to buff these up and finish it off, and Tansoku just doesn't have anything.
And it just looked like Tansoku had a really good hand here and everything, but it just turns out that 4 5/5s.
Yeah, if there is a coin in the Savara, which I don't remember if it was in the hand early enough, could Savara coin Treasure Guard? But then you're stranding the Siren without a Naga in hand.
And sometimes you're just dead anyway.
Time runs out on me.
Gifts was the other one, okay.
Yeah, he's dead to a single buff, so I think you got a coin Treasure Guard here.
Makes sense to me. Gotta not die, like, as much as you want to do other things with this deck, not dying is the first part of that.
Yep. Still dies, though, pretty sure. Yeah, it's 28. Solar
Okay.
Eclipse and Drums, each one gets 2 attack. Twice.
Yep. So, 3 9s.
Oh no, it's 27. Is it exact?
It's exact. Yeah, it's 3 9s.
He knows it's not counterspell because he played the seedlings and then the drums into it in the previous turn. No new information has been presented.
Sometimes you just 27 and see what happens. When they're on 27.
I guess he hasn't checked for Ice Barrier.
Yeah,
but...
exactly.
like,
oh no.
would it be Ice Barrier? All right, there you have it. WeQ takes the series 3-2. Very good navigation of that Druid match. The Plot of Sin coming in clutch there at the end. And WeQ will move on to day 2 to the top 8. And unfortunately, Tansoku is out right here. It always makes me sad when Tansoku loses in a tournament, which it feels like we've seen happen over and over again because he's in every tournament.
Yeah.
That we've broadcast for the last 2 years, basically. But WeQ did get better from today. Took him some tries on the Druid, but I mean, he was firing on all cylinders with the deck. It's just sometimes that deck has some pretty poor matchups, and those matchups just happen to be in the lineup for Tansoku.
This is really important for WeQ. Like, it's his first season as sort of a big Hearthstone player. He memes a little bit in his own bio, saying, you know, top 16 last time, lol, basically. Or that was last place. And I think he is a player who can win Worlds this year. But I think he might need this experience. Just when you hear him talk, he's a bit nervous at times, even when he's not being a cocky Gabby mode type player. And I think every game that he wins, every match that he wins along the way here, even if he doesn't qualify, he's going to qualify for Worlds on points, barring unforeseen happenings, unlikely happenings. So every match he plays in these tournaments, every match he gets through, every day he gets through, is just experience towards Worlds for him, I think. And of course, he would love to win and take 6 months a bit more easily. But I think it's a big deal that WeQ is going through here.
Yeah, starting to make way for the new guard. There you have it, the top 8. Meaty, Casey, Pocket Train, Hemlock, Gu, WeQ, Gabby, and Dreadeye.
I always want to say, wow, look at that top 8, because wow, look at that top 8. But I take when you start with 16 players who are all wow style players, it's like, it's always going to happen, right? But this does look like a very powerful top 8. It really does.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that first match. For sure.
It's a meaty one.
Holy moly. Yep. And then the last match, too. The Prince of European Hearthstone versus
The American.
the entire America's region. Oh, jeez.
And we knew it was coming from like the second match of the day. You could just see it's Dreadeye or nobody this time around, because everything else, the wheels are coming off.
Gamer RBG was so close. I mean, banterface was not close at all. But yeah, it should be a fantastic day tomorrow. I'm honestly really looking forward to it. I think, you know, I wasn't entirely sure coming into this metagame how things would go, like if we'd have like this homogenization of decks and whatnot. But we've seen a lot of variety in terms of lineups, which very cool to see, especially given that we have balance changes on the horizon. It's cool to see that we're not just seeing the same 4 decks dominate over and over again.
No, absolutely. It's a breath of fresh air. Parts of the meta haven't been, for my personal taste, I thought watching it was going to be a bit different. And yeah, there's so much in this meta. I absolutely love it. I've loved today so much. There's all of the decks seem viable. Even there's even a warrior out there. Did they get through? I'm not sure. But even warrior got into this tournament. So yeah, I think just missing paladin. But paladin's had many tournaments in a row, so I don't mind Paladin missing for one.
It's had its time to shine. As have we, Neil. As have we. Time to shine is coming to an end right now, as we are done for the day. So tomorrow we will return with the top 8. We're going to start at the same time. We'll be here in the same place. I know this is a global tournament, but I'm not going to try and do the global time zone. So we start at 9 a.m. Pacific time or noon Eastern time. And yeah, we have a full day of our top 8 ahead of us. And at the end of tomorrow, we will crown our Masters Tour Summer Champion. So it should be a fun one. But that's it from us. So for myself, from Neil, from the other casters, and the entire broadcast crew here, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.